Why do millions of people simultaneously believe the same obvious lies? Why do intelligent individuals, when gathered in groups, consistently make decisions that seem utterly irrational? And why does this pattern repeat throughout history with such devastating precision that you can predict exactly when societies will choose comfortable deception over uncomfortable reality? Right now, as you're watching this, billions of people across the globe are actively choosing deception over truth. They're not stupid. They're not ignorant. They're not victims of manipulation. They're making calculated psychological decisions to embrace lies because truth threatens something more precious to them than reality itself. Their sense of belonging, their identity, their entire understanding of who they are. This isn't a modern phenomenon born of social media echo chambers or political polarization. This isn't about fake news or conspiracy theories or partisan propaganda. This is the fundamental architecture of human psychology, identified over 2,000 years ago by a philosopher who watched his entire civilization commit intellectual suicide in real time. Plato witnessed something that should terrify anyone who understands its implications. He watched the execution of Socrates, the wisest man in Athens, voted to death by a democratic mob who preferred their comfortable illusions to his uncomfortable questions. That moment revealed a truth about human nature so disturbing that most people still refuse to accept it today. If you want to understand why societies collapse, why democracies fail, why intelligent people believe absurd things, why rational civilizations make irrational choices, you need to understand what Plato discovered about crowds, truth, and the psychology of collective self-deception. Subscribe now because what you're about to learn will fundamentally change how you see human behavior, social movements, political systems, and the hidden forces that determine whether civilizations survive or destroy themselves. The year was 399 BCE. Athens, the birthplace of democracy, the crown jewel of ancient civilization, the most intellectually advanced society in human history, had just committed an act of collective insanity. They had sentenced Socrates to death. Not for murder, not for treason, not for corruption, for asking questions that made people uncomfortable. Think about this for a moment. The most advanced civilization of its time chose to execute its wisest citizen because he insisted on examining their beliefs, challenging their assumptions, forcing them to think clearly about their most cherished convictions. The crowd that condemned him wasn't composed of ignorant peasants or bloodthirsty barbarians. These were educated citizens, accomplished philosophers, successful politicians, respected intellectuals, the cultural elite of their era. Yet when forced to choose between wisdom and comfort, between truth and belonging, between reality and their collective illusions, they chose to kill the truth-teller. Plato watched this happen. He saw his teacher, the most rational person he knew, destroyed by a supposedly rational society that couldn't tolerate rational inquiry. And in that moment, Plato understood something profound about crowds that we're only beginning to appreciate in our interconnected age. Crowds don't seek truth. They seek validation. They don't want reality. They want confirmation of what they already believe. They don't value wisdom. They value consensus. And they will systematically destroy anyone who threatens their collective delusions, no matter how intelligent, how moral, or how beneficial those challenges might be. This insight became the foundation of everything Plato wrote about politics, education, human nature, and the conditions necessary for a just society. He realized that democracy, as Athens practiced it, contained a fatal flaw. It assumed that truth could be determined by majority opinion, that wisdom was somehow democratically distributed, that crowds were capable of making rational decisions about complex realities. But here's what makes Plato's analysis even more devastating. He discovered that crowds don't just accidentally prefer lies to truth. They systematically, predictably, inevitably choose lies because lies serve psychological functions that truth cannot provide. Truth is isolating. It separates you from the group. It makes you individually responsible for your beliefs and actions. It forces you to confront uncomfortable realities about yourself, your society, your limitations, your mortality. Truth demands intellectual courage, emotional maturity, and moral independence that most people haven't developed and don't want to develop. Lies are communal. They bind groups together through shared belief. They provide instant identity, immediate purpose, automatic belonging. They protect people from having to face difficult questions about their lives, their choices, their failures, their fears. Lies offer the illusion of certainty in an uncertain world, the comfort of simple answers to complex problems. When a crowd is forced to choose between truth and belonging, between reality and identity, between facts and community, between wisdom and validation, they choose belonging every single time. Not because they can't recognize truth, but because they value other things more than truth. This is why conspiracy theories spread faster than scientific facts. This is why political movements succeed through emotional manipulation rather than rational argument. This is why social media algorithms amplify outrage and confirmation bias rather than nuanced thinking. This is why even highly educated people believe obviously false things when those beliefs serve their tribal identity. Plato saw this pattern playing out in ancient Athens, And he understood that it would continue playing out throughout history wherever crowds were given power to determine truth, wherever popularity was confused with validity, wherever consensus was mistaken for wisdom. Consider how this dynamic manifests in contemporary society. Look at how information spreads through social networks. People don't share content because it's accurate, well-researched, or intellectually rigorous. They share content because it confirms their existing beliefs, strengthens their tribal identity, makes them feel righteous, superior, validated in their worldview. The most viral content isn't the most truthful. It's the most emotionally satisfying. It's the content that provides simple explanations for complex problems, that blames convenient scapegoats for systemic issues, that promises easy solutions to difficult challenges, that tells people exactly what they want to hear about themselves and their enemies. This creates what Plato would recognize as a fundamental systemic problem. In any society where truth is determined by popularity, lies will always win because lies are inherently more popular than truth. Truth is often inconvenient, complex, nuanced, ambiguous, uncomfortable. It requires intellectual effort to understand, emotional courage to accept, and moral strength to act upon. Truth forces people to question their assumptions, revise their beliefs, admit their mistakes, confront their limitations. Lies can be simple, emotionally satisfying, perfectly tailored to existing prejudices and fears. They require no intellectual effort, demand no moral courage, threaten no existing beliefs. They offer instant gratification, immediate certainty, effortless superiority over those who disagree. When Plato developed his famous allegory of the cave, he was describing exactly this psychological phenomenon. The prisoners chained in the cave prefer the familiar shadows on the wall to the harsh reality of sunlight. The shadows are comfortable, predictable, non-threatening. They don't challenge the prisoner's understanding of reality or demand any difficult adjustments in thinking or behavior. But here's the crucial insight that most people miss about Plato's allegory. The prisoners don't just passively reject the truth when it's offered to them. They actively attack anyone who tries to enlighten them. They become violent in defense of their illusions. They treat truth-telling as an act of aggression against their community. This is exactly what happened to Socrates. This is what happens to whistleblowers who expose institutional corruption. This is what happens to investigative journalists who challenge popular narratives. This is what happens to scientists who present evidence that contradicts widely held beliefs. This is what happens to anyone who threatens the collective delusions that hold social groups together. Crowds don't just choose lies over truth. They punish truth-tellers and reward skilled liars. They create social systems that systematically incentivize deception and penalize honesty. They develop elaborate mechanisms for silencing dissent and enforcing conformity to group beliefs. Understanding this dynamic explains so much about human history that seems otherwise inexplicable. It explains why rational societies make consistently irrational decisions. It explains why intelligent people believe absurd things when they're part of groups. It explains why civilizations collapse even when their problems are obvious and their solutions are readily available. It explains why scientific progress encounters such fierce resistance, why social reforms face violent opposition, why moral advances meet organized backlash, why every attempt to expand human understanding or improve social conditions must overcome the determined resistance of crowds defending their familiar lies against uncomfortable truths. The crowd psychology that Plato identified operates at every level of social organization. In families, where uncomfortable truths about dysfunction, addiction, or abuse are systematically avoided in favor of maintaining artificial harmony. In organizations, where honest feedback about performance or problems is discouraged in favor of positive thinking and team cohesion. In communities, where acknowledging difficult realities about inequality, injustice, or institutional failure threatens group solidarity. In nations, where complex problems are reduced to simple narratives that blame convenient outsiders and promise magical solutions. Where historical crimes are denied or justified rather than honestly confronted. Where present failures are attributed to external enemies rather than internal contradictions. At every level, the pattern is the same. Groups prefer comforting lies to uncomfortable truths, and they will punish anyone who insists on replacing those lies with reality. But Plato didn't just diagnose this problem. He proposed a solution, though it's a solution that most people find even more uncomfortable than the problem itself. Plato argued that society should be governed not by crowds, not by popular opinion, not by democratic consensus, but by philosopher kings. Individuals who have undergone rigorous intellectual and moral training, who have learned to prefer truth over popularity, reality over comfort, wisdom over validation. This sounds profoundly elitist to modern ears, and in many ways it is. But Plato's point wasn't that some people are inherently superior to others. His point was that seeking truth, thinking clearly, and making wise decisions require specific skills, disciplines, and character traits that most people haven't developed because they haven't been properly educated and because they lack sufficient motivation. Just as we don't allow untrained people to perform surgery or design bridges or pilot aircraft, Plato argued, we shouldn't allow intellectually and morally untrained people to make decisions about truth, justice, and the organization of society. This idea horrifies contemporary sensibilities because we've been taught that everyone's opinion is equally valid, that democracy means giving everyone an equal voice regardless of their knowledge or wisdom, that expertise is a form of oppression rather than a necessary qualification for complex decisions. But Plato would argue that these beliefs themselves demonstrate exactly the kind of crowd thinking that leads societies to systematically choose lies over truth. We prefer the comforting democratic lie that all opinions are equal to the uncomfortable aristocratic truth that some people know more than others, that some ideas are better than others, that wisdom is rare and difficult to achieve. The consequences of this crowd-driven approach to truth are visible everywhere in contemporary society. We see them in the systematic rejection of scientific consensus on climate change, vaccine safety, and evolutionary biology. We see them in political movements that promise simple solutions to complex problems while demonizing experts who point out the complexity. We see them in social media platforms that amplify popular misinformation while suppressing accurate but unpopular information. We see them in educational systems that prioritize self-esteem over intellectual rigor, that avoid challenging students' existing beliefs, that treat all perspectives as equal.
Are you crying? Are you crying? Are you crying? There's no crying. There's no crying in foosball.
You fucking cried after 3 days in the fucking holding tank. Looked like a fucking pile of wet rags at court. You should see how I showed up to court after 3 days in the box with the light on.
Please, is there anything I can do, sir? Please.
Does he look like a bitch? What?
Don't do this to my wife, man. You don't know what you're doing to my family, man.
Does he look like a bitch?
Sir, please don't make me sleep in jail tonight, sir, please. I'm begging.
We're not criminals.
They're gonna make me sleep in jail.
Continue. You were saying something about best intentions?
Josh has never been arrested for recording.
Okay, so that's him getting arrested, and then his friend here makes a phone call that I want to touch on.
When we're running around these towns, playing these games with these people we got no business interacting with, all over clout and pride and ego and bullshit, this is what happens, no? That's cosmic justice, right? You live by the gun, you die by the gun. Is it even repeating this shit and talking about it without bringing the real clarity and the real story of what we could be doing and being a part of, rather than what it always becomes? And then the untimely death, and then arguing over who did what, when, why, and how, when there's a bigger picture here. You get where I'm going with that?
Boy, yes. I agree with you.
When we come up in an environment where all we know is chaos and confusion and destruction, once we have success and peace, we don't know how to sit in that success and that peace and truly enjoy that, right? And be fulfilled. So we wind up gravitating back to, the destructive people, places, and things and environment. So this is an addiction, right? So when you got folks coming up in the community who are getting money and they got a cause, they're leaders. They got to show leadership. Part of the art of war leadership is self-mastery. Don't put yourself around people, places, and things and situations that could take you out of your position. Give your enemies a golden bridge to retreat across. I'm speaking common sense, and at our soul, we can all agree on it, whether you like me and want it to come from a cracker or not. Truth is still the truth, so if we're real motherfuckers here, it shouldn't matter who says it and what they look like, right?
White boy cold. Trying to take a cold.
I'm not teaching you anything. I'm trying to show you something to remember who you were before the world took hold of your soul and turned you into a representation of it rather than who and what you were meant to be. It all starts with a spiritual dynamic, a fall of man. This is not a color issue, culture issue. So I think that all colors are involved in a culture. The root word is cult, where we are taught through various forms of media how to destroy ourselves and each other for the entertainment of the cosmic masters. I'm giving this to you, like you said, you went to church and the Spirit called me to say something to you for some reason, and rather you be thankful and grateful and look at it and listen to it, you want to overwrite it. So you're free to do that, man. I'm going to plant the seed, though. I'm going to do what the energy calls me and speaks me to do, right? So you're not special, but this is special for you here today, because you just said that I was called to be here. I didn't say that. But on some level, that's what I do, right? God works in mysterious ways. It's going to wrap the truth you don't want to accept in something you're least likely to take it from, to really test your faith and your honor and your will for the truth. You serve the truth or not?
The only thing I want to know is, why did you choose to do it today?
the real is the real, right? The soul is the soul. You know, what's true and what's right is what's true and what's right. So I think we got to invoke that more in these sectors, you know, slip it in some way, somehow, presuming we're going to do majority of the time drama, gossip, hip hop culture, whatever the case may be, right? We got to bring it home at some point. All right, Gorilla Gems clipping out a fascinating, entertaining, inspiring interaction with some African Americans, as they are termed. We're politically correct here, okay? So African American. Questions, comments, concerns. We got somebody who called in during the intro, non-intro. I cut it short, like halfway in, because I didn't listen to the whole thing, and that's why I probably should. And a lot of times I don't. Most times it works out, and 1 out of 10 or more, you get stuff like, "Hey, don't go with the consensus. Don't deny reality and truth." And they somehow slip into the intro that's why vaccines and all the rest of it aren't taken, and crazy conspiracy theorists come up with ideas about climate change, global warming. It's probably exactly the opposite, right? So that was fascinating how they were so on the money there and walking with what's true and what's right, and then just took a left turn. But I'm gonna call this guy back. Let's hear from him, because I want to get to him, and then I got a ton of other stuff. Timothy and I, you may know Timmy from the Philippines. He reached out to me. We got 4 people so far moving forward with some land, and it's got a little bit of everything on it. It's beautiful. It looks like the kingdom of Unslavia. It's been said by everybody who lays eyes on it. So hopefully, more importantly, faithfully, that comes through. I think either way, something's going to come through, but faithfully, this is a nice property. Everything's looking and feeling good. Okay, 2 things real quick from the snapshot portion. Then I'm going to call this guy back, presuming he doesn't call first, because I'll forget about it if not. According to the sources here, Germany has given Israel over $70 trillion in reparations. The U.S. has given Israel over $250 trillion in foreign aid. Is that even possible? That's not possible. I might be misreading this. Let's see here. Right. Okay, billion. Sorry. 70 billion. Excuse me. 70 billion and 250 billion in foreign aid. Israel's not giving anybody anything. Okay, these folks very anti-Semitic. And of course, this year's snapshot. Last year. It is this year, of course, but from last year, law enforcement took more stuff from people than burglars did last year. So, yeah, just, you know, we're reporting on that. Asset forfeitures surpass burglaries. So technically, law/policy enforcement, we know better here, has taken more stuff from people last year than the actual burglars that they're supposedly supposed to protect us from. Isn't that fascinating? Super Waffle writes, never forget January 6th, US. Never forget what about it? That it appeared to be another psyop or another cook-up. You know, I don't mean one of those ones that Rob Cleveland's cousins are currently making behind the wall. You know, a little ramen noodle, little summer sausage, throw in the packet, the soup packet of the spices. No, that's not the cook-up I'm talking about. I'm talking about where they get some patsies and they claim that some really bad stuff is happening and then blame other people about it, right? So we've seen some of the dunces who were a part of January 6th and other events. They've actually showed up at my broadcast, oddly enough, because they think I'm them. And on the highest level, I am, right? On the lowest level, not so much, because I was somehow, some way, smart enough to stay away from these places and these people, knowing that they are psyops and or cook-ups. And I don't need to be there or be a part of their garbage in order to make change here in this world. Isn't that interesting how that works? Usually the change happens one at a time. We get together with other people who are making the change, and we have an exponential effect. We do the work. It's a long game. We have conversations with others. We go to court. We get results. Which reminds me, Josh also reached out to me. Broken System, Broken Trust. He's speaking with Juan Galt and another person, Paul Carroll, I think. He's talking to the legalistic, corporatistic, which is synonymous with fascistic, socialistic, communistic, collectivistic. I could go on. Really, the bottom line is Satanistic cowards who are under a deception and want to project onto me and him and still go running around town gambling their non-reputations on making statements that are not true. So Juan Galt, Paul Carroll, and the rest of you legalistic clowns who keep running this narrative, you couldn't be better agents for the statism and the fascism. Well, you could be better because no one's buying it at this point. Only the most developmentally retarded folks are listening to you and others at this point after everything we've been through. The rest of us have come over to the concept of unslavia, right? So we don't care what you think about us. We don't care that you think policy, statute, and code is law. We don't care that you think that we're crazy because at times we're not going to comply and wind up at court to try to get remedy. And we don't care that you try to gaslight us that we're so silly and embarrassing at court and we don't get any results. We do. There's been dozens and dozens of us. It's like hundreds at this point. Confirmed on record. You can't deny it. The fact that you're trying to deny it or project onto it, again, little sus, as the kids are saying nowadays on the ground, little sketchy, little suspect. We're kind of wondering what you're up to. We kind of thought that when we went out on a limb, not knowing what was going to happen, but practice honor and good faith and try to move properly, that when we got results, that the rest of you cowards would follow suit. Apparently, that's not the case. So you're going down with the ship. Salute to you. God bless you. Good luck. I wouldn't want to be you or live like you or be seen caught dead in your goofy suits and outfits, pretending to be something you're not and projecting onto other people who are actually realizing and actualizing in their life because you don't want to confront who and what you are, what you've always believed, and how it's been poppycock, balderdash, and hogwash, as my grandmother and them used to say. Okay, so let's get a clue. Let's get our head out of our ass. Let's try to be good, honorable, good faith people who stick to the truth and are somehow set free. Or just shut the fuck up and enjoy your slavery and stop trying to gaslight the rest of us and project onto us. Okay? We're doing what your daddies up there who keep promising you all while you vote and pay for your own slavery. We're doing what they can't or won't because their slavery's too profitable and they're tired of trying to smarten up a chump like you. And they'd rather just take advantage of you and take your fucking rights and property because you keep giving them away and sucking dick. Excuse my language. See, I got to watch that family broadcast. But yeah, you folks can't help yourselves, right? So part of me, the Luciferian part of me says, you know what? Give them what they beg for day after day, year after year, decade after decade, right? It's got to get worse before it gets better. It's always darkest before the dawn, as they say, and a whole other group of cliches. Let's go over to it. I'm going to call this guy back. He did call me already today, wanting to comment. The only broadcast that called 1013 WSLV.
All right.
Hello, it's Call on Slave with 1013 WSLV. Your home for all things sovereign citizen and slave related. The only broadcast that calls you back. I'm also going to ask you about your car's extended warranty at the end of this call. What was your name again, sir?
It was, I'm not going to give you my full name, just, for reasons, but you can call me As One.
As One?
As One, ASONE.
Okay, how about, I'll just call you A for now, I guess. If that works.
A is perfect. That's
okay.
Perfect.
So did you have questions, comments, concerns? Is there something specific you wanted to address or present?
Well, I wanted to, so I want to first say that, and this is, I'm not, flatulating you or anything of that sort, but I just wanted to say that since the beginning of the whole pandemic nonsense, when my wife and I were kind of looking and searching for a different idea, you came up upon our feed, and we've been with just kind of watching your evolution and your growth ever since that particular point in time, and we're both very impressed. You have an eloquent way of speaking and sharing views and ideas, and I just wanted to say just that you are an inspiration. and that I'm looking forward to your continued growth. And one of the reasons why I'm calling is because I wanted to just share what I do, what I feel, and what I think would be helpful. Again, you can take anything I say and toss it, or you can, let it sit with you for a moment. But I think that your name, you're like the Paul in the Bible, and within the Hebrew, Paul means small voice, or small, small mouth. And it's not, in the small is not necessarily a bad thing. It's this ability for you to sit with and to use your voice for great things. It's also parallel to preacher. And like I said, you are eloquent, and you have this gift of gab. And, coming from New York, it's kind of obvious that, I can see why you have that gift of gab. New Yorkers are very quick on their feet and their lips. So I just wanted to give you the props in that regard, and just say that I feel within my own self that you are going to be a very powerful voice in the movement for true sovereignty. And my only critique within that is that I believe you should be speaking to people like yourself and people like myself, and just start disregarding all the plebs and the plebeians and all of the the brainwash, because they can't be saved. And to constantly just be talking about them, or even challenging them, or even having conversations with them, is just kind of diminishing what you have to truly say and what you can provide for the rest of us.
Now, sir, haven't I been doing that? And I'm not being combative. I appreciate what you're saying. I agree with that. That's why I've changed pretty much the format of the broadcast, brought in a call-in line. I have a limited focus on what I'm here to do and talk about and present, and a limited entertainment of certain characters and personality types and personas, right? So I think I've been doing that, and I think it's been somewhat successful, and I think you and others have seen that and have been responding to that favorably, and making comments like, hey, this is the person who we met first coming into this, or at least this is the broadcast we were used to, before it went down a whole kind of dark road of thinking that we could bring people in and that people would be interesting or informed or entertaining and co-creative, and most people are none of that. And so I get that, so again, I tried to give it a shot. I tried to allow certain things, and also I got a bit complacent, right, and had some health issues and a bunch of other stuff come up, and I just didn't focus on changing me, in my life, and by proxy the broadcast, right? So I think I've refocused. I think I've gotten into a space of realignment, and inspiration in certain ways, and I think that it's evident to an extent as you spoke. So I can't disagree with anything you said so far. I just basically want to know, am I not doing that? Am I missing something? Beyond letting people come in here, right, with the algorithm, when they allow us into the algorithm, and folks come in who are new and they want to question me or go over things, I kind of like that, or I guess I'm built for that in a way, whether I like it or not. So I tend to feed into that and allow that. And I think it's potentially good for an entertainment portion, or just for other people to watch and listen to, because this stuff goes on all day, every day on the streets, right? So, and another thing you said, and this is part of my arrogance, but I'm going to own it. I already am, because I am that am, and there's a spirit in me and you and many others. I already am powerful in this movement, if nothing else, in myself and in my localized area and community, right? So I'm not necessarily looking for that. It's nice to see myself as that, if objectively I am that, but as are all of you, if not now, potentially, right? So I'm not going to spend my time, energy, attention sort of selfishly or greedily or egocentrically pursuing to be a part of something bigger and better. I'm just going to make my life better, do and be and have better for me, create something in the world, and by proxy, I feel whatever's meant to be will be. So, if we're meant to grow and change and be more powerful, as you say, then God willing, that's what it will be. But I got to tell you, I already am blessed to be here today and having gone through what I've gone through in my life and completely changed my life and my ways, and have so much opportunity and the blessings to be with good people, right? I told the guy I'm working with last night that at one time in my life, this whole lifestyle would have only been a dream, right? So I didn't have any people in my life who were honorable and good faith, and I definitely wasn't one of them. So to be able to look back now and then look at myself and say, if not there, I'm getting there, and I'm surrounded by people who are doing the same, if they're not there already, shows that God is working, right? The process is working on me and others around me. So, all right.
No, thank you. I mean,
questions, comments, concerns?
If I might have misspoken, that was my mistake. The ultimate idea is that I'm not saying that you're building a movement. I mean, you obviously are the movement, you know, within yourself and within the way you move your life on a regular basis. My wife and I do the same thing. We're living, you know, as people on the land, just doing our own thing. We're not imposing our will upon anyone, and we're not allowing anyone's will to be imposed upon us. And that's all I was just reiterating. Is just like, yeah, I can see that. And as you're doing that, you give inspiration for other people to do that as well. So that's what I meant by just like the power that you generate, not that you're going to create like another kingdom or another state or whatever, just the fact of you.
Yeah, we're all facilitators and co-creators, man. We're all they say co-conspirators, we're all co-inspirers, right? We're all inspiring ourselves and each other faithfully, you know, to do and be and have better. And that's a feedback loop process, right? So that's part of why we're all here, you know. That's part of what community, the root word commune, is all about, as well as fellowship, right? So it takes all of us doing that kind of one truth, one life, one way, co-creating that one vision to inspire ourselves and each other. So it's a good vibe, man.
No. And like I said, you appreciate it. And I just I'm glad I've actually had a chance to actually sit and talk with you and break bread.
Sure thing.
And I thank you for that.
I appreciate you.
All right. You have a good one, brother.
All right. You as well. All right. We have A calling in. I don't want to be presumptuous, but that right there sounds like a African American, to be politically correct. He sounded pretty tall over the phone, as the pun goes, right? All right, we got a contribution here. Contribution support links up top. If you think that I'm just so cute and pretty on here and you love me, and you want to like give me stuff, non-taxable events, gifts from extended friends and family, I'll take it. I'm not above it. Jimmy Shibley. Jimmy Shibley. Appreciate you and all you do, sir. Thank you. Jimmy Shibley, regular contributor, supporter. That's cousin Jimmy, as you all know. And he's regular with his messaging. He's consistent. Always consistent. All right, I'm going to go over my chat creatures. Rob Cleveland, my consigliere of AA-ism, African Americanism, agrees that in fact was a real N-word. And I say N-word, of course, being sensitive to all viewers out there. And of course, I use the term N-word with the highest form of respect, not meaning ignorant in this sense, not being lowly, powerful, inspiring, co-creative, unified within the field. That's good. That's good to feel and hear and see. Unslavia is global at this point. We know that. Hell, one of our community members who's going to be on the ground with us, Timmy, is on the Philippines right now, or just left. I think he came back. So more updates on that as they come about. If not, we keep chugging along. Somebody just said, Guava Jelly asks in the chat, oh my God, and he had to type it twice. Oh my God, you're a sovereign citizen. No. The best thing about when all you guys, you got to get better at your propaganda. Or maybe you don't, because that's how we spot you. Like if we're hunting for an animal, or if we just caught a fish, we kind of grab it by its mouth. You know, we look around it, check the gills out, and then we go, oh, you're one of those. You thought you did it to me, but I wound up doing it to you. See, you just prove that you're mind and heart control, and you'll repeat back to anyone what your masters told you to say when they train you to see certain things and then repeat. See? So you heard rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith, and you spit it right out. That's what your masters taught you to do. Oh, you must be one of them sovereign citizens. No. That's not what that is. That's your training kicking in, right? A lot of you Manchurian candidates who've been uploaded to spit that crap out when you're in the presence of a man or a being who's attempting to come into their manhood, right? Who wants to govern themselves, live freely on the land, be under God, exercise their rights. You know, what this country was founded on, if you don't remember. Many of you don't, right? So I'm not a sovereign citizen. I'm either am or becoming a real man based on what the founders of the law of this land, not the founders, the facilitators of the law of this land, who codified universal law, were and or had in mind. See, you are mind and heart controlled. Dupe. Okay. So if you'd like to call in, the number's down there, 602-730-0122. It's in the chat, or type the link in the address bar and tell me all about it, because I'm sure that you know something. You have to know something. You know. What else did we have here? Broken system, broken trust. I might have to play that video. I do have a lot to get to up there, but Joshua just messaged me before this broadcast. Driving without a... Okay, he's sending me clips of these attorney losers who act like, well, they know who I am, but they try to dismiss me and they won't come on this broadcast or anywhere else where they're going to have to put up or shut up about their ideas and their and our experience. So, Joshua, if you can get them on, I'll let them on. Again, I'll talk truth with anybody, even the devil itself. So if they want me to go there, they'll allow me to go there. I'll pop up. If they want to come here, that's fine. But I suspect they won't be joining me or someone like me anywhere, because they know what's going to happen. I'm going to bring in a cast of characters who are least likely to succeed in middle school and high school. And they're going to talk about all their experiences whooping guys like you at court with all your degrees, right? In between taking hits of dope in the parking lot. And by dope, I mean reefer, okay? Which I know a lot of folks may have an issue with, may have a problem with. We're like that group over here, you know? We're least likely to succeed, loser, failures who God actually chose to do some work for it, right? So we got some results because God helped those who helped himself. And you don't want to interact with that because you can't beat that. You can't deny that. You can't spin that. You know? The best you can do is exactly what I just did. It's Marshall Mathers at the trailer park, you know, rap show, right? In that one movie, 8 Mile, where they try to say, you know, Marshall Mathers is a sovereign citizen. He lives in a trailer. He's dirty. His mom is a crack hoe. And he pretty much owns all that and then comes out with the rest of the story and just shuts the place down. See? It's one of those kind of vibes. And I have no problem being the metaphorical Marshall Mathers and just conceding to the lesser aspect of self and the group in order to give you the rest of the story and leave everybody shut down as always. You know, they don't like that. They don't want that. They're not going to be part of that. And I, quite frankly, if I was them, I wouldn't either. I don't blame them. Imagine having Paulie Boy come in through the back door, you know, taking a couple hits of reefer if necessary, although I quit most of that nowadays. Before this broadcast, I took a couple hits of some sativa. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to deny it. But imagine me coming through the back door on 2 fresh hits of sativa and just bodying you with rights and freedoms and the law of the land and foundational maxims of law, trust, equity, and faith, and my own damn firsthand experiences along with a line of others. Imagine that. Looks very bad on them with their degrees and their certifications and their registrations and licenses and all the rest of it. Okay? And as well it should. See, it's called an underdog story, among other things. Another thing that used to make America great. The guy who you least expect would succeed does the impossible, the seemingly impossible and or improbable, and continues to get a result over and over again, despite the projections and the gaslighting and the negation of all of the self-doubting, disempowered, masquerading slaves who purport to be so powerful and erudite, okay, and critically acclaimed and all the rest of it. That was Americana. See, that's the spirit of Americana. They don't like that. Guess what? God doesn't give a fuck what they like and don't like. that Holy Spirit knows what we need, okay? Not only for ourselves, but for each other, this land and our people. Okay, I'm going to take how much time did you do behind bars? Did you have to do for your sovereign citizen misinformation earlier this year? Well, thanks for asking. I actually was back there for about 2.5 to 3 days, and then we went to court, and I had run of the place. And Miss Vegas said, Paulie boy, you can do and say whatever you want, especially since you pointed out there's nobody on the other side. And then when we got to court, the prosecutor was there, but he turned his camera off. He didn't want to speak or go on record. It was the weirdest thing. Okay. So I wound up doing a good 2.5, 3 days the last time I got arrested. And it was a year ago, if you're going to say it. Get it right. Okay. And that case was fundamentally and summarily dismissed. Okay, because they couldn't move their case. See, they didn't have the proper process and procedure to move forward with court. Now, the only reason I spent this time, because this time was a little bit different, the only reason I spent 2 or 3 days in that box is because the sheriff who brought me down to the jail didn't want to listen to the head of the jail. He was actually on the phone next to the cell, wringing his hands, saying, what do you mean you're not going to keep him here? I already brought him here. I'm leaving, and I'm leaving him here. And the head of the jail, from what I was told later by the lieutenant who was on the job, said, the head of the jail said not to keep you here. Told the sheriff over the phone not to drop me off like a package there. He ain't working for Amazon. They ain't signing for the delivery. I wonder why. Maybe because they saw 5 cases before that where the court didn't have proper process and procedure, and I invoked that, and they had nowhere to go. So it just kind of left them holding the bag. So they had to dismiss my cases. Gun charges, weed charges, mushroom charges. Oh boy. Paulie was a bad boy in a lot of these cases. Paulie didn't want to wear a mask on one of them, got trespassed. Paulie was trying to render aid to his fellow man on another one because they were vaxxing him. They were vaxxing the laxed and the taxed, right? All those taxed out slaves, they were vaxxing them all day, every day over there. So I dared to go on the publicly accessible property and question them because under U.S. code, you have a duty to render aid. Not that I owe an allegiance to U.S. code or United States Corporation, but that was supposed to be a superior code, okay, that would like allude to the law of the land. All right. See, there's law of the land, spirit of the law, and then there's code, superior and inferior. Okay. And of course, when the code and or the actions don't align with the fundamental spirit and foundations of the law, it can be ignored, holds no force or no weight without a contract. And of course, I canceled all my contracts with state of corporation and subsidiary service providers. And I had that confirmed by not the DMV, but the institution on Colorado who works with IDs, you know. So thank you for asking. I'm sure you're asking because you really want to know my experience and how powerful it is and improbable and how much it could work for you and others if you had the balls, the mind and heart and the balls to apply it, which most of you probably don't. Or if you do, you're not willing to use it. See? Either or. But yeah, I wouldn't have been in jail at all for those 2 or 3 days if the sheriff didn't disobey a lawful order from the head of the jail because he thought he knew better and was going to make a legalistic determination on the side of the cell without the proper training. And it turns out the court personnel rarely, if ever, seem to agree with these policy enforcement and their legalistic determinations that they're not trained to make. You know, taking property and people without signed warrants. We can start there. Without a valid verified claimant on the other side, we can start there. Without anyone who's going to move the case with firsthand knowledge, who isn't also the arresting officer, a third-party impartial witness, we can start there. Right, because statute, policy, and code is not law. It's only given the force of law through the consent of the governed. And they got no strings to hold me down. I have no contracts to make me frown. I don't have them anymore. I don't carry ID. I have credentials. Those credentials are a separate record, and everything that's official has been terminated. When I called up the woman, she said, "This is strange." I said, "What's that?" She goes, "You must have done something because your account's canceled." That's how she put it when I called up to ask about my ID, because I wanted to find out what their records were showing. I said, "You mean expired?" She goes, No, your ID's not expired. Your account's been canceled. You must have done something to have this done. And I said, thank you. See you later. Got what I needed. Okay, so it turns out that all of these administrative courts are not courts of law, and they only move based on contract. And the majority of the contracts, if not all of them, are fraudulent. They're actually against U.S. code. We're actually already at a Cold War scenario with corporate takeover from sea to shining sea. It's actually a foreign corporation that's headed on D.C., a non-unionized state of America. Okay, or United States, supposedly, of America, which of course is self-defined as 1A, a corporation. So we already have a foreign corporation that's set up here. Okay, if you haven't noticed, it's doing its business. It usually does not only here, overthrowing the law of the land, interfering with property and property rights and the rights of the individual. It's also doing it other places, you know, like Afghanistan, Iraq, playing with Israel and Iran and Gaza. Now we're down on Venezuela. Okay. So you could maybe say it's a merger of corporate entities at this point to do what has been called, some might say, New World Order. So there's certain corporate masters here who think that they're going to trick you all and fool you all to give up your rights and property and insert yourselves into their corporate apparatus, their body politic that they keep calling democracy when it's supposed to be common law lands that are republics, supposed to be self-governing of and by and for the people. And you know what? For the most part, it's working. If it wasn't for Paul Unslaved and his little dog too, a dastardly band of non-criminals who they're trying to criminalize at times, but they can't get it done because we understand the law of the land. We understand proper process and procedure. We understand that if we don't stand on rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith, and honor at this time, that everything good and great we used to call America is going down the drain because of our choices, right? You can not only be judged by what you do, you can be judged by what you don't do. Okay? So for all the rest of you cowards, you hydrophobic hemophiliacs, troglodytes, and various other synonymous descriptors, you folks better get your ass in gear and learn the lore. We could say lore if Mr. Lentz is out there. He likes that idea. This all starts with the lore that translates over to the law. You better learn who and what you are, what you're connected to, what the law of the land is, and why it's so great and valuable. You better understand these words and terms, and you better apply yourself to get a result. Because if not, you're going to be sucking that boot more than ever as time goes on. You know, they don't lick the boot, they deep throat it. Okay. And it's supposed to be that way, right? This is more archetypal understanding of God, of creation, and the co-creational law, spirit of law, versus the deceiver and its deception. This is why they tell us in the scripture you cannot and should not worship two masters, because this is what winds up happening, right? So you don't drive. Driving is a commercial term, just like motor vehicle. This is all outlined under U.S. code. Motor vehicle is a commercial instrument. And that's why you have a title at the dealer, because originally the car, the carriage, it's what car is short for as I understand it, is considered under their status originally to be an automobile. Automobile is defined as private property, not for commerce, and does not need to be licensed, registered, or insured, or any of that in order for a private man to move his private property from point A to point B without endangering the public. See, now where they get you is you title it at the dealer and sign it, and then they send it over to the DMV and they create an account for you, and then that is under the capacity of a commercial instrument. This is what a title is for. I got 10, 15, 20 steps in to go with most of you folks, and a lot of you, I can't get you to just accept the term title. Like anything in life, a movie, it has a title. The title is what you call it. What you call something affects how it's treated. It's like if I call your mama a great woman or I call her a hoe. See? That title is going to potentially change how that property is treated or what the status of that property is. So starts off an automobile. It's an automobile dealership. Then they hand you a title and you sign it. You just unlawfully or lawfully, I guess I would claim it's unlawfully because they didn't tell you what you're doing and most of you are too stupid to ask. But they just did unlawful conversion because they converted a property from the status of automobile to a motor vehicle. And once you title it a motor vehicle and sign it, because the king grants title, this place is of and by and for the people, you are the king, whether you know it or not. And you just give your rights right away. You just sign over all your rights and your property descriptors and status and standing over to the state of to put it in their jurisdiction and regulate it for everybody's safety. Okay. So this is how they get you with everything. It's how they got you with your body, with your baby, with your home, with your car, with everything that extends off your beingness. It's registered and it's taxed because you changed the status of it by titling it something than what it was considered under law in their legalistic system, which now subjects you to the body politic and the corporate contracts, subjects you to the administration of your body and everything that extends off it, including your property, by the public servants. Okay? That's why when I went to court, I confirmed on record the dual jurisdiction, because I had to get to the bottom of how they're doing this. And boy, did I get to the bottom of it. Administrator told me right now, of course there's two jurisdictions. How do you think that we're in a corporate capacity administrating everybody's property? It's because you all made yourself and everything that extends off of you a corporation or a corporate entity subjected to policy and code. Majority of court proceedings, they don't even common law. What? Rights and freedom. What? Spirit of the law rather than statutes, policies, and codes. What? Protected class versus privileged class. What? Right. They don't even bring it up. They don't even know that it exists. And your corporate masters who are running your lives, taxing you to use your own property, administrating your property of policy and code, would rather you didn't. I wonder why. Just keep voting, just keep paying the slave tax, just keep thinking statute, policy, and code is law, and that most court proceedings are lawful. They're not. They're full of something else rather than law. Julian Barbary says, thanks, Paul. Excuse me, he doesn't say it, he writes it. Thanks, Paul. Appreciate you, Mr. Barbary, your contribution and support. And of course, the best contribution and the best kind of support is not, quote unquote, physically financial value based. It is you all taking an interest in yourself, the spirit of the law, your rights, your freedom, your property, and embodying this understanding and getting a result and bringing it here so you can put it in all the legalistic, corporatistic slaves' faces. Okay. And we don't do it for that. That's just a result of us doing it for ourselves, and for what's true and what's right, and for future generations. Okay. Because if we're not going to do it, who is? Exactly. Right. What a great, honorable responsibility and obligation that we get from God and the ancestors. We should consider ourselves blessed to be in the company of not only the Holy Spirit, but from all people moving on that from within. Right? Best of times, worst of times, as it's been said. I like listening to because I don't understand anything, but his tone is calm enough to be able to rest in a peaceful manner. Well, there you go. I'm doing legal lawful here. I'm exemplifying what I understand as the law, the land, and freedom. And for some folks, it's just a cozy bedtime story, apparently. So I'm not down on that. That must mean I'm doing something right. If I can deliver all this ponderous information in a form where you're pleased by it, even if you don't understand what's going on, well, then that's a win on some level, I would think. I'm becoming a better speaker. All right, questions, comments, concerns, smoke them if you got them. I want a cone so I can suck my own dick. They sell chocolate ones, so I will get one of those. Now there's a man who knows what he wants and needs in life. That guy's going places. All right, I'm looking over my chat here, seeing if there's anything worth engaging with. Does your dog have his big balls as you do, Paul? Well, it's interesting. Folks say that, but at our core, we're actually pretty loving, caring beings to whatever level we can muster, right? So, yeah, the large black dog out there will take a piece out of you if you get in its face, and if you're someplace you're not supposed to be, right? When people come from the outside onto the property and try to walk around, the dog does follow them, and it has bitten at least one or two people. But other than that, at its core, it's actually a big softy, just like me. You know, it's a loving, caring, cuddly, or just want to be good and do good type of creature and animal. Okay, I fashion myself either to be that or to become that more and more as time goes on. So, yeah, I would say that there's definitely a duality there, right? A masculine, quote unquote, aspect and a feminine aspect, in quotes. Alan Vance, and I'll read it as best as I can in his way of speaking. Hey, Paul, keep up your great work broadcasting the truth. Chucky Arlaki, Sabra Bit. And of course, he's from Ireland. Very thick, heavy accent Alan has. And I appreciate that, Mr. Alan Vance. I don't know what any of that means, but I appreciate it. All right, let me get to some clips here. You on that lovey-dovey shit, Paul? No. My first interaction, it's not lovey-dovey. My first interaction, if you'll go back and watch it, was me explaining to the officer on the side of the road that I conduct my life by what I consider to be the law of love, which the word love is way overused and has been kind of corrupted and co-opted by a lot of folks who want to make excuses for the rest of who and what they are and how they're living. But I prefer the term true care. Okay. So I fashion myself, if not a loving person, a true caring person, and care is held in the heart-based aspects of our intelligence, right? So I'm on that true care shit, if you will. And of course, that starts with me. And if I can get that done, then I can potentially extend that outward to every other being who is worthy of that. And you decide if you're worthy of that, because again, God helps those who help themselves. So hopefully, or more importantly, faithfully, we find ourselves not only being truly caring people, but in the company of truly caring people, and then caring enough to co-create a better life for ourselves and each other and community and so on and so forth, right? And of course, with that lovey-dovey care aspect of self comes a lot of discipline and will, hard work, growth and change, accountability, responsibility, and being the man that you are meant to be, okay? To protect and provide, if nothing else, within yourself. And of course, without, as within, so without, as above, so below. Dude, I was referring to what you said a minute ago. I'm all about it, man. All right. Well, then we're here. We're on the same track. We're tracking here, so to speak. My dog is a sob set. We'll play that at the end. That's a Mike Freeman hit. My dog is a sob set. All right. I'm not seeing too much. Again, if you got questions, comments, concerns, the link is down there. Call in. We got multiple channels for you folks to express yourselves to whatever degree I'll allow it before I chimp out like a crazy person, which I've been known to do for effect a lot of the time. Sometimes I'm just downright frustrated, you know. All right, we're Donnie heavy in the clips portion. This is Alex Jones's desk. That's what I've named the segment at one point. Oh, we have Brian O'Shea. You know what? Let's go Brian O'Shea. Why the hell not? It's been a while since we've seen or heard from Brian O'Shea. Brian O'Shea's property was about to be taken. He's on Denver. You know, a lot of folks have mocked me in the past because I said I didn't see anyone on Denver that was not running plates till I did that famous or infamous, notorious video that's been seen over 10 million times. Within 6 months of me doing that video, I started to see no plates all around me. Like we'd be driving on the road and I go, there's a no plate, there's a no plate, there's a no plate. So I started to believe that on some level, I was a co-inspirer, not only for myself, but others in the area, to travel a different way and to do activism a different way and to potentially get a result. And of course, this was an idea whose time has come. I was just chosen, I believe, on one level to do aspects of it. This all started as an inspiration around the time of Slavid 19, as I affectionately call it, right? The C-19 event. That was our generation's 9/11, I guess you could say. Even though I was like 12 years old during 9/11 itself. I wasn't too aware of what was going on, although even at the time it all seemed like bullshit. Okay. But Denver is now a stronghold of rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith on some level. I'm not saying everybody's doing that or governing themselves properly. What I am saying is we've had like half a dozen or more interactions just from Brian O'Shea himself, where the policy enforcement and all the corporatists have decided they're going to be reasonable now. They're going to serve man and woman. They're not going to push policy and code on men and women who know their rights and stand on it. As a matter of fact, they will stand down when given the opportunity. And we have the internal messaging from at least one police agency who confirmed that they would no longer push policy and code on men and women who knew their rights, and that if you would invoke that, they will stand down. So Brian O'Shea just yesterday got another example of that. He has no license, registration, insurance, or plates. The neighbors, interestingly enough, see, this is how it works when you're in a fascistic takeover. The neighbors started breaking his windows out and calling complaints on him as far as how he tells it, right? Because they're bitter and resentful, and because they project onto people's property that it must be abandoned, right? Or somebody must be up to no good if they won't comply with forced fraudulent contracts and contracting processes. So they came, the video here picks up after the man is already there. They came to take his property away on a tow truck. He apparently had the car on the tow truck and was ready to pull off. He informed the supervisor, the policy enforcement agent, and they wound up taking the car down, not giving him any tickets, and moving on with their day. Okay, so that is inspiring. That is exciting and entertaining for me and potentially for all of us. And yes, I will claim that I have a small part, if nothing else, to play in that area, kind of being reintroduced to the law of the land and what rights and freedom are, and you know, as opposed to the fraudulent contracting and trying to suck off the people and then threatening them and all the rest of the crap that these folks have traditionally been up to. And I happen to know that after I put that travel video out along the same times as COVID was happening, that dozens of people came forth in that area to work with me as a result of that video and have been traveling freely ever since. One of the men who I'm going to be working with on the land, David, has come on as well to tell his story. He's been stopped a few times. They've arrested him a couple times. He's gotten dismissals at court, and now they don't bother him any longer. The worst they'll do is when he's parked, sometimes they get behind in the parking lot and they have conversations about what that is with their fellow officers, and then they kind of go off with their day. So good to see, good to be a part of. We're making change here. Don't let anyone convince you that you can't be powerful and inspiring here. And if you know the law and you know yourself and you know what this place is supposed to be versus what it's turned into and why, and you apply yourself, you will get results over a long enough period of time. You will inspire others to do the same, and then it becomes a cascade of exponential change, right? Enough blabbering. Let's go to Brian O'Shea and the tow truck incident just the other day.
Yo, so we got the cops trying to tow my car. Got the tow truck out here. They got it on the thing, but someone gave me a heads up, and I caught him before they left. So now he's contacting the supervisor. I told him to put it back. He goes, I might, but first I got to ask some questions. I could get a supervisor. So I just leaned on the supervisor thing. So I got one of the guys' names and badge number. I got the tow truck card. So yeah, we're just waiting on a supervisor at the moment. So this is Scott Matos, badge 01051, District 6, Scott Mateos. You got Miracle Service. Your name again, bro? Shay, yeah. We got Shay. S-H-A-Y?
That's another thing that's interesting, right? And he asked him about his name. His name is his first name is spelled the same as Brian's last name. So, you know, sometimes I get a little enjoyment out of that, and I presume that that's just part of these synchronicities where the universe kind of has a direct relationship to you. And I know there's a fine line between schizophrenia and synchronicity, but there's been a lot of those examples, right? The officer shows up and their name is like, you know, Slaver. We have the judge whose name is Slavin. We have the other judge whose name was Shackleford. You know, we had the Ego license plate where one of them pulled up and their license plate was Ego 365. So yeah, I think this is like, you'll see in these videos that this is one of those moments to me. I'm not saying objectively that's that, but I always take it that way, that this is the universe going, hey, your tow truck driver's name is Shay, as in Brian O'Shea of Shay, right? That's Brian's last name, spelt the same way as this guy's first name. So coincidence, you decide.
SHEA. We got Shay here. Mirage Recovery. Shay seems like a decent dude. I just know sometimes, I mean, I've had a fucked up job where I've done weird shit for money, but Shay seems solid. But it's like, well, I'm just doing my job. But retell this. So we got the neighbors coming around. They're like, so what's going on? Cops giving them a little information. Beta chatter. But yeah, no posted, nothing's posted. They're trying to use the window as an excuse. And I was actually just investigating this nasty old lady who I believe is the one that broke my window based on witnesses. And so I was at her house investigating that. One of her dumb neighbors came out trying to give me a problem. Slave parking only, O'Shea. They try to say, they said we're going to tow it for your safety. Keep your stuff safe. They said the window's broke. We're going to keep your stuff safe. We're going to tow your shit. It's always that safety, right? Always the same. Everything's for my safety, bro. Thank God. If it wasn't for these guys trying to keep me safe so much, I might be unsafe with more property, you know? What's up, brother?
Do you have keys to the car?
Yeah.
We're going to put it back.
Okay.
I can't, just so you know, we'll probably post it tomorrow.
No problem. Can I get your name and badge number?
Sure can.
And I like your energy, bro. I can tell you're a good guy. And I know that.
I got to go to a call that I get, right?
I got
to do what I got to do. But I'll give you my business card.
But I deal with you guys a lot, and I energy. I could tell you're one that is going to uphold rights. So I appreciate that. Can I get do you have a card? Or?
Well, I think I'm probably going to, if I talk to my supervisor.
That's all right. What's your name and badge number?
It's right there. 08008. Where's my badge? Right there.
0008. And Seamer?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Give me a second here.
All right.
I'm going to put a ticket on it too. Okay?
No problem. No problem.
We're going to put back.
By the way, you hear the difference in tone if we compare all these interactions with O'Shea on Denver versus everywhere else, right? Because again, we're going to have strongholds here where this is going to be like the Christed spirit, we could call it allegorically, is going to be resurrected, and it's going to make America great again. And we're going to have strongholds for that, right? So we start off in Denver. That work is underway and is complete to some extent. And now we're going to go to Oregon and do something similar, right? And even probably ramp it up, so to speak, when it comes to civil disobedience, but also service orientation, right? Do you notice the tone in all these interactions is yes, sir, no, sir. What can I do for you, sir? How can I help you? How can I serve you? Instead of talking to all of us like we're in some open air prison scenario. Like we're all inmates or inmates to be, right? So even just in all these interactions with Brian O'Shea and others on Denver, for the most part, what I've seen is a complete change in attitude and energy, and or a purging of folks who can't get that done, right? If they can't get their energy right and get over their fucking pride and ego and need to control and dominate and be actually criminally minded to help the public, to help man and woman, right? To do service, then they need to be thrown the fuck out of their positions at best. At worst, folks are going to have to get brought into court, get brought up on charges, because what they're doing is criminal if they're abusing their official position, if they're doing fraud, if they're overthrowing the law of the land, if they're conspiring by definition, right? So again, we're going to have to not comply. We're going to have to be killing these people with kindness. Okay. Dare I use the term killing in any sentence having to do with public officials? Killing them with kindness is an old phrase, right? Not actually doing any harm to them, but by showing them what it means to be honorable and good faith and respectable and truly caring. And it will be contagious after a certain point. You will start to see them all over this land from sea to shining sea, showing up with a different energy and attitude, ready to serve man and woman in its purest form, because they are, in fact, at the beginning, the end, and during the whole day, in their capacity, civil servants. They should be civil and professional and oriented toward justice with true care and willing to fucking serve. And we should not be accepting anything less than that. Okay? That is our civic duty, if you want to use that term as well. Compel these people to serve in the highest capacity necessary. You know how we do that? By serving God in the highest capacity necessary. Stop allowing these people to treat you like a poor, pathetic slave. And it doesn't mean get nasty and angry and act like an animal with them either, because that's not going to work. Complying is not going to work. Resisting is not going to work. Transisting, transmuting, transmutating, right? Transcending this is going to be the resolutionary answer. And if we don't do that historically, we know what comes next. If you don't get resolution, you get revolution, which means, as we know, to revolve, complete circle. It means war, false peace, war, false peace, war, false peace, till everyone decides to do what the fuck they were meant to do under God and do what they know they're supposed to do and be accountable and responsible with discipline and will and a care in their heart. Okay, that's what service is all about. Most of these people wouldn't know anything about it. Mr. Welcome Back is here. Give me the Irish hello. There we go. Mr. Welcome Back. What can I do for you? I'm right in the middle of my energy and my monologue. I don't want to disrespect you in any way. See, you're feeding back already. It's Cage. We love Cage. I hang out with him in his area regularly lately. We talk about who knows what, but he gets upset from time to time because he feeds back and I don't need it here and it interrupts my energy and my flow. Cage, questions, comments, concerns, if you got them.
I'm just going to listen.
Well, if you're just going to listen, what do you need to be under me for?
Well, there's an umbrella with an owl.
I got that. It's Baby Axis's coloring book picture. We got that. Cage, I'm working, man. Didn't I tell you last night that I've learned to like you or even have love for you to an extent? I don't always like what you do, and I always like having you here because Daddy's working, right? This is what this is. It's not bring your cage to work day. Can I just do what I need to do and have you just kind of hang out, be part of the audience, which is the root word for listen?
No,
I can though. See, like I'm about to do it, and then you're going to say I'm playing power games when I put you in the back and I move on because
I'll get in when I fit in. You know, I'll just be listening, and if I have something to comment, I'll add to it.
Okay, I'll agree to that once again after thousands of times, and then when that's not appropriate based on my perspective, I'm going to put you in the back. Presuming that happens, it might not. You might have an amazing timing today, and you might be able to yield and let me rant and ramble and not interfere. But at the slightest hint of me losing focus and being taken off track, I'm going to put you in the back because I apparently, according to all the people who are supposed to love me and care for me and keep me safe, have a lot of problems. And one of them is ADHD. So I have a hard time focusing. This broadcast is evidence of that at times, right? I don't need any more distraction. Thank you, Cage. Thank you. All right. They're saying he's mumbling already. Please don't get him going. Let's get him started. Hang out, Cage. Just sit and listen. And you know, at best, get in where you fit in, if or when it's appropriate. Warning: your account has been flagged for being gay. Oh man, it's been
Not
years.
again.
What are we? Yeah. Even right now, you're talking over me, Cage. That's strike one already. 3 strikes and you're out. Okay, I don't make the rules. We're going full. There's number 2. Right? He's gonna get him. He's gonna get himself out quick. He loves this. He pretends he comes here to listen and mix in. He comes here to just fuck with me and play with me, and then he's gonna like pout about it later. And I'm gonna go, Cage, you know why it happened. You did it. You played into it. There's simple rules here. If I'm talking, you're not. You know, if I'm interrupting, you stop talking. That's part of the rules. It's got to be that way. You know, I am the host. This is Unslavia. I am your God of all media. There's no denying it. You want a different God of all media? Go somewhere else. Just the way that it is. I don't even know he's like that, you know, but it's just got to be that way. Trump is the worst. People are suffering under his dictator. Don't talk about his dictator when he's not around. That's just bad form. Will not last. Sir, ma'am, that's a sir. Martin, okay? Or at least Martin used to be a man. Who knows what it is nowadays. Martin, it's all sides. Okay, let's get a clue, bud. Let's try to get it together. Come on. Come on, Martin. Let's go. Time for school. There you go, coach. Let's get your ass in gear. It's wakey. You know, get a little cold water on your face. Get your backpack ready. It's time for school. Make sure you wash behind your ears. Okay? So it's not Donald Trump. It's not Joe Biden. It's not George Bush. It's not Bill Clinton. It's not Barry Soetoro. It's not Hillary. Nobody knows more about politics than I do. And it's all bullshit. Okay? The name of the game is, if you want, some folks have said, I won't say it, some folks have said, Cage, I don't know what you're doing. That's 3. I gotta let you go. Okay? I love you. I'll see you later. Have some refreshments out for me later when I get over there. But yeah, the name of the game, some might say, is Red Lodge, Blue Lodge. Masonry, dark masonry, not light masonry. See? There's original light masons who were free masons. They wanted to be free and they wanted to build. That's me to some extent. I'm not saying I'm in an official organization. I'm saying theoretically, conceptually, philosophically. There were free people who wanted to build and create on multiple levels and do the great work, spreading this conscious and awareness and understanding worldwide so we could govern ourselves while living free. And then there's everyone else, or what it became. Okay. So some might say that you're all getting duped out of your property and your rights. They're synonymous, your abilities, by two sides of the same coin who are using a politically bankrupt system to convince you you're making choices and then blaming the other side when the inevitable, invariable happens. Okay. It's called 3-card Monte. Is one of the things we used to learn on New York, right? It's called well, I don't know if they had a name for it. There's 3-card Monte with the 3 cards and you never win. But some guy walks up every once in a while and he always wins. But if you bet, you never win. And then there's the ball and the cup. Remember that one? Ball and the cup. Follow the ball. It's under the cup. I guarantee it's under the cup. Oh, there it is. You just saw it, didn't you? Yeah, go ahead and pick. Every time you pick, you lose. The guy walks up next to you. He puts all his money down. He wins every time because they're all working together. It's all a ruse. It's all sleight of hand. Okay. And there doesn't have to be a formal conspiracy, because turns out rich people who fashion themselves clever and want power and control don't have to get together and formally agree that they're going to work over the dumb slaves who can't find their own ass with both hands and take their property, either individually or together. It's like saying everyone in jail must have some unspoken agreement of how to be criminally minded. They don't. Many of them never meet each other outside or on the inside, yet they all, directly or indirectly, agree to do the same shit, individually and collectively. When they find a punk slave, they rape them and take their shit. Okay? And I threw the rape in because we're doing a little like, sensationalism, like HBO Oz series. But you get where I'm going here, right? The allegory or the metaphor is one and the same. That certain types of people don't have to meet at secret meetings and make official agreements to do behavior they're all inclined to do. In a way, it almost makes it what it is because there's no official agreement. They all just give each other a wink and a nod. You see what I see? Oh, yeah, we're coming in for that. Oh, you're coming in for that? Well, so are we. How are we going to share this when one of us gets a hold of it? Or are we going to fight over the leavings? That's called criminality and the subpsychology here and the sociology here. And that's what's going on all over this world. Okay. And then in between them doing the unspoken agreement to have criminal minds and hearts and do what all people like them are oriented to do, they get together and do little shows like they do on the track or in the day room. You know, they have little conferences and meetings. They politic, right? They discuss how we're going to trade drugs and trade sex slaves and who's going to wash our clothes and who's not and all the rest of it. Okay. That would be your G20 meetings, where all the criminals meet together from the different sectors who all have an unspoken agreement to do criminality because that's who they are and how they live. Okay. And then they shore up the politics of it. Who's going to run the East Wing, the West Wing? Who's going to run the knives? Because we all need them and we're all going to get them somehow. Who's got all the guards on the take to get all the methamphetamine and the drugs in that we're all going to distribute to each race inside and sell them and move them? Literally all you have to do to figure out how countries / corporations in the world is run is just understand criminology and go observe how a fucking prison runs. And there's no official formal agreements a lot of the time, oddly enough. Well, they may come up with a generalized loose-knit policy and code, and each group has their own takeoff version of that, but everything kind of is a trickle-up system, right? And then trickle back down. See? Okay. Let's go to some. Do we finish? No, we never finished Brian O'Shea, man. See, I always do this. Cage, this is why I can't have you or anyone in here right now. Especially if you're gonna make hand signs and try to confuse me and throw me off, man. Because I didn't even get back to the O'Shea clip.
And then outside. Right, sir?
Thanks for upholding rights today, sir. Not taking property. All right, thank you. It looks like they're going to put it back. Uphold my rights. Luckily, one of these fuckers came up to me and told me what was going on. Probably damaged the fuck out of it. They went in it. They fucking, they fucking, what do you call it when you go into a car? Whatever, they broke into it. They fucking used the tools to go into my car. They opened my car up, going through it. My life was when Costume had my car. So, yeah, my life loves when you guys fucking. Hey, brother, I was just at the person's house who I think broke that window because a witness came up to me and described them to me. So I'm like, I wanted her to confess it to me because I'm like 98. You know what I mean? Because a woman came up and goes, I saw who did that. She broke the window when I put that tarp on there. You know what I mean? And I was just at her house and trying to get her to like talk to her after she broke my window.
All right, I'm going to leave it there. Brian O'Shea now flipping the script on whoever called on him because it turns out apparently that person was breaking windows and all the rest of it. Argue about that in the chat or in the comments, not in the chat. Later, you can later on the replay, you can argue in the comments about, is Brian O'Shea wrong for that? Right? Even though she broke his windows and tried to have his property taken and they took it off the tow truck and never fined him and upheld his rights in the spirit of the law, is he now bad and wrong, or is he misdirecting himself, making a mistake by attempting to tell the cop that this woman is causing loss, injury, and harm in some sense, or owes a debt, right? Maybe, maybe not. I could go either way on it potentially. Because again, I've said in the past, if you want to call police while you're doing loss and harm and invoke them and bring them into the situation, well, then you're gambling. And if they find out that you're the one doing loss, injury, and harm and owe a debt, they're going to hold you to it. And again, that is the only thing that stands between us either constantly having to take losses, which I could argue is part of an honorable, good faith man's walk in this world with God, is nothing's guaranteed. And the more you try to make a system where you get guarantees, the more you interfere with the ability to govern oneself, and others sort of walk with that as well. But yeah, the argument would go from the folks on the side of legalism is this is why we need a legal system to determine who's doing the loss, injury, and harm and who owes the debt, and then enforcing that and reminding them you have a duty not only to yourself, but to God, but to your society to make right on that. And if you're not going to do what's true and what's right, then you're in bad standing with the community, right? And you will be judged by God, right? So, yeah, I guess argue over that later if you can. Or, I mean, not if you can, if you're willing to, which I'm sure some folks will. I kind of know how this goes, right? Tigress, the reason they hate Trump is because he won't go along with the status quo. Please, I need you to get me right today. I'm open for it. Please come in, type the link into the address bar because it's not clickable, or call in because I got to hear how you folks who took the vaxes or been slaving up for the last 20 years when I've never voted and I've always known it was bullshit intuitively, and then did the study and the research to confirm that and validate or verify the validation. I'm very much looking forward to you and others who are now using actual conspiracy theories to deny reality and to project what you want it to be onto the rest of us who seem to know better. Okay, so I don't know who this they is. For the longest time, we've been contending there are secret societies and or principalities running this place, this world, and these corporations called nations. You said we were crazy and loony. Then all of a sudden it became commonplace to listen to all you maggots, you left-wingers and right-wingers just came out of the woodwork all of a sudden with there's a conspiracy everywhere. There's a deep state, and it doesn't like Donnie because he's a maverick. And even though he's working with Epstein and partying with Hillary and Epstein, and he's potentially on the list and a part of all the rest of it, he's not one of them. And we know that because he's had so much resistance from whoever, whatever, who's really part of the deep state. No. We played the video here. All presidents except for one are related to one king. Even the ones who are related, who don't do what they're told, get whacked out in broad daylight, get their head blown off, and get sent packing. And I know, I'm supposed to believe the ketchup packet incident where Donnie Trump looked over and God just tapped him to not get hit by the bullet, and he stopped for 20 seconds to yell, fight, 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 and is now selling watches that say fight, 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 while the corporation is in shutdown mode. I know I'm supposed to believe that he just narrowly missed an assassination attempt, and it's the deep state coming after him, and it's just this, and it's that, and he's there for Charlie Kirk's wife as well, while he pretends to hump her on stage, in between having what can only be described as WrestleMania-like optics and fireworks going off in the background. You're in a complete freak show circus. It's all a performance. None of it is real. Believe half of what you see and none of what you hear. If you're going to repeat the shit you hear, understand how it fits in and mixes in. Again, Donnie can only be valuable if he truly leads. A true leader is not one who does it all for us. He reminds us that we need to do it for ourselves. If you're voting and you're paying the slave tax and you registered all your property and you don't know the difference between legal and lawful and your rights versus benefits and privileges and fraudulent corporate obligations, you're a patriotard. You're not leading in yourself and in your community on the ground. And there's a good chance Donnie's not either. And your story about you all being a part of some secret white hat conspiracy to change what can only be changed by us one at a time on the ground is delusional cope. Okay? Quite frankly, I don't want to live on a land or part of a country where the head daddy does it all and the rest of you just sit around sucking dick and lying to yourselves and each other and being pathetic and embarrassing and having no private property and not being able to move around without fucking papers, please. Okay? It's beyond pathetic and embarrassing. Get your head out of your ass, wake up, understand what it means to be a real American, fucking do it, and stop living in delusion and denial. You tards don't even understand history, and these are times when the worst shit potentially can happen. And when you have people running around our land with masks on, dragging people off to Alligator Alley because of their legal status. Okay? And you folks want to be whipped up into ultra patriotardism where Donnie can do no wrong and even comes out and admits, I could do a murder on the White House lawn and my people will support me. That's what fucking scares me. It's exactly how you get into another Holocaust scenario. Oops, wait, we're already there. Should we go to the clips of Donnie meeting with Bill Gates last fucking week? And Bill Gates, as the kids say nowadays, glazing him to no end? Telling him it's so great for us all to be together and work together as he does another $70 billion deal with Pfizer. The same people who pulled off one of the largest in history, and again, they do one every 50 to 100 years at least, the largest medical tyranny fraud, RICO, profiteering, conspiring to genocide we've ever seen in fucking history, potentially. And you're going to sit there and tell me Donnie's your daddy, he can't do no wrong, and he's saving all of us, and the deep state just doesn't like him. He is the swamp, dummy. You don't get elected to be president of the corporation without being the swamp. And no one's buying that he's just going into hell to play 5D chess with the devil. You can do more outside of the system than you can being part of it. You're like the same duped out morons who were part of the Italian mob who joined with U.S. corporation because you thought you were going to use government, politicians, and U.S. corporation to make more money. Someone got tricked. The mafia don't exist anymore as far as we know, or has heavily been dismantled. U.S. corporation is bigger than ever. You're the same type of dupes as them. You got your own selfish, greedy, self-centered ways. You think you know something and you think you're going to be part of something, and they're going to assimilate you. You let them, and at some point you won't exist anymore, just like mafiosi, because you got in bed with a corporation that seeks to kill, steal, and destroy through deception and by usurpation, okay, and usury. Please don't talk about my twin like that, bro. Sorry, bro. Trump is doing what Netanyahu Zionists, Israelis tell him to. Oh, I did the wrong voice. I thought it was a patriotard. Yes, that's the case, right? And then now all the tards on Facebook are jumping up and down, trying to incite the left. When did your government, of and by and for the people, become two sides of the same coin, blaming each other and trying to incite each other online so they can get reactions and prove that one side's better than the other? They have you right where you all need to be, divided, conquered, gamed, and pimped, and begging for more of it. The system is working perfectly, and you all don't even understand it. Okay? So Trump's the Prince of Peace. After he said he's going to take over a whole place, after he carpet bombed it with his buddy there, after they split the profits and the proceeds and are now going to rebuild with Halliburton like they always do. Same story over and over again. What is that, 5 in a row? 5 countries so far were chock full of terrorists who are getting funding from, you guessed it, United States Corporation and others. Sounds like the Nazis. Henry Ford from Ford Motor Company, Prescott Bush, remember that? Same fucking deal every time for going on 100 years or more now. This has been going on for thousands of years, I suspect. So let's go to the script, folks. The script is always the same and it always winds up the same. All of a sudden, we got patriotardism because economics are bad because they sold everything out, and all of a sudden terrorists come out to seize on us when we're weak. When we're weak, and we just randomly happen to be in bed with centralized bankers who are doing economic hitman activities and planning implosions, things are weak and shaky, and the terrorists come out of the woodwork because they want our rights and freedoms. Said Georgie Boy Bush. Said your boy there with Gulf of Tonkin, whose name escapes me. Lyndon Baines, Mr. Johnson, right? Same deal with Pearl Harbor and all the rest of it. We got Clausen, the lobbyist, admitting over and over again, it's the same playbook. Economic uncertain times, the terrorists come out of nowhere. They happen to be funded by elements of major corporations who are here so they can attack themselves and the civilians, so they can generate enough alarm so that the politicians can come in and tell the people, if only we had a solution. Well, it turns out we do. You're just going to pay us more and give up some more rights, and we're going to stop these terrorists so we keep funding from doing bad stuff. Kind of like Hillary with the Taliban, the Mujahideen, Al-Qaeda, ISIS. Remember when they all got caught? Remember when they all left the weapons out for all of them to take and everyone was perplexed? Why would you leave all those tanks and armaments and rockets and weapons in the middle of the desert? Because they're funding and supplying the terrorist groups to attack people back so they can bring in the political expansionism and tighten down on collectivism? Hello? Same story as Hitler. They're now going to do it on Venezuela again, like they did in Central and South America in the past. They brought the show on the road to the Middle East. Same nonsense over and over again. And the patriotards, the collectivists, can't find their ass with both hands and just keep sucking up the narrative. Voting and paying the slave tax, blaming each other because the Republicans and Democrats did it. You all did it. And while you all fall into the same patterns of believing they're propagandist arms of the media, because you all have your own arm. We got Fox Noise over here. We have MSLSD over here. We have CNBS over here. Everybody's got their little arm to tune in and get really informed on what two sides of the same coin are doing, they claim, and what the other side's doing to stop it. And we need more rights and freedom and abilities while they take all that as a response to the terrorism, kind of like they did with the war on drugs. Made all the civilians part of a war, demonize them and criminalize them because they dare to put something other than big tobacco, big pharma, and big liquor into their body. Wow. Wonder why they got such an interest in that. You know, to keep you fucking safe, of course, while they're on their 11th booster this week. Okay? When are you folks going to really start to get what this place really is and what it's really about? Always has been and always will be. And when are you going to fucking opt out? When are you going to become a man again and a woman again? God-like. When are you going to stop falling for Satan's little season, as Rocky calls it, and all of its duping, delight, projections, and gaslighting deceptions? Just asking questions. I know I'm the biggest fool here right now because I think that most of these people can get it, or that if they did get it, they'd fucking do something different. They can't even figure out that on Slave Book that gold and silver and Bitcoin are not going up because of Donald Trump. They're going up because everyone's losing their faith in the dollar backed by nothing. You're in an everything bubble. It's called extreme inflation deflation. Another economic hit is coming on the horizon. Another greater depression event in between fake world wars that are staged by the funded terrorists to divide everybody and conquer everybody and divide up their property and rights. If we could just get enough bills and acts passed, if we can just get you all deep enough into debt to the corporation. Year after year, more and more in debt with the corporation, and they're telling us how good it's doing. Imagine owning a business where you keep voting for presidents, vice presidents, and treasurers, which is what U.S. corporation is. Just corporate positions. You keep voting them in and they go, what are the projections? We're going to do greater than ever. We're never going to stop winning. You just racked up another 20 trillion in debt. Imagine this. The average slave is such a fool and willing to repeat lies. They say we're doing better than ever as the debt is growing. This is the mind of the average slave nowadays. Completely non-credible, pun intended, credit able, completely indebted, not only to the deceiver and that spirit, but to the corporations who run them and own their life. And they're claiming they're doing better than ever. Better than ever is not insolvency. Okay? That's delusion, denial, dysfunction, and disempowerment. And that's what most of you are engaged in. But it doesn't matter because Donnie's selling a watch and he knows more about business than anything, including grass. He knows more about grass than anything. Grass has life. We have life. Did you know that? Yeah. He's selling a watch. He survived an assassination attempt. Bitcoin's through the roof because they're all supporting digital slavery to track you and trace you. So they can do another economic hit and move you over to another economic system when they're done doing the hit. It's fucking plain as day they're going to do it. And I'm presuming and assuming here. I'm predicting. So file this away, come back and talk to me later if I'm just completely off the mark because I don't know history. And that history, if it doesn't repeat, rhymes. So all you got to do is go back and look at one nation at one period of time and understand what's really going on and then lay that mapping over the whole and realize it's the same dark age, light age cycle loop for the same reasons every time. But see, this time we have an opportunity. And I'm sure at every time in history, there's someone like me in the back somewhere who isn't out front with the lamestream media and all of the usual suspects, who's, you know, rather loudly and fervently telling a one truth, one life, one way story that's going to inspire people to do and be what they need to do and be to be where they need to be in order to, quote unquote, inherit the earth. See? And to start again, continue the conscious and awareness moving forward, while the rest of these people literally go to hell in a handbasket, because that's what they do. And we're coming up on 250 years, if you're wondering. And guess how long the average empire lasts? Guess how long the average corporation masquerading as a land and its people lasts at a certain state? You guessed it, 250 years on average. We're coming up on that quick, people. Another coincidence? No, we're right on time. Okay? And that's okay, because in order to get an option to clear the board and recreate or recreate, sometimes we need to tear down the corrupt and rusted out edifice to make a new for something potentially bigger and better. Let's hope, let's have faith this time that you don't completely give more of your property and rights over so they can turn this nationalistic state of into a worldly state. You know, the New World Order idea, right? Old World Order was so like, you know, so crude, you know, so barbaric. New World Order, we're going to get the whole world to be one state, and it's going to like take on who we want's technology that they admit comes from some when else, potentially, some way or someone else, some altered dimension, because that's what the scientists and these folks say. They go somewhere and they get the understanding and they bring it back here and then they build it. So, you know, we got to kind of get rid of those pesky nation states, and we got to get everybody under WHO, NIH, DC, and all the rest of these centralized corporations. And we got to get everybody like Iran and Russia and others, North Korea, under a centralized banking system. Okay. So is it possible they couldn't get it done with the Rothschild centralized banking system with paper backed by nothing, who own all the corporations that you call government? So we're going to like do it with digitized currency. Everyone's on board with that so far. Everyone's going to fall into that because it's going to be so convenient, don't you know? And if you don't, we're going to bring our troops around and we're going to tell you what you're going to get and not get and how you'll be able to defend yourself and not. And then maybe some funded folks, we didn't have nothing to do with it, will attack you until you submit, right? Till they get your stupid people around you to like lobby together to submit. See? Got to stop whatever we've been doing and come under this new umbrella, because if not, Hamas is going to attack us again, and ISIS and Taliban and Al-Qaeda and all the rest of it. They'll get a clue at some point here, folks. Don't worry about it. Paul is on fire. For a while, I was afraid I wouldn't get my twice-a-week dose of insults and... Okay. I get it. Like, you know, you say you like that. Maybe you do. But beneath the surface, there's probably a bit of resentment. You know, so look for that. Make sure that that bitterness and resentment is not there, because I'm not insulting you or others. It's only an insult if you play into what I'm describing. If you see it as I see and understand it as I do, and you just do nothing to create an understanding or source of inspiration for yourself and others, well, then it's an insult. It's not from me to you or from you to me. It's an insult for all of us under God and to our conscience and our own intelligence. There's the insult. The free will. That's the fucking insult. Okay. So if you're not doing that and you're doing better for yourself and others, then you're not here to be insulted. Again, you can only be insulted by what I'm saying if A, you understand that it's true and you do nothing about it and insult your own intelligence and the cosmic intelligence here that created all this and loops it ad infinitum to give everyone the experience in the simulation, right? That's when it becomes an actual insult. If not, I'm inspiring here today. I'm animated and I'm animating, right? I'm inspiring others to get active and animated, not to do loss, injury, and harm, but to pay their debts, right? To be who and what they were born to be and meant to be, to create a new way for themselves. The meek shall inherit the earth. I'm preaching, like they like to say. It's another way, I guess you can put it. I didn't know I was doing that until someone told me. Right. So let's get to it. We're going to go lightning round. We're already coming up on the second hour. Time flies when you're yelling and screaming. I'm very passionate here, as you know. Amen, Brother Paul. So Society Brotherhood. Shout out to you. You flew here. We grew here by Ilhan Omar. More feeding into the propaganda. No, Paul, no resentment. It was totally tongue-in-cheek, and you should know that about me. Okay, I'll accept that. Again, I wasn't presuming and assuming. I wasn't projecting. I was just, feeling around a little bit. Pushing a couple buttons to see what's there. Only you can present. Excuse me, only you can prevent not only forest fires, but bitterness and resentment. I'm still working on it. If you haven't noticed. One man's passionate inspiration is another man's bitterness and resentment. There's always a fine line there. Righteous indignation, as some have said. Parasites should not be comfortable. Well, see, the key is to understand the potential for symbiotic relationships, right? There is a good chance that in any organism, there's a symbiotic relationship to where what we think is attacking us is actually attacking the thing that's attacking us. Okay, there's been some speculation on that, right? Like if you got parasites in the body politic and they all go to certain areas to eat up tumors and lumps, they go, oh, the tumors and lumps that are there are cancer and they're also parasites. No, maybe the parasites become aware of the tumors and lumps and they come in to feed off of it. So in a way, there's a symbiotic relationship. If your country wasn't full of tumors and lumps as a body politic, you wouldn't be drawing in all these parasites to fucking feed on them and suck it up and eat it up. Okay? So moral of the story, stop being lumped up and infected, right? Heal yourself, get yourself in balance and alignment, and the parasites will probably not find a suitable home there to suck and feed, right? They'll go elsewhere potentially. That's and again, potentially key word. Understand that when I come here, a lot of the times I'm not playing word games. I'm choosing my words carefully at certain points in the sentence to leave it open for interpretation, because I don't claim to be an expert on anything really. A lot of this stuff just seems obvious to me. And I will speculate and ask questions about what the experts have deduced. Okay. So, yeah, we need to understand the supposed potential symbiotic relationship, not only in the body, but as within, so without, right? When it comes to these parasites in or out of uniform, maybe, just maybe, the reason there's so many of them is because this place has become ripe for their picking. And if we start to change that, like we did on Denver and are doing on Denver, then there's less of an opportunity for these parasites to find a viable, suitable host. Okay? Because they have nothing to feed on. They have no way to slither themselves in and no way to sustain them, right? Trevor, call in 602-730-0122. I pick and choose still. Let's see. What is Trevor saying? See if we can help Trevor out. Jeeps, you remember me? Where's Timmy? Okay. Good advice, Trevor. Call in. Call in if you got something, if you're looking for something, whatever. See if we can be of service to you and help you in some way. All right, let's get to it. Lightning round. Clips. Remember this one? Let's go to this one. These are nostalgic clips at times. Some of them are current. Some of them are flashbacks to notable moments. So I don't know if you can see this guy on this format from where you guys are from, but this guy like invokes safety. This guy makes you feel trusting and comfortable. He makes you feel like he's competent and capable as well. Let's go to some money talking.
There's enough cash in the financial system, and there is an
yeah, like I don't know if you can see it, but this guy has the Cash Patel look. You know, you go back and look at Cash Patel. There was before the Epstein files and after, right? Once he saw those files, he showed up like this. I think they might have given him something to put a pep in his step too. You know, they slipped him a Mickey, as they used to say back in the day. But yeah, this guy has the Cash Patel look, and those are the people I trust implicitly, the ones who show up like this and go, there's an infinite amount of debt notes backed by nothing that we could just keep printing up while we inflate, deflate, and do economic hits. And let's couple that with the time that the famous economic advisor for like 3 to 5 administrations, I think it was 5. I'd rather go under than go over, because then people say, oh, you're lying. You said 5. It's really 4. So I'm going to say 3 to be conservative. I think it's 5. So keep me honest. Report on that if it's wrong. Let's go to the time that the economic head advisor for 3 to 5 administrations could not explain to an interviewer what money was or how it worked, and just threw his hands up in the air eventually and fucking tried to move on, because who really cares, right? Am I right?
The U.S. government can't go bankrupt because we can print our own money.
Uh-huh.
It obviously begs the question, why exactly are we borrowing in a currency that we print ourselves? I'm waiting for someone to stand up and say, why do we borrow our own currency in the first place?
Like you said, they print the dollar. So why does the government even borrow?
Well, again, some of this stuff gets, some of the language that some of the language and concepts are just confusing. I mean, the government definitely prints money, and it definitely lends that money, which is why the government definitely prints money, and then it lends that money by selling bonds. Is that what they do? They sell bonds.
No, totally.
They sell bonds.
Yeah.
Right. So they sell bonds, and people buy the bonds and lend them the money. Yeah. So a lot of times, at least to my ear with MMT, the language and the concepts can be kind of unnecessarily confusing, but there is no question that the government prints money, and then it uses that money to I guess I can't really talk. I don't get it. I don't know what they're talking about. Like, because it's like the government clearly prints money. It does it all the time, and it clearly borrows. Otherwise, we wouldn't be having this debt and deficit conversation. So I don't think there's anything confusing there.
No, not at all. And for those of you who are confused out there, it's totally a you thing. I don't think the guy could have been any more clear and straight to the point with his understanding of what this all is, right? Doesn't that make you feel secure and safe and trusting in the US dollar and whatever it's not backed by, and who's doing all the handling of it? No, that's not AI, as Jeeps point out. That is an actual clip verified from a head economic advisor of 3 to 5 administrations. Okay. So let's move along here. We got Donnie Trump this week admitting to the reporters that nobody knows more about hell than he does. He says he will not be getting to heaven for some weird reason. Again, the presumption is that we all agree that heaven exists in the way we're told it does. I don't necessarily know that to be true, so I'm not going to believe in that because I don't know that, and whatever, it might, and I guess we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. But Donnie pretty sure, I guess, 1, that heaven exists, and that 2, he's not going to be getting there for, I guess, maybe some reasons that might be held on a list somewhere. I don't know. And I'm guessing that the God of creation forgives all beings here if they seek forgiveness and repentance. So maybe Donnie is like on a list somewhere of reasons why he's going to hell. And maybe he's so prideful and arrogant that he refuses to repent and reform himself. That's what makes the best leaders, isn't it? Makes the best heads of corporations, I would think. So let's go to that. Let's go to your daddy. And by the way, like, share, subscribe, restream, get involved here, okay? Algorithm doesn't like me for some weird reason sometimes. So blast it out, get it out there. You are the co-contributors here. And I started a new movement. MASA is how you pronounce it. And it's Make America Slaved Again, courtesy of Donnie. So your MASA, Big Donnie Corleone, telling us how he's not going to get into heaven, which is kind of a weird thing for someone who's so great and so touched by Jesus, who's here to do the work, Here to make America great again. It's kind of odd why he would be believing that he won't wind up in heaven.
Weeks ago, you were doing an interview and you talked about how you hope to end the war in Ukraine because it might help you get into heaven. How does this help? Does this help?
I mean, you know, I'm being a little cute. I don't think there's anything going to get me in heaven. Okay, I really don't. I think I'm not maybe heaven bound. I may be in heaven right now as we fly in Air Force One. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to make heaven. But I've made life a lot better for a lot of people. And, you know, as an
unsettled weather.
That's right. Maria's here with a look at the forecast. When can we expect those prefrontal showers?
Well, I'm glad you were listening. My last weather hit, Bob.
Listening and questioning.
That's what he does. You know? That's what you do. We're anticipating perhaps today some prefrontal showers. Yes, indeed. This
When is
weather
it going to get to full frontal?
Well,
you had to say it, didn't you?
Maybe if you were patient, you could see the actual models and.
All right, I don't know. Some flirting going on there between the two newscasters. I don't know how he went from Donnie clip right into that. I would say technical difficulties, but I didn't do anything or not do anything on my end. I guess they're just spliced together. So we're not going to find either because that sort of repartee, if you will, is rather vomitous. You know, that back and forth there between the inauthentic corporate males and females. Okay. Let's just move right along here. Let's not ask too many questions. We're all afraid of what we might find. That's a common theme. That's the American way. Johnny, 20-point peace plan. Will it hold after bombing everything and taking it to make more money with it? And blaming the terrorists that some might say they're all funding. On Monday, President Donald Trump visited the Middle East to promote a landmark peace agreement aimed at ending more than 2 years of escalating conflict between Israel and Hamas in Gaza. The deal includes a 20-point proposal and a formal declaration co-signed by regional leaders, outlining a vision for peace, stability, and reconstruction across the region. Backed by international support, the ceasefire hinges on Hamas disarming and relinquishing control. Okay, it goes on and on and on. The Oslo Accords, it mentions, we're going to skip to the bottom because this is all just a healthy amount of bullshit. Keep the collectivists kind of feeling good about what's going on. I appreciate that. For many Israelis, this represented a hopeful shift, a chance to end decades of hostilities and secure peace through diplomacy. Palestinians, it was a step towards self-determination, offering limited autonomy and recognition of their national aspirations. Right. More double talk for we're taking everything, we're naming it what we want, and if you're lucky, we'll allow you to exist. They're bombing you into oblivion. And redistributing your wealth, of course, you know, because we're good democratic socialists masquerading as Republicans. Don't you know? Trump's 2020 plan. Long promised Middle East peace plan, peace to prosperity. I can barely even get through this. Alongside Israel Prime Minister Bibi, everybody's favorite. Bibi's our baby. Netanyahu at the White House, crafted by Trump advisor Jared Kushner. He's involved in a lot of stuff, huh? We don't see too much of him anymore, but he's always, right below the surface. The proposal lean on economic incentives, political restructuring to resolve Israeli-Palestinian conflict, more double talk. Palestinian leaders excluded from the process, swiftly rejected the plan. It's weird. They're doing peace plans, but they're ignoring one side of the peace plan. It's kind of weird. The new 20-point plan. Here's what I've been looking for. I want the actual 20-point plan. I want to know what Donnie's aims and goals are here. See how much double talk that we have and can even get through. The new peace plan is first major breakthrough since October 7, 2023, when Hamas, or someone who was called Hamas, because some folks have said that terror attacks are staged. I wouldn't say that. That's wild and crazy stuff. Conspiracy theory. Surprise attack on Israel, killing about 1,200 people and taking more than 250 hostages. Triggering a devastating 2-year war in Gaza. Palestinian Health Ministry in Gaza reports at least 67,000 people killed. including more than 20,000 children and roughly 170,000 injured. Those damn terrorists. Good thing Donnie and all the rest of these corporations were around to go deeper into debt to save them from themselves, supposedly, or save them from something that was created by someone else that they don't want to talk about. Plan seeks to end the Gaza war and rebuild the territory as a demilitarized, terror-free zone under international oversight. Isn't that interesting? More global government? Of course. But that's what we need to keep things safe. You know, Hamas and the other terrorists just start to disappear and dissolve once we get all those world government roots into place. It's the weirdest thing ever. If accepted, fighting would stop immediately. Israeli forces would pull back. Hostage would be exchanged for prisoners within 72 hours. Will it hold? The first phase of the plan, including release of Israeli hostages and Palestinian prisoners, has so far been successful. But issues have emerged as implementation continues. A senior Hamas official accused Israel of violating the ceasefire, claiming at least 24 people were killed in shootings since Friday. He said a list of alleged violations had been submitted to mediators. So already the peace deal potentially failing because the most peaceful and loving, caring side supposedly can't stop killing people, can't stop its bloodlust. Who knows, right? At the end of the day, who really knows what it all is? Right? It's all projection, presumption, assumption, speculation, rejection, and even denial at times, right? It's a whole ball of wax. Trump says he has authorized covert CIA operations in Venezuela, and that makes sense because, as we know, according to them, CIA and other organizations were literally created to overthrow other governments and to do corporate takeover to assimilate, and then, of course, redistribute property and various resources because we're democratic socialists. Again, like I said, masquerading as Republicans. Okay? Conservatives and all the rest of it. Doesn't matter. All the same nonsense over and over again. You can call it something different. It all looks the same and goes the same way. What can the CIA do on Trump's orders in Venezuela? Donnie has acknowledged that he has authorized the CIA to conduct covert operations on Venezuela, a highly unusual admission of what is normally a highly sensitive and tightly guarded state secret. The authorization, more typically known as a presidential finding, could give the agency broad leeway to conduct operations in the region, including lethal strikes against suspected drug traffickers. Oh, of course. How did I not guess that? We're still fighting a war on drugs. By the way, is there a war United States has ever actually won? They've completely failed the war on drugs. They started a war on drugs. There's more people on drugs and more drugs now than ever. So congratulations for United States Corporation for not only losing every war with people you've ever started, for losing a war on inanimate objects, including drugs. The drugs have won, folks. So much so, Pfizer, Moderna. Oh, right. Those are legal drugs. Sorry. What's my satellite? Yeah, we got satellite feed from the producer. Okay. They're telling me I have to make a distinction there because not all drugs are the same. There's legal ones and illegal ones. Okay, so Pfizer, Moderna, and all the rest are literally running this country along with Bill Gates. Sorry, not this country, this corporation that you all think is a country. While they're going around the world fighting other wars and wars at home for people based on drugs and what would be called free trade in another lifetime, right? Consenting adults trading in whatever goods, services, or substances they wish to put into their body, which is their right because we thought we owned our own bodies. No, you don't. United States Corporation and Venezuela as a corporation owns all of its slave citizens' bodies, and they will decide with policy, statute, and code what you put in there. Okay. And if you decide to engage in free choice and free will and free trade, maybe we just fucking bomb you or send in a corporation to take you over so that we can get you right for yourself for safety. Okay. What the fuck would we do without these people keeping us all safe is my go-to question every time. I wouldn't know what to do with myself. I'm constantly sitting around racking my brain going, what would U.S. corporations say about this? How safe is it? Should I go ahead with it? Let's play the clip.
Why did you authorize the CIA to go into Venezuela? And is there more information you can share about these strikes on the alleged?
Well, I can't
drug
do
boats in
that,
the
but
Caribbean?
I authorized for two reasons, really. Number one, they have emptied their prisons into the United States of America. They came in through the, they came in through the border. They came in because we had an open border policy. And as soon as I heard that, I said, a lot of these countries, they're not the only country, but they're the worst abuser. And they've entered they've allowed thousands and thousands of prisoners, mental institution, people from mental institutions, insane asylums, emptied out into the United States. We're bringing them back, but that's a really bad, and they did it at a level that probably not, many countries have done it, but not like Venezuela. They were down and dirty. And the other thing are drugs. We have a lot of drugs coming in from Venezuela. And a lot of the Venezuelan drugs come in through the sea, so you get to see that. But we're going to stop them by land also.
Does the CIA have authority to take out Maduro?
Oh, I don't want to answer a question like that. That's a ridiculous question for me to be given. Not really a ridiculous question, but wouldn't it be a ridiculous question for me to answer? But I think Venezuela is feeling heat, but I think a lot of other countries are feeling heat too. We're not going to let this country, our country, be ruined because other people want to drop, as you say, their worst. They have given us their worst. They've loaded up our country with prisoners, with mentally ill people that are seriously ill, criminally ill, and we're not going to take it. And so, I mean, it's just one of those things. And I can tell you, we've taken care of the sea. There's nobody, and we're watching. And if we see it, we'll save it.
No al cambio de régimen. Que nos recuerda...
If we see it, that's our new motto. If we see it, we'll save it. If we become aware of something unsafe you're doing, we will keep you safe. Okay, you won't even have to ask, and you're going to pay for it too, of course, which is your duty and obligation. That only makes sense. Trevor, I think I remember you now. You said you haven't been here in a while. You're the dunce who asks me foolish questions like this and tries to project and presume things to make me look a certain way. This is why I don't like you and people like you. And this is why I told you probably 2 years ago, get gone from here. Don't come back. Okay. Because you just heard me go on a whole rant and ramble, and all you took out of that, everything I just said was, and show you, all you got out of it was, so Paul, you're against the ceasefire being signed to stop innocent people getting slaughtered. Yeah, I'm for slaughter. You didn't know? Let me go down the list of things I'm for, right? Because I'll talk about the Epstein list too, and you might garner from that and ask me an honest question that, so Paul, you're into like everybody getting caught up in scandals, or you're just into like child rape. So yeah, let's go down the list of shit that I'm for, that I support. I got Make America Slaved Again. I support that. Child rape, I'm totally into that, if you haven't noticed. Okay. What else are we into? What did he ask just before? Right. Well, I'm for slaughter. Okay. I'm totally for non-ceasefires, non-peace deals. Just keep shooting each other. I'm for fucking death and slavery and genocide. Didn't you notice? Haven't you noticed that's all of what this broadcast is about? Is I'm totally into slavery and genocide and death worship. Oops, that's you. Sorry, I got confused there for a second because your question threw me off and I had to reflect because it's an honest, honorable question. Turns out that's you and everyone else you keep serving and sucking the feet of, okay? So stop projecting onto me. And again, you're foolish enough to believe that a terroristic group will stop doing terror. Like it's what they do. It's like saying, I'm going to stop broadcasting because someone signed a deal somewhere. I'm not. It's what I do. I do broadcast. Hamas does terror shit. I don't see terrorists stopping terrorism because someone signed papers. What else are they going to do? Go back to knitting something? Are they going to go like work at a movie theater and be an usher, tear tickets? What are we saying? What are you saying? Is it possible that you're against common fucking sense and truth and historical reference, and you're so dunced out you would believe that terrorists are going to stop doing terror because someone signed papers somewhere? And again, that doesn't call your attention to the fact that maybe the terrorists were funded and told what to do from the beginning, because as soon as they signed papers, they stopped. And now the supposed terrorists have a head of the organization who's saying, we stopped doing terror, guys. We totally stopped. Like, yeah. We totally stopped doing terror. We're totally not on it right now, right? But Israel just won't fucking stop shooting us and other people. What do you make of that exactly? I'm saying there's a good chance they're all doing it. I'm saying that there's no lack, as Donnie just pointed out, of criminally minded, sick asylum cases in this world who can be wound up to do all types of evil and bizarre shit for pay and promises of worldly power positions. Why you all keep voting, quite frankly. That's who's running for all that, by the way. So, yeah, maybe I'm just not really into that. I'm just not into this false idea of authority and corporations masquerading as countries and using fraudulent court systems to interfere with everyone's rights and take their property. While you all point at me and go, so what are you saying, Paul? You into non-ceasefires and people shooting each other? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You totally got it. You're definitely a tax-paying voting slave. There's no denying it. If Paul calls me up, I'll tell him why the United States has to be in constant state of war. The presumption is that I don't believe that I already understand why United States Corporation has to constantly be at war, because it's inhabited by the same antithetical force that comes to kill, steal, and destroy and animate humans through deception and antichrist non-values. So yeah, it's a spirit that's been here from the beginning of time. And in order to have this simulation and this experience, so we can know God and know the truth and serve it, you got to have an opposer, right? You have to have sort of a dualistic dynamic here, right? So again, the presumption is that I don't understand or know why spiritually this is happening. And the best part about it is we still get a choice on who and what we are, what we embody, and what we create and serve or not, right? Okay, Carl, I get that. I get that there's bills and acts that they wrote up being inhabited by this force that codifies the spirit of their Luciferian law, that in order for them to extract whatever, because I'll just say spiritually, energy, resources, energy, in order for them to do what they're doing and get what they want, which is your soul and whatever extends off of it, they had to codify their law, their Luciferian law, to make sure that they're always doing death worship. So they're always summoning this energy in. So it's always inhabiting them and giving them the plans and the technology and all the rest of it that it promises them is going to give them eternal life through technological means. I get that. That's just one worldly aspect of an otherworldly dynamic from my mind, from my perspective. And folks are free to call me crazy and you know, say that they don't see that or understand that. That's just my understanding and what I've kind of had revealed to me and what makes the most sense and what is biblically sound as well. Not saying the Bible is the unaltered word of God, quite far from it. But within these scriptures and ancient texts are one truth, one life, one way ideas and experiences, and we can correlate with our own experience rather than sight. Right. So I do think this is principalities in high places. I do think this is spiritual before it's physical. And I think that the physical can be reverse engineered back to a spiritual or conscious or unconscious component, if you want to talk clinically. So, but yeah, I think this is even above and beyond just the lowest level of sub-psychological criminal minded and heartedness. Right. I think that this is a spiritual simulation based dynamic that manifests as something that we can analyze and define with clinical language, certain ways, right? With certain mappings, if that makes sense. All right. Carl, you're free to call in. The number's there for everybody. I don't know if you need a special invitation or not, but we don't need to be scrolling in chat. If you want to call in and give your take or your perspective, You're free to do so. I don't have to believe what you believe or understand this the way that you do. I'm open to it to an extent. And I'm not even denying what you're saying. I've given this rap to other people that if we look in the Constitution, you're going to realize you don't know what's in there and what the implications are. Again, I believe this all comes from somewhere or somewhen else, to kind of be a little bit cheeky, as they've said, right? So, you are making the claim that there's nothing spiritual or otherworldly here. I'm not. So that's your perspective. You're free to have that. I'm saying everything you see here is a manifestation of the unseen. And the more we understand the unseen, the more we can reverse engineer what is shown here and trace it back to a certain core resource, right? Source of emanation. Okay. So I don't think the head of World Freemasonry and all these folks for thousands of years at this point, hundreds and thousands of years, have all alluded to the same spirit and even named it and have talked about what it does for them and with them, because the Constitution is all that there is. I don't believe that. The Constitution is a bump in the road, right? A minor expression of the opposing idea of the Christed Holy Spirit. And it's been heavily amended and twisted and just more deception, right? There's multiple versions. Again, the spirit of the law and the spirit of humanity peeks through a lot of these people, places, and things in codification. But it doesn't seem that we've completely understood it or embraced it. And then there's another spirit that kind of shows itself more and more over and over again throughout time. And it always comes to do the same things with the same types of people to the same ends. I don't think those are all coincidences, the way that I'm seeing it and experiencing it. I think that it is an otherworldly dynamic that manifests here as what's shown. And what's shown repeats, if not rhymes, because of everything I just said and laid out, okay? So, that's why this is the Paul Enslaved broadcast, not the Carl Lentz broadcast. And then Carl comes here and goes, man, you should just make your broadcast 10 minutes. And so what? Who cares? Who cares about the rest of this? Then I go off on what I care about, what I'm interested in and talking about. And then he's going to come here to tell me it's not that. Well, it is, according to me and my understanding and experience. If you have a differing perspective, you're free to call in and give that. But the same thing goes for Carl Lentz, one of the people who I hold in somewhat of a high regard and have respect for. That goes for everybody else. You don't get to monopolize here and co-opt and project your perspective and understanding onto me and what I'm doing here. And I will not agree with you at times, and that's okay. See? I'm thinking of rebranding and naming this at some point Paulie Knows It All, or The World According to Paul. So there'll be no misunderstandings, that I get to say what I want here, and it's my perspective. And if it changes authentically over time, great. Most do through real life experience. I want to do that organically and authentically. I don't want anyone interfering with that process. 612. Is that Mr. Lentz?
Hello?
Okay. Well, can I get a name from you?
Yes, my name is Rose, and I thought I'd call in and have a little debate going.
Okay, go ahead, Rose. Questions, comments, concerns, or presentments? What do you got?
So your statement that most of what we see in society is reflected by a parallel or metaphysical component, correct?
Seems to be so. I can't prove it.
Have you ever looked up Gnosticism?
I've looked into it and pretty much everything that's out there to some extent, right? I'm not going to say everything, but the good majority of whatever is peddled in these marketplaces of ideas, I've looked at to some extent. But go on, feel free.
Understood. So, when it comes down to the state of humanity and the state of the world, I am at the opinion that either God is not real or God is extremely evil, and that, because I believe in a soul, and I believe that there is more to reality than the world that we see, but the world that we see has a certain energy to it. Like the God of this world seems to be composed entirely of that energy, and it seems to constantly pull things into a downward slope.
I don't deny that this seems to be a realm of entropy, and the whole experience of time is that over time, nothing is permanent. That is at least the physical aspect. And again, there's a duality here. So there's the physical and metaphysical. The physical is subjected to laws of creation, and one of them is entropy. The non-physical is immutable and impervious to what is experienced through the physical, right? So this is back to that one truth, one life, one way, eternal life idea, that we come here to distinguish between the two. We come here to have the experience to know what is of the dead, right? What is real versus what is the illusion. What is subject to entropy and what is eternal, right? So I don't see how one could come up with the conclusion just by objectively witnessing within themselves and within life here that this is all one thing. Everything we see here is dualistic, right? So you could even break it down to a masculine and a feminine component if you wanted to look at it that way. But yeah, again, this is all just speculation, I guess you could say. I don't know if you could prove anything here. Actually, you could just stack evidence so high that we're forced to
correct.
look at it.
Everything is speculative.
Secular?
Oh, I said everything is speculative.
Oh, speculative.
I'm a little distracted by my cats right now. They're trying to pull down the blinds.
Right. So yeah, I don't oftentimes disagree with what you or others put forward. I just see a acceptance of that, and then more beyond that story that's told or what's shown, right? So I don't believe conscious and awareness can ever die. It just transmutes, right? The energy, the consciousness, the awareness. We take on the body, right? We use the body. It doesn't mean we are the body. So the body is in the world and somewhat of it, and it's subjected to the laws of this creation, and certain energies and elements that work on it, right? But again, we could go back 5,000 years and there will still be a being in a physical form who conveys the same ideas that are based in pure consciousness and awareness as somebody 5,000 years later. It's not because we're all necessarily copying each other and taking each other's rap. It's because if we do the same process in the same world, we come to the same understandings and conclusions. That's evidence of truth. That's also evidence of a creation where we are part of the co-creation and are discovering who and what we are and what's behind the creation on quote unquote both sides, right? And there's a good chance that for this reality to exist, you need a polarity or a duality. It seems to be one of the aspects of energetic law here, right? So I don't see that as objectively bad and evil. I see that as necessary to have the experience. And through having the experience, more is revealed about what that experience is and isn't. And kind of everything in between. That's just my evidence of creation, LOLW, logic chaining. Okay, feel free to come up if you want to pin me down to something or have me be more specific. But again, I don't need to logic chain because my experience, my firsthand experience, and pretty much anyone else here who is respectable, and respectable just meaning taking a second look at, has to come to the conclusion on some level that this didn't all just come out of nowhere and nothingness. Okay, so maybe
I guess the question I have next
crazy. Go ahead.
I guess the question I have next is if you say that there is a parallel to the physical and the spiritual, at what point does that parallel reflect upwards to the spiritual, like as above, as below?
You say at what point? I don't presume to know where the line begins or ends on that. That's part of the revelation of the practice of being present and aware and using discernment to go beyond what you think it is, what you feel it is, what it used to be to you versus what it becomes as far as belief systems. So seemingly to no end, right? I mean, if we're in a holographic reflective universe, to some extent, then everything is a reflection of something else. The question is, can you see it or understand it? You know, so I think there's a difference between what it is versus comprehension of what it is, if that makes sense. But again, all you'd have to do is look within and look around, and it'll start to crystallize and show itself that this is a holographic reflective domain, that whatever's going on in here to some extent is going on out there and in every other self out there, right? And by proxy, whatever's going on in here and inside of everyone else, we make ourselves in the world, right? And then when you look at the world and reverse engineer back to the subconscious mind of each individual and the collective consciousness, it starts to become clear what we all believe about ourselves and each other and about this place and what it can be or can't be. So within experiencing what it is with discernment, we come to understand why it is, how it got that way, and that it's a product of who and what we are on the lowest level, right? Because on the highest level, I don't think there's any separation. On the lowest level, I think our main separation is the perspective and the understanding, the application, and the results. You know, those are experiential components. So I don't know if I'm languaging this out to make it make sense for others, what I'm kind of seeing and experiencing. But yeah, on the highest level, I would see pure consciousness and awareness. On the lowest level, it would be the individuation of pure consciousness and awareness to have the experience of oneself. Through the practice of having revealed to us what that oneself is, the lowest level of individuated consciousness dissolves, and we return back to a recognition and an experience of the collective consciousness, what has been described from the beginning of time as cosmic consciousness, enlightenment, nirvana, the kingdom of heaven on earth as it is in heaven, right? These to me are all ideas that reflect this one idea of this experience, that we are one on the highest level, we're individuated on the lowest level. We need that to have the experience. The more we work the practice and walk in the way, the more the idea of individual self dissolves, right? The Tao speaks to this, that the revelation in Taoism of self is that there is no self. And if you sit with that and contemplate on that and live the truth, right? Seek truth and be set free, you'll start to realize what that means. That there is only individuated aspects of a collective conscious or unconscious. There's that reflection again. And through this understanding and sort of aligning with it, we throw off this deception or illusion of individuated self to come back to a more holistic state of beingness. It's reflected in the process of enslavement. You couldn't take a bunch of different specialized people, bring them together and have them agree on anything, including what color the sky is, let alone that certain things are true and real for all of us if they look within, right? So that journey to understanding self reveals there is no real self. There is only the one self that gives way to the revelation of truth, life, and way. And to me, that is the story of Holy Spirit or the idea of the Christed consciousness. And that's why that story is the same story told over and over again in different forms from the beginning of time till the end of time. It's the only story that matters to us while we're in a material form, because it's the only story that reminds us our material form is not who and what we really are. And there is no beginning and end to this.
I guess my next question is that you sincerely believe that we currently are.
I can't understand what you're saying. Try to mess with your phone there or get close to it.
All right, is this any better?
Not really.
Is this any better?
You're gonna call back?
Let me put on speakerphone. That might. I have a really busted up old phone. Is this any better?
Yeah, that seems to be better.
Perfect. So I guess my question is you truly believe that we live in a simulacrum or a simulated experience, correct?
I don't truly believe anything. I'm experiencing and then talking about what my experience seems to be, well aware that there's a good chance that all of us are deceived or can only comprehend on many levels to a certain level, right? So I don't ever completely believe pretty much anything. I can tell you what my experience is and what I can suppose that it means, or even make connections if I'm lucky, but it does not really benefit me or serve me to believe anything beyond a certain point, right? If anything, it's and even this is a scary claim. I would have to claim I know certain things, and then everything else I don't know. And the majority of what I'm talking about, I can't claim to know conclusively is what it is. I'm lucky if I can figure out what I know to be true for me and what I'm going to do and not do. So,
I guess then my next question is, based off of your personal experiences and your subjective opinions, would you believe that this current model of consciousness is benign, malign, or apathetic?
The model of consciousness that I'm experiencing or that I'm putting forth the understanding of as I experience it.
The
What
model we have to share, for instance, this life on Earth.
I think that it's a potentially a blending. I think that revelation, this idea of revelation of higher self or higher ordered beingness, compels us to be as benevolent as possible for ourselves and others, if nothing else, just because we come to recognize that it's a better experience than the alternative, right? And then we could, I guess, sort of have our own experience and speculate what the will of the creator is, up to a certain point. True enough. So I think it's neutral in some senses, like in the sense of having to accept that this place has to have certain things in order to have the whole experience, to come to know self. True enough, right? If not the whole truth, true enough. And I think the more that we know self, the more it becomes apparent what we're wanting to do or what we should do, based on what makes sense, right? So I guess cultivating a sensibility, to use empathy, right, or true care in order to make a decision that is best for ourselves and all beings, right? So I just look at my life, and it seems that it's on a track, like just constantly on the track of, if I choose to step into that mission statement or that practice, to look back at myself, what I'm doing and being, what I'm creating, and how does that affect myself and other people, and then make a change. So I guess you could say benevolent in that sense. But that doesn't negate or disregard the lower aspects of self that are in the world and of it, that are just kind of part of our beingness to have the experience. And then you could argue, are those aspects of our beingness meant to be there forever? And if so, what is their role and function? And I believe that they kind of work in tandem. So the ultimate revelation of higher self is a benevolent experience where you start to care more about yourself and other beings and do better for yourself and by proxy other beings, right? That to me is the root word of community, communing with higher sense of self, and getting in line with some order that is benevolent for ourselves and each other. It seems we can only know that or go on that path if the dark side of the force is present within and without, because it's the one thing that compels us to do and be and have better is the pain, right? The darkness, the fear, if we let it be. If not, it can destroy us and detract from that process that I just outlined. So that's, again, more evidence to me of the creator and the creation, this idea of allowing, and this has been told in pretty much every scripture, this idea of allowing the dark side of the force or understanding the dark side of the force is part of a dualistic creational experience. And by it being there, the other is there. And the only way to know one is to know the other, or to experience one in order to know the other. Right. So, and I could just go to every aspect of my life. I wouldn't be losing weight over the past year and doing fasting and eating right and getting rid of all the toxins and crap if I didn't get sick. So we could call the dark side, the entropy aspect of creation, the dark side of the force. It's literally our greatest teacher and tester, because most people, including myself, are too ignorant to wake up and seek the truth and be set free and know themselves and commune with higher self to do and be and have better until shit gets really bad. Right. And not only are we seeing that just in my life, we're seeing that on so many folks' life who comes here, and we're seeing that within the life of the country or the nation. Right. The only way we're going to get back to caring for ourselves and serving God by serving the truth and by proxy serving ourselves and each other is when shit gets really diseased and bad and entropy takes over and we see self and collective destruction. Right. And this is what I believe gives way to periods like the light age, dark age cycles, right? Enlightenment, Renaissance periods versus dark ages. Because again, as within, so without, as above, so below. The same trip that I'm on individually, the whole world is on collectively. Whether it be individual aspects of mental, emotional, and physical health, as we call it, or diplomacy and world, sort of political endeavors, if you want to call it that. So yeah, I think that's more evidence of that holographic reflective idea that as within, so without, as above, so below. There's nothing present for one body that isn't present for every body. The question is, can you see it that way and make the connection?
One thing that I have a personal opinion on is I truly do believe that any creator of this observable universe is inherently selfish, and the creation serves its own benefit. For instance, the notation of Christ-like consciousness being a forfeiture of one's ego, that giving up one's personal self to experience wholeness and unity, the way it's been described often, can be equated to being dissolved in an intestinal tract. You know what I'm saying? Like, at the end of the day, there are other practices and other spiritual paths that are about claiming personal divinity upon oneself. And it's not by giving everything away, more so building onto what's already there.
Yeah, I don't see separations in those practices. Other people do. I see them as different portions of the overall practice. That one doesn't necessarily kill the ego or dissolve it completely. One demonstrates, the word is spelled demonstrate. One gets the darker aspects of themselves to be checked to serve a higher order that we didn't create. And by serving that higher order and that creator, we serve ourselves more adequately than we would have if we were actually selfish. So to become truly selfish in a positive way is true selflessness, and vice versa, right? So I think we have to make the distinction of what selfishness is in a positive way, caring for oneself and seeking the truth above all other people, places, and things and experiences here, versus neglecting that in order to engage in hedonism and blasphemy and all the rest of it with no other purpose or process here. So I think the two ideas you just described are not mutually exclusive. They come one before the other, right? So I don't buy into these ideas that a being is ever going to kill off their ego completely, because if that was the case, they wouldn't have the wherewithal to get up every day and feed themselves and bathe themselves, run their business, whatever that means, do their busyness, build a house, right? Shelter themselves. You need some level of sense of self and ego, to do that. Now, the question is bodily identification or not. Are you just the body? Are you separate from everyone else? Do you live in your own world, so to speak, right? That's the unhealthy or dysfunctional aspects of selfishness. So I think that most of these words we use, we have a connotation and a meaning ascribed to them, and there's usually at least a dualistic meaning or perspective or way of looking at it. Some of the greatest people for this creation and everybody else are some of the most selfish, because they really wouldn't go out of their way to do or be part of what anybody else wants from them, beyond what God or the inner higher self calls for them. So if you are selfish to higher self, are you really selfish in a negative sense, or are you truly the most selfless being, best of a bad lot, right? And again, that's another reflection that I could see with myself, you know, in my own life. True selfishness, where I'm only out for what I think I'm supposed to be getting and willing to lie, cheat, and steal, connive to get it, and then destroying myself in the process, versus discovering myself, being all that I can be, as the army likes to say, and then expressing that in a way where other people are inspired to be more co-creative. And the revelation that we actually are more powerful and valuable when we don't lie, cheat, steal, and cut corners and play games. We're the most valuable and powerful when we surrender the lowest level of worldly control and power for a higher order form of inspiration and empowerment, right? Which is true selflessness, because there's nothing in the way of kind of spirit or higher self being made manifest. So I think most of our learning here in practice is unlearning, getting rid of the impediments between the body and the spirit behind it, right? The truest self, and then having a blending there and it all working together for oneself and every other self here, right? That's that symbiosis versus that parasite host relationship that I was talking about earlier. They're both present. Both experiences are happening, but with a different perspective, we can understand why and how it can be somewhat detrimental or somewhat beneficial. It really just comes down to what the perspective is and the experience of the experiencer, if that's making sense.
I can understand your viewpoint on things. One question I have though is that you say that a lot of your view is in service of a creator. I guess it's a two-part question. The first part is...
I like that. Can you hold there? Because you just triggered an idea of mine. How do you draw the conclusion if I am of the creation and divine, which literally means of the vine? So if we go into me, we can trace me and every other me out there, right? I am that am, back to source consciousness and awareness. So by serving the innermost me, am I not serving that? Right now, the question would then be, am I in touch with that? Am I in alignment with that? Or am I deceived? So I don't think you can find the line on, if I were to serve the innermost and truest most aspects of me, how I wouldn't be doing the same for every other self out there, because at their core, they hold the same heart with the same heart-based intelligence that reveals the same one truth, one life, one way. And the trick is, the key is discerning what is God's will from your will, right? What is the true revelation and alignment with co-creation versus what is the selfish deception, where you think you're serving the truest aspect of you inside of you and therefore every other true self, versus you're just, deceived and acting out, right? I think that's the key practice. All the rest seemingly to me is self-evident. I don't think anybody could argue against it, just based on the system's dynamics.
So as part of that two-point question, the question I was going to ask is, the creator that you mentioned, how do you truly know that it is something worth serving and that it's something that is not separate from yourself? At which point, how easy would it be for a entity that could express any amount of divine or intellectual or energetic power beyond what you can currently perceive or currently be able to manage as that being? AKA, how susceptible would you be to a trickster?
Yeah, I don't think that I could, or anyone ever could completely be able to comprehend that, discern that, and know conclusively. I think that a lot of this comes down to a process of reductionism in a way, where I go, I'm here for however long that I'm here, based on whoever, whatever gets to decide that and control that. Partially me and my choices, right? Partially maybe not. While I'm here, what do I get an opportunity to do? What is the most beneficial to myself and therefore everyone else as a community idea, right? So there's, of course, a potential for anything and everything to be part of this existence. There is a possibility that we're all deceived and we're all being tricked. So then we have to make a decision of, using what we have and what it seems to be as much as it works for us and others till we're shown different. That's why I think that this is a constant practice of self-realization and actualization, and then reflection and introspection to determine all that, right? But again, you have a house, right?
Oh yeah, I rent.
Right. So everyone here has a house. They have a covering over themselves. Everybody here is going to take in something today. Everybody here is going to do certain basic things based on who or what they are and how we have to live while we're here. So I don't see why we would need to multiply hypothesis any more than necessary to just deduce what we're supposed to do here and who or what created it to be that way, because it wasn't you and I. We didn't get up today and say, hey, we could, have our own universes and subject it to our own laws and not have to drink water or eat or whatever else. We're here. We do. So what do we do with that understanding and that information till it shows us that it's not that or something different, right? So I don't think anybody can know that. I don't think that we should spend much time trying to figure that and worry about that. I think that we should just take this as simple as possible. Nobody here wants to be a slave and be told what to do. The child comes out of the womb like that. Okay. But we need order, right? So we come to know ourselves and what a co-creational order is and what it looks and feels like in a functional manner. And the only way we could do that is by seeking the truth. So the more we seek truth, the more is revealed. And that's a long game process that may go lifetime after lifetime. So in the meantime, if we ever figure out who or what runs this place and what their actual motive is, we've been given a certain set of faculties that can deduce for us what is true or true enough and what is most beneficial enough or not, right? And of course, if we're not causing loss, injury, and harm to someone or something, then there's no reason to believe we're engaged in wrongdoing. So, yeah, we all have to eat. We all have to cover ourselves. We all have to be in community to some extent. There's slavery and genocide all around us to some extent. If we're just looking and being honest with ourselves, that may be an inherent part of this creational experience. That doesn't mean that I have to be part of it beyond a certain point or support it and pay for it. Quite the opposite. I get the option to choose to some extent who or what I'm going to be and what I'm going to do within the laws of creation and the laws of morality. No loss, injury, and harm, and no debt owed as much as possible. You need help, ask for it, right? Because if nothing else, it just feels better to do and be that than it does everything else. I know, because I've tried, right? And this is where we get the words and terms self-respect and self-care, right? Self-actualization and realization. So these words are there. They have meaning encoded in them. The meaning points to experience, and the experience points to who and what we are and or what we think we are, right? And so, again, by process of elimination and reductionism to some extent, I come to a conclusion. This is a simulation where we all come to potentially get an opportunity to learn or experience the same things. And oftentimes we don't go on that path because we're too busy learning and experiencing the same things on the other side, right? How to go to work for somebody every day. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I was just going to say, I guess the biggest question I have then is, why do you have a certainty that this is a learning experience as opposed to a prison? Like, fundamentally, if
is the prison not a learning experience? It's literally the whole reason you go there.
Oftentimes it's not. Depending on where we look at in history and the definition of what one's imprisonment is, often it's not something that is justly enforced. It's just a holding. And it serves a purpose for those who hold it. Like right now, even in America, like there's a lot of people falsely imprisoned just so they can get a little extra work out of them printing plates. So that's the big question I have is,
Why do you
are we
presume that somebody going to learn how to work for free and serve others is not a learning experience? It's literally, see, this is the difference. The wise man can take any experience and turn it into a positive for him and everyone else. I'm an example of it. The being who wants to overthink and live in denial or dysfunction or play the victim is never going to learn anything, no matter where they go and how many lifetimes they spend there. So that's, to me, more evidence of the question you asked me earlier of what the point is. Point is just that, differentiating yourself from as one from the other. So I went to jail and I learned how to just get up every day and do work because work is good for me. Because without work for me, I sit around and start conniving and lying to myself or getting fat and getting diseased and eating garbage. When I'm up and around and I'm active and I'm moving and I'm co-creating and I'm serving, I'm good as I'm going to get, right? So again, the question comes from a mind or a vision that is severely limited by what the projection of what it has to be or isn't is or isn't. I'm saying on some level, it's whatever you make of it. The old cliche, right? Life is what you make of it. So to a victim consciousness person who's not very wise, who wants to sit in their feelers instead of co-create and grow and evolve and develop and actualize and realize, they're always going to find a reason why it's bad, it's wrong, there's nothing to learn here, blah, 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 blah. While everyone else just does to be, to have better. And by taking your only impetus to work, which is cash, and teaching you the value of selfless service, you turn the being into somebody who can come out later and thrive in a business or a community, because they will continue to wake up every day and do what they learned in jail, which is to work because you got to move your body and keep things moving, and to co-create and to serve and not expect anything back from it. That's the being who's going to be the most successful in a capitalistic environment, by the way, despite what we've been taught. Okay. And he's not going to have to lie, cheat, steal, push poison, or be corrupt in order to do it. More evidence and revelation of the idea of God: within, so without; above, so below. See? So again, most of our learning is unlearning. You think the point of going to work every day is to get cash. What happens when you have enough cash to pay for all your crap? You stop creating? You stop actualizing? You stop serving here? Well, that's precisely the problem. Okay? So again, I couldn't be completely more at odds with what you just put out as an understanding based on my own experience, because I know one gave way to making me who and what I am here today, and I have to be thankful and grateful for it, because without that experience, I'd have been in that same loser failure mentality, that the only reason I do a broadcast today is because someone's going to give me some shekels. Well, luckily I put myself in a position where, God willing, I don't need that, because I'm willing to do without. Right? So I'm not constantly in debt. I'm not constantly under the gun. I don't constantly have to do and be something for someone or something, anything other than this idea, right? And what it turns me into by doing it, which is a better person than I was. See? So the more we get in line with that idea and that experience and start to live that and experience that, the more we become what we're meant to be, and the more we leave behind all this other crap that's weighing us down and getting in our way that we think makes us clever or, some kind of empathic person, some kind of bleeding heart, right? So I don't know if that's making sense to you, or if that's fitting in, or if you're seeing what I'm seeing or having the same experience, but that's the best that I could kind of give it to you, right?
So one thing I have to question for you, and once again, I can tell you're very passionate, and I appreciate that about you. I'm not trying to say you're wrong or I'm right.
I'm not saying that you are.
Exactly. We're agreed on that. But I guess in the example of living in a simulacrum, let's say this was the Matrix. It sounds like if you were given the option to between those two pills, you would be equally content picking to stay in the simulation if you could make that simulation a reflection as to what you will on the day-to-day basis. Is that correct?
No. The the presumption is that anyone knows one way or the other what this all is, or that they can stay or not. I mean, I don't like. First, we'd have to lay out what the premise is: the blue pill versus the red pill. I'm pretty sure the story of the red pill side of it was awaken aware to the truth, and the higher order of things and the world beyond the matrix, and then bringing that back down to their individual purpose and meaning, how they live. So I don't think any of us can escape the matrix. You're here today, aren't you? You're here with me in this place, whatever it is, this universe. So do you know anybody who can escape the matrix while living in the world, whether they're of it or not? I don't think it's possible. And then you have to ask yourself, why would you want to? And I would presume I know the answer, because it's more comfortable and exciting and interesting to go down this road of, well, how do we escape, instead of how do we transmute and transcend to live in the world and not be of it, and be an example and a reflection back to everyone else in this world that the only way to leave the matrix is by living into it completely from an otherworldly perspective, right? Because nobody's leaving here, nobody's getting out, right? At least while we're incarnate, right? While we're in the meat suit. So,
And I think that's the question, is what you just said of why would you want to? I wasn't trying to insult you when I said that I get the vibe that, you would try to make something out of your immediate environment and you wouldn't exactly care to leave it. If it's something that you feel that you could express yourself and apply yourself.
I'm saying I don't believe anybody can leave the matrix while they're incarnate. So if you're in a material form, then you have a relationship with matter. And I think that upon your death, there may be a decision that's made either by you or other forces on where you go. I don't believe that that decision is made by you being a less good human here. I believe that potentially, if that dynamic does exist, that you get that option once you complete here. Once you actualize and realize here, there's nothing left for you to do and be and learn here. So you get the option to move on or to do it all over again. I don't believe that you get that choice potentially, if that reality exists, by doing less here and expecting more and not doing your part and not playing into what certain dynamics almost force us into, right? So, and again, that just comes from this idea that the creator of this realm is inherently bad, wrong, and evil, and is doing nothing but playing tricks on us. So we're going to outwit it by not living fully and using our conscience and doing right and harm reduction and caring for ourselves and the planet. And I don't see how it doesn't make any sense to me. It makes more sense that this trickster you're asking me about has tricked you, if you believe that. I'm not saying you do, but I'm getting that impression that that's why we're going down this road, because this is where you lean, right? It would make more sense that this Gnostic trickster god has made you believe that by not living fully here and actualizing and realizing that you've somehow escaped, and it's just going to cycle you in this place lifetime after lifetime.
So I guess the next question I have is, let's just paint a metaphorical example. Let's say that there's a dude named Bob and there's a dude named Bill. They're both in prison. They both work towards their personal needs. They both care about their personal needs in the immediate. However, Bill has the impression of, this is my life now, I'll do my time. And Bob has the impression of, one day I'm going to break out of here. They're both there for the remainder of their lives. If they both were to die the next day, which one would have more agency when dealing with a hypothetical demiurge and trying to escape reincarnating or trying to escape being pushed into the next cycle? Would it be Bob or Bill? Both of them were kind people. Both of them did their time, but they both had two different viewpoints on the fundamental nature of reality.
I don't presume to know. And it doesn't seem to me that anybody could ever know. And it also doesn't seem to follow that simply holding an intention influences beyond a certain point what the result and the outcome is without the action component. So I think they both died. They were both in jail when they died. They may have held different perspectives about what it was going to be, but they both had the same experience. I don't presume to know or believe that because one held a belief or an intention of something, that it changes the outcome any more than somebody else who did their time the same way, believing something else. Yeah, I don't presume to know, and I don't think that's knowable.
I guess my next question is, you said that everything is currently tied to a spiritual component. Does that to you also include dreams? And does that overlap? Would you say that the realm of dreams, the Qliphoth, is overly related to the spiritual realm or the metaphysical realms that we will navigate in our subconscious mind?
Yeah, I mean, I guess anything here is subject to certain things. So potentially, yes, doesn't mean everything definitively. So again, I don't presume to know where all dreams come from or that they all come from the same place. I don't presume all dreams to necessarily be spiritual while they all may be metaphysical, if that makes sense. So,
Are you a lucid dreamer? Do you know how to induce lucid dreams?
I dream with regularity, especially when I'm not using certain substance. It seems mainly cannabis. When I've taken breaks on that, it seems that more of that comes out. But there are dreams that seem to be sent from somewhere or someone else to reveal something to me. There are dreams that seem to be a product of my subconscious mind working themselves out with a metaphysical simulation projection, if that makes sense. So while they all may be metaphysical, metaphysical doesn't necessarily equate to spiritual. Again, if I'm making sense to you.
So I guess my question is, do you have the ability to lucidly control your actions in your dreams, or do they feel like they're something that you're watching? Do they just sort of fly by as the dream does?
Sometimes yes, it seems. Sometimes no, from what I'm reflecting on and remembering. And I see the same reflected here in whatever this is right now, waking state. There are certain processes and there are certain times where I'm just kind of going with the flow and I'm not consciously aware of whatever I'm doing, right? There's the whole breathing and being breathed idea, right? Where it's equal parts conscious and unconscious. So there's unconscious activity that goes on here where I breathe without thinking about it. There's also a choice to breathe.
I do like the axiomatic differences we have in our approaches while it's simultaneously approaching the same subject. I've noticed that I am the type where I would boycott and put picket signs on the outside of Utopia, at the end of the day. And it's very refreshing to see somebody that has a more structured, ordered mentality seed ground for someone to be able to engage in debate.
Yeah, to be clear, I don't necessarily believe that a utopia is possible, but paradoxically, that doesn't mean that I'm not going to try to do and be the best that I can while I'm here. Just because the experience is preferable to the alternative. So I wouldn't need to protest or picket utopia. I'm honest with myself and what it probably is or is going to be, that it doesn't need to be utopia for everyone else, for me to make the best out of who I am and what I'm doing here, with the revelation of what creation seems to want from me, if that makes sense.
See, I go about things in the opposite way. I still maintain a roof over my head. I still, live the day to day, but the day to day is in service of self. I don't ask what the creation wants of me. I ask, what do I want of this creation at this point in time?
Okay, and what did you come to?
I come to agency, power, control over myself, and building on the tool sets available within the simulation. Like, for instance, I do believe in magic. I believe it's not like Harry Potter throwing fireballs and, this and that. It's not like Lord of the Rings. It's not D&D. But I do believe that people are able to cultivate their personal energy and affect the Jungian shadow, as it were.
Right. So what makes you believe that those two are mutually exclusive? That when you come to the purest intention of what you want for yourself, which with conscience would lead you to a certain understanding, what makes you think that the perspective I come to it at doesn't echo that or align completely with that?
Oh, I'm not saying that they're entirely exclusive. What I'm saying is one seems to be a collaborative building, but it doesn't exactly seem to have a complete understanding of the rest of the parts of the collaboration. While the other seems to be standoffish, but it wants to make more solid understandings of that outside world by causing distinction. Both of which seem to be ways to navigate, but at the end of the day, it seems that yours is more suited for a school and mine is more suited for being able to eventually fight or leave a prison. And I guess since neither of us truly know the full extent as to what this is, it seems that one of us is going to come on top or at the bottom at the end of all this, not that it matters.
Okay, and I'm guessing that that's you.
No, I don't
So
know
how
it's
do
me.
how do you determine that one of us has to come out on top or bottom, as if this is a win or lose idea?
Because if this is a school, you will be at an advanced class. If this is a prison, you are going to be there for a while.
Can I ask you what experience you have on breaking out of or leaving prisons?
When it comes down to my personal experiences, not physically, but metaphysically, I can induce astral projection, and I can engage with the spirits and entities
Where
that
does your metaphysical realm and the physical depart, right? Like, don't they work hand in hand? If you have this much power and influence metaphysically, how does that translate physically? Like in the world that
intuition.
we can see.
I can manifest intuition. I can see things in the walls. I can see things in signs, in events, circumstances around me. And I always seem to know where I have to be at the moment I need to be. And that just seems to come naturally to me. Like, I've been in situations where I didn't have a pot to piss in, but I'd be living like a queen because I would know where I'd have to go based on what energetically tugged at me and what pulled to me through my reading and interpretation of the world around me.
I'm not saying we're different. I'm saying that it seems to be the same to me. You have a different perspective on it, but it doesn't seem like we actually have a differing experience or perspective. It seems like you believe that or feel that, but that's not. And then, I could dig deeper and go, how many of these times were you so intuitively powerful and physically living like a queen that didn't involve a man somewhere along the way? I'd be
Quite a
curious
few
on
times.
that.
Quite a few
Uh,
times.
Again, I don't believe there's a separation between the physical and metaphysical. I think that they work together if we let it be. I think that we make distinctions, as you pointed out earlier, because we believe that it gives us some sense of control or power, but really it's just illusory foolishness, because it's clear that we are non-being and we have a physical beingness. We are metaphysical beings having a physical experience. They work together to create a result. So oftentimes when women come at me, especially women come at me with this stuff, I get it, because I go, this is a feminine aspect of consciousness, just like in me, as within, so without. But usually they're missing all the physical component. And then I go, your belief or perspective is just one big cope to deny your physical responsibilities and accountabilities here, because you're going to leave the matrix, right? I that's just, again, I'm not trying to typecast you. I'm just saying I've seen different types of people who have a different type of rap, and they usually have the same perspective of me, because I represent and reflect the idea of moving toward holistic beingness and wholeness, where there isn't distinction, right? There's an understanding that these things are complementary and they work together to produce a result if we understand the order and direct it properly. If we don't, then we constantly ask questions to find differences to create distinctions so we can get more of an understanding and a cope-based feeling of power and control that does not translate when it's explained or experienced. It's not shown as much as it could be, right? Because again, I can tell you everything you said about your metaphysical aspects of you is true for me. I also have physical experiences when it comes to walking out of jails and prisons and courts without fighting, by holding an intention and using my understanding and communicating it effectively, and then surrendering in faith. So I can correlate the metaphysical with the physical, and I can also facilitate a repeatable experience for other beings who may have no experience with this. And I've done that here. So I'm always, and again, I'm not trying to beat up on you, but I'm always weary of people who tell me about how everything they have and are and know is in the otherworldly, where it can't be seen or shown. And when I ask them to show me and others here, it doesn't show up, right? So that's evidence to me of folks thinking they know and having an understanding beyond what they're actually capable of. And in order to be capable of more, they're going to have to let go of what they think they know and understand, if that makes sense.
So one thing is it does take a little bit of assumption on your part to assume there's no physical component, and that I'm not actually putting effort or work into the physical while navigating in realms that aren't.
I'm not presuming or assuming that. If I am, it's to ask a question of, you know, where do you derive this belief about yourself and your life experience that is, what is it founded in? Right? Like, what, you get where I'm going with this?
It's founded in discipline. It's founded in cultivation. It's founded in personal practice. And it's founded in how I can use that energy and will to purposely craft and change the environment around me. As opposed to surrendering myself to the environment, it's reflecting my will against the environment and looking for the cracks and the opportunities that seem to fall from it.
To what end? To what goal? To what creation for others?
It doesn't always have to be for others. That's the thing. In cultivating myself, I become a beacon or a pillar in my community towards which others derive benefit. It's like a fig tree can draw an abundance of energy from the earth, but those very same figs will be used to further enrich the environment and provide food for animals that wouldn't have such.
Can I have a physical, experiential expression of what that looks and feels like?
Yes, I can give you an example. For instance, I will all the time give to the homeless. I love doing that. I love giving to people that don't have a pot to piss in. But what I will gain from that is eyes on the street. Like, I have a lot of little birds that can tell me when things are happening and when certain events may occur that I can derive a benefit from.
You're basically talking, and this is what I suspected. The more you talk, the more is revealed that you're kind of Machiavellian in your understanding of power and what the purpose of it is. You're like, everything is a what I can get out of it, or how it could better my situation, or how I can use it to get more, right? And this is precisely what I've been circling the drain on, that you almost were, it's not accusing me, but you were almost kind of pointing out that I'm being selfish, and I'm going, I think this is you. Because you're like, I give homeless people stuff, ignoring the cause and effect of how they got there and why they're not caring for themselves to do and be and have better, which oftentimes is a real thing, right? So giving them stuff doesn't change their predicament. What it does do is allow you to get intel so you can know other stuff and then secure your beingness in your things, right? You're like, you're totally in the world and of it while claiming a metaphysical grounding or source of empowerment, while also claiming that the whole point of being here that I'm not doing is trying to escape the prison, when literally all I'm known for is using the word and a metaphysical understanding made manifest to do that for myself and others. So something's not right in this equation, right? Something either I'm missing about me and you and what you're communicating, or you are, and of course, me, I'm always going to go, that's you.
Even if I benefited nothing from it, it's something I would still do, because at the end of the day, I like being that for others.
Right, you like the validation of knowing that people look to you as a supposed good person, when the whole reason you're doing these things is for ulterior motives. One being to fulfill your need to be seen as something. Two, to have intel and information that allows you to make decisions to keep power and value as you see it for yourself, right? So I really don't care what people think of me and how I'm seen. I care more about what I'm actually doing when no one's looking, to develop into what I'm meant to be, so I can be truly myself and be that beacon for others, whether they look at me as that or not. It either is that or it isn't. So
I feel like we got off of the wrong understanding here. I'm not giving to the homeless for what I can receive. More so, what I'm dedicating myself to and what I'm saying I'm doing is that by the act of giving, I am bridging connections that willingly come back to me in order to give back. I'm not.
What does that mean? What does it mean? What does that actually mean? What does it look like?
All right, here's an example. There's a man that will be living at the Metro. I take the Metro all the time, and he needs help. Occasionally I'll give him that help, and it could just be looking up something on my phone for him, pointing him out where to go.
Why does he need help from you? Why can't he help himself?
Because he has no fucking legs. He has no legs, and he's 65 years old. That's a good reason to ask for help from others.
I'm just asking, and we're not going to presume that everyone else who doesn't have legs and is 65 doesn't try their damnedest to do what they need to do for themselves without constantly needing other people to help them. I mean, I'm sure it exists.
That's the thing. When you get to the bottom, it's very hard to pull yourself up by your own bootstraps. Everybody needs help at some point.
I'm not denying that. I'm just saying that usually the help comes in the form like Jesus telling the hungry people to learn how to fish instead of handing them fish.
Well, I'm sorry, there's not too many places to fish in the middle of the intercity.
Again,
that's the general
this is where we then get into cause and effect, right? Who's telling everyone to keep having children and popping them out in the inner city and subjecting everyone to toxicity and poison and corruption, and then degrading to the point where they need other people to do the basics for them? Again, this
Very
is literally
good,
like
Mark.
my story and the reason why I've left and the reason why I go out into nature and have community so we can help ourselves and work together without subjecting ourselves to constant degradation or disempowerment or dysfunction. But I'm listening. Go on.
So in this example I've given, this gentleman will occasionally tell me where, certain things are happening. Like, for instance, I learned that a Cub was closing, and I was able to buy groceries that lasted me for months for not even a percentage of what I'd normally buy them at. And, that's just a little example as to cause and effect, not with malicious or predatory intention, but more so by selling networks. Those networks will benefit me an equivalent amount to which I benefit them. At the end of the day, I feel most people love to have a sense of equivalency. I have seen more people that have next to nothing desire to help their fellow human than I have seen those who have lived by this capitalistic standard.
I haven't seen that at all. Just to be clear, it sounds good. I haven't seen that at all. I've seen all the people who don't have anything and haven't worked toward getting anything, wanting to suck off of and use everyone else who's attempted to help themselves and others. This panel verse is perfect proof of it. I haven't seen that at all. The people who've contributed the most and supported the most didn't do it because they thought something was going to come back, and haven't had anything come back other than the core values and principles and the inspiration and the fellowship, the community, right? The spiritual component. So again, you're talking metaphysics and your power being rooted there, and all your examples are in the physical and seem to be for everybody to try to get more rather than for everybody to understand that more is available for us, right?
My metaphysical speech was like, you literally asked me the question, what is the physical result of this?
Yeah, people who get up every day and work to try to better themselves in their life don't want to give to people who don't, because they look at them as unthankful and ungrateful. Because people who are thankful and grateful try to get up every day and do the best they can to create, to serve, to produce something. It's usually lazy, parasitic, using people who don't want to help themselves, don't want to do and be and have better, put off the rest of their life and expect other people to take care of them. And it's usually the people who work the hardest and have the most who have to sacrifice what they have to care for the ones who won't and don't. Because they're too busy sitting around smoking dope and taking pills and talking about how the colors and the numbers and the metaphysics are going to save everybody. When really it's our work on the ground. It's how we help ourselves and then teach others how to do the same for themselves and then work together, right? That's where the true co-creative community comes out of, from my experience. So I know what you're saying. It sounds good. It feels good, but it hasn't been my experience at all. The people who gave to me when I went to a tent off of drugs to do fellowship and to talk rights and freedoms and also to serve that and put my experience out there are the people who work hard every day. They help themselves. They have more than they need because they put themselves in that position. Other people have also helped them because they recognize in them the same thing they recognize in me, which is a willingness to do and be and have better and help myself as much as possible and do without when necessary, right? So I can't really claim that experience to be true. It's quite the opposite, right?
And that is your personal experience in stark contrast to mine.
How do you get coupons for value in this world? Do you work?
Yes, I do work.
So you're literally an example of a person who gets up every day or regularly, works, sacrifices their free time to serve an idea, people, places, and things, create a product or service to generate coupons for value so you can have everything you need and then some to care for yourself and then give some away to others. You are the example of what I'm talking about if you work regularly and you save and reinvest and try to make all the right moves and don't act like an overgrown child, right? That's responsibility and accountability. It's the backbone of what makes America prosperous and successful. It's literally people getting up every day and building railroads with no guarantees. They were lucky if they got a meal.
So I guess the question I have in this example I had of having a network of, homeless people, which I will talk to, help, get to know.
You have a network of homeless people who tell you where to get cheaper groceries to fill in your fridge. And you want to talk about anti-capitalist ideals. You are a capitalist through and through. You literally just said the whole ethos, the whole backbone of my ethos or philosophy is, how can I be opportunistic and find areas where things are going to happen and exploit them for my own gain? That doesn't have to be a completely negative ideal, but I don't see how it's all anti-capitalistic. You're literally capitalizing off of a leveraging of information and understanding that others may not have because you use a network to achieve such. Am I missing something? You then all said your example for all of that comes down to you got cheaper groceries. That sounds a lot like what Donald Trump and the rest are doing to get cheaper gas. They're using poor people in other countries who need more aid and they're giving them shit so they get intel so they can get cheaper gas and have more abilities with that network. So you're then telling me to leave the matrix while you're reflecting it and saying you're not it. I mean, this is what always throws me off when we do the analysis of what people say and feel versus what they're actually doing based on what they've told me.
So I have a question. What do you do to build community? What do you do that benefits others so much outside of claiming that you support a co-creation, that you support a system?
Well, I'll give you a few things. You've given me nothing so far, and I love the tone that I knew would get here, right? And this is why I start off the way that I do, because I know that the first aspect of you is the representative. We're going to get to the real you, and then we're going to get to the competition, non-petition, and then I'm going to show you what it really looks and feels like, and then I'm going to ask you again to show me something, because you haven't yet.
Well, I've given you examples, sir. Whether you
you give people who most likely drug themselves into disability because they don't want to be accountable and responsible and got a list of excuses why life is tough. You give them stuff so they tell you where to get cheap groceries. And you call that building community. You're not living with those people.
Have you protested?
Very callous of you, Mr. Care for the community. You automatically assume that I won't do other things outside of just.
I didn't assume. I asked you for your highest goal and achievement or experience, and that's what you gave me. If we were at court right now, they'd all be laughing and going, "Bravo, Paulie boy, you did it again." You used her own words. You gave her an opportunity. You were patient enough to listen to what she said, realize half of it's bullshit, while she was subtly projecting onto me. When I have experiences of what you're talking about while you project that I don't, and then when I asked you to give me the examples and the experience, the highest thing that you could come up with is what you just told me. Then you said I presumed and assumed. I'm not. That's all you have to tell me and offer.
I didn't say the highest thing. You asked me.
Why would you start with the least and the lowest? Why not give it? See, this is why, again, if you're wondering how my dating life goes, you're getting a peek into it right now. Women come into my life, they think they have something to add on to or something I don't know. The more they talk, the more they undo themselves. When I have to correct them and be their daddy, they get bitter and resentful about it. Even though I'm using your own words, because it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense.
Nothing to do with you, Paul. Nothing to do with you whatsoever. You are clear in this. You are just such a little catch. You sure are.
Again, you're calling me. I don't know you.
You act like you know me. You make wide assumptions. You treat me like I'm a monolith because of gender.
Am I
and then you
not a
turn
catch,
around
by
and
the
say,
way?
well, you
Am
don't
I
know
not?
me.
Let's do this.
What
This
do
is
you
great.
know?
I love it. Let's work out the Freudian mommy issues and whatever daddy issues you have. We'll do it together.
Oh,
Am I
those are the ones that you have.
not a catch? Am I not a
You are
catch?
not a catch. You are
I'm
no
not.
catch whatsoever, sir.
Okay. Now, why am I not a catch? With the 80% of the population who's vaxxed out and has 11 boosters, with the rest of the...
You're a judgmental
You're
prick.
talking over me again. I'm not judgmental. It's discernment. There's a difference. I listen to you. I let you lay out who you are and everything you think and what you do. And I'm using that to prove that there's a discrepancy between what you say and do and what you say it means versus what it is. That's not being judgmental. That's discernment and logic. And it's what your daddy probably never had or showed you. And then we can do the reverse analysis of empathy from my side, right? So you're talking over me now. We went from you didn't want to interrupt and I was so powerful and you were so respectful to you're so bitter and resentful because you can't emotionally manipulate.
No respect. Bit your ass outside of prison.
Here we go. And now we're going to revert back to you hold the secret key of knowledge of how to leave this matrix while you're seeking to get a network so you can get cheaper groceries.
We'll talk about matrix this time, sir. I'm just saying your point where you were in prison.
Okay. Subjectively and objectively, I'm not the prettiest guy in the world, but I am in fact a catch. The last 3 women who left me have messaged me back to confirm that after leaving me, by the way.
I doubt that. Show you proof.
Right. So they also had a similar attitude to yours because we have a similar back and forth and it's based in similar ideas and experiences. And they don't like that. And they think because they have a list of 10 other loser betas who they don't call their broadcast, that they're somehow high value. See? So in reality, where if you had to walk up to a whole bunch of people at the store who are laxed and vaxxed and taxed, you're going to meet one of me out of every 100,000 if you're lucky. So subjectively, you're talking over me again.
That's called neurodivergency. Yes, we will meet one of you out of
levels of intelligence, understanding, and awareness, and ability to communicate it, and that is desirable by most people because it is one of the marks of a powerful, inspiring person.
Desirable by most people.
Again, I'm not interested in you and your nonsense. I gave it a platform here to see where it goes. You called me. I didn't call you. That's more evidence that I must be the catch. I don't interact with you. I don't watch you and what you do. You watch me and what I do. You had to have an interaction with me. I'm just going about my normal day. See?
Okay, well, since you're claiming I need this interaction,
do you have a man in your life, by the way, regularly for long term? Because most of you women who do this, you can't keep a high value man or a man who can speak and isn't a simp or a trick and has an understanding of self. I'm not your type. You know how many times I've heard that?
Quite a bit, I imagine.
I've heard that.
All right, well,
until they're begging me to do whatever with them to a certain point, it's just laughable. You guys all do and say the same shit, and you think it's somehow new and interesting and profound. It's not. I've seen it, heard it all before.
So nothing you ever do.
Other man out there is going to put up with your garbage and shake their head at you and act like they understand what you're saying and not call you out and hold you accountable and responsible. And what else? Like, where's that at? I'd love for you to go into that experience.
I asked the question as to your opinion in a way that seemed to challenge it instantly.
You're not. This is the thing. It's never that. It's never that. It's maybe 1 out of 10 that are that. The majority feign like they're just asking me a question because they want my perspective. They already come in with their own understanding. And no matter what...
Here's your video playing. Here's your own voice. You hear how whiny that is?
I don't know what that means. I'll ask you again. How old are you? And where is your man in your life while you're calling me?
Why do I need a man in my
I didn't
life?
say
Where's your
you
woman?
needed one. I would guarantee
Why?
you're in your
Why do
40s
you
or
not have your
50s
husband person?
and you don't have a
I'm not a
strong, intelligent, communicative man in your life because of what you just showed me here today. I bet
Where's your
anything on
powerful,
it.
intelligent, communicative woman that sees you as
I don't
such a
see you as communicative. I see you as in denial and delusional and dysfunctional on top of that and unwilling to look at any of it because you're projecting onto me the same thing that you're experiencing. Your first question to me was, why wouldn't I want to get out of this matrix? The intimation or presumption is that you later filled in the blank on, which I'm pretty good at this stuff. It's why I'm usually right with my presumptions and assumptions. But I asked to get the answer that you have the key and the understanding how to leave this matrix. You can't even make sense to me or anyone else here, but you have some key or understanding I don't have. And when I asked you for the experience, your not best example you gave me, which again makes no sense. Why would you give me the least of the example if you had a best one? You think everyone is stupid and that you can bullshit everyone, and that including yourself, right?
You're going to be judgmental.
Bullshit yourself. Don't try to do it with me. I'm going to see through it and I'm going to point it out.
Well, this was enlightening.
No, it wasn't. You're lying right now. You can't be honest with me right now in this moment. You're being passive aggressive. I'd rather you be aggressive.
Lost sight of the catch that you are.
All right, I'll see you later.
Have a wonderful night.
Okay, this was enlightening. I wonder why. It's always the same type of people with the same type of tone, with the same lines and rap of bullshit who want to resist me and what I'm doing without them even understanding it while claiming they do. They can't even make sense when I ask them about their understanding of themselves and what they do. And when I ask them for just plain old everyday examples of who and what they are and what they do in order to make it make sense, they give me an example that makes no sense, reveals more about their character, and then they default to, well, I had other examples, but I gave you the least among them. Why? You don't understand how everything you say reveals who you are and how you live and think, and also presupposes another idea that you're holding back on. Right? That's the thing about psychology and sociology, is you can be decoded. People can listen to you and watch you and ask questions like you did with me, and you can discern certain things. You didn't do that with me. You projected onto me. I let you speak and reveal your non-understanding and then held you accountable to it, and you couldn't make it make sense. And if you think I didn't know 5 words in what I was dealing with, but tried to remain neutral on, I do. And I did. And you proved it. And that's why a large portion of this audience comes here misprojecting that I love to hear my own voice. I might not. There's people around here who play me daily and I go, can you turn that off? I've had enough of listening to me. Sometimes I listen to me and I go, that guy's on to something. He's on a roll there. More bitterness and resentment and projection because you can't be accountable and responsible or explain your key and wisdom that you're questioning me on. Am I missing something here? I got to bring in Antifa Surfer, but am I missing something? Did I do it again? Did I make myself believe that I have an understanding here and that I revealed something or exposed something, and really I'm just doing that to me and not even aware of it? Am I doing that to you right now? Because I don't feel like I am. I feel like it's literally the same. There must be something I have to look at and change about me, because I literally call these people into my life. The overly feminine, almost toxic feminine beings who show up as males or females and want to convince me they have some understanding about me and life. And when I ask them how they know that, what does that look and feel like? They go, I get a bum down the corner to tell me where I can get cheaper groceries because I'm an anti-capitalist who wants to break out of the matrix in an afterlife. What? And then you say I'm judgmental. No, you'd be way better off. This is where I'm gonna trigger. I'm gonna do it. I don't care if it's a family broadcast, right? It's the reality of it. Sometimes you got to get shallow to get deep. You'd be way better off shutting up and just sucking my dick. Oh, I'm going full Pauly Dice unslaved here now, like we grew up on. You'd be way better off just shutting up and using that mouth for what it could be good for, to bring me all the beneficial pleasure through selfless service that you don't like and aren't into. And I'll even return the favor. It'll be beneficial for both of us if you can just shut your yap and stop not making sense, because that's the one thing you can do to turn me off is not make sense, not be accountable, responsible, and think it's inspiring and empowering. These are the same women, because they have 10 simps on Facebook who like all their pictures and send them money, think they make sense. This is what winds up happening. You got another call now. She's so emblematic of the world we live in. She's going to tell me too about people pulling themselves up from nothingness. She knows about it. I bet anything on it. She knows nothing about it. Hello?
Yes, hello.
Yeah, the irony, man. Just let me finish here and I'm going to get to you. The irony of someone claiming to know my whole life story as an objective story on paper and then having no experiences of living it, then calling me arrogant.
Oh, I know. I just heard the whole last call. That's why I'm calling in right now.
No, I know. I'm talking to the audience, or I'm just kind of working it out with myself, right?
Sure.
It's just one after the next. And this is why she could never have a relationship, not only with me or a man, because subconsciously she wants to compete where she doesn't compare. And that's evidenced by the lack of understanding.
I'm sure she's got her horoscope figured out too. And
all right, so let's go to you, because you're not understanding the idea of I'm going to keep talking and then I'm going to get back to you. So I'm just going to forego whatever I'm ranting and rambling and venting about, which is some kind of subconscious, made conscious Freudian therapy we're doing here, because I keep attracting women with daddy issues and issues with true authority, while I myself have an issue with false authority. Right. And the way that I reconcile that is with unadulterated, accountable, responsible truth. That's what they run from, because their delusional cope makes them feel better. Right?
Personal responsibility will never be within a woman's wheelhouse. Ever.
I'm not going to say that as a complete statement, because I have known.
I said it.
Okay. Well, you said it then. That's on you.
Well, I hope you're doing all right tonight, man. I mean, that was a good call. There were so many words said right there where I had no idea. I was listening and I was waiting.
This is what women do in a relationship with me. They sit around and ask me stupid, pointless questions that are all indirect ways of challenging my understanding. And when I ask them to just get to it, you don't have to beat around the bush and pretend to be nice with me. I know you're a cunt. Now let's see it. Let's have it. Just give me the damn profound and inspiring and challenging perspective you hold. And there's never anything there. They hope that they ask me 15 questions and I stop being patient and I finally go ahead.
They're hollow, man. And that's the thing. Well, and what I did like is, you know, and I've done this to you before.
She's another woman who go away from here.
What are your solutions? She did ask for a solution. She's like, well, maybe what could be.
And then didn't listen to it. And another dynamic. And then didn't listen to it. Asked me for a solution, thinking I didn't have it like her. And then when I'm about to give it or have given it over and over again, won't listen to it. You know how many times I've dealt with that? Woman who asked me 15 questions, claimed to have an answer. When I ask them for their answer, they can't give it to me or make it make sense. When they ask for my answer, I got 10 of them and they don't fucking listen and won't walk with it. And then 2 years later, when they've left me and fucked 5 more beta males, they go, you know, I really should have paid more attention with you. I really should have gotten past my ego and pride. I really should have treated you as the man that you are and were. And I didn't, because I was too busy trying to validate some argument that I'm having with the daddy in you that I never had out completely resolved with my own daddy.
Right.
It's really the bottom line.
I get that. No, yeah. Well,
it's
and
embarrassing and
kind
entertaining.
Of insufferable is for me to listen to 20 minutes of someone trying to make a point.
It was an hour
I'm
and
trying
a half,
to give her the benefit of the doubt, and then
was an
where's the
hour
point?
and a half.
We never get there.
This is why I can't date. Imagine if I even was lucky enough to find 10 women who are unvaxxed, don't have STDs, won't vote for a master, and won't try to fucking play power games with me constantly.
Oh, dude, 90% of women are out right there.
Just to get to a point where we can decide how much trauma we're going to have to unpack and work through, if you're lucky, right?
I know, my God.
In between me attempting to get 5 people together to get land, to grow food, to work the land, to not be a fat slave, to go to court and everything else. I got to take 2 hours of my day per person to play that game, only for it to end the same way every time because of their choices and wants and needs, while ignoring what obviously needs to happen. All the I don't see such a purpose. It was amazing. She literally told me who she was, line one. I don't see the big purpose in
Yeah,
selfless service. I know.
I did hear that.
I can tell. These are the same women who, while I may enjoy eating pussy, I'm just going to put it out there, the right ones.
Oh, yeah, who doesn't?
They don't
Who
enjoy
doesn't know?
getting
Who
down
doesn't
there
over
and
here,
doing
huh?
what a woman's
Sink a
supposed to
fish
do
to
with
the
a
face.
man. Sir, please give me your questions, comments, concerns, and presentments. I don't wind up going
Hey
on
man,
you.
I love
None
you.
of us are gonna like it.
Great call, man. I hope you're doing well. I always
Sure, please.
appreciate seeing you, and it's always good to talk to you, brother. I hope
What's
you're
your
doing well.
name again, man?
All right, bro. Hang in there. Love you.
He's
Bye.
not even. All right, bye. All right. Yeah. All right. What the fuck? What the Antifa, sir, for your thoughts, ma'am, on everything that just went down here?
We're trying to get a rally going in Portland for all the Furbies, all the Grizzlies, everything that's animal. We're trying to get this together to oppose ICE. Because what we're doing is we're trying to placate the balloon dinosaurs. Everything is it's fake, it's not real. So we're trying to get there. And what I'm trying to do is trying to start a march of Furbies, cat skins, dog skins, all the skins, and we're going to march against ICE.
Okay. Anything else? Because I think I'm going to wrap up. I'm 45 minutes over my usual 3-hour mark. But that sounds like a great plan. You know, can't deny it.
You look sexy. I think you would make a great.
Imagine the projection before the woman who said that I'm just here to hear my own voice when I have 15 things up there I didn't get to again because she'd rather hear her own voice. Ask me 15 non-questions just to get to a bullshit reality that could be disposed of in minutes by just asking what people do and don't do. That could have been disposed of line one. Do you understand what it's like? Now, the guy down there says I'm an incel. I agree. This has been going on all my life. I'm not involuntarily celibate. I'm voluntarily celibate. I'd rather masturbate to some dumb whore through the screen and then go off with the rest of my life than to entertain a dumb whore in my room, in my life, who can't make sense and thinks they're better off than me while not being able to make sense. I'm not incelled. I'm volcel. Please understand the difference.
You're in alignment.
Whatever. Call it what you want. He's saying all the incel talking points. You're the guy who's going to entertain that woman later and nod your head, not know what she's talking about, and never hold her accountable because you're waiting to get pussy, used pussy, that 40 other guys on Skid Row have already had because of the network. Over it. And what do I get? What do I get? What do you bring to my life other than used pussy? A 2-hour non-argument every day where you bullshit ask me questions to try to validate your own nonsensical beliefs? What do you bring to my life to make my life better as a helpmate, like it says in the scripture, to more co-creative, more inspiring, more empowering, more pleasurable? What is it? Because I'm not seeing it with 9 out of 10.
Can I?
Go ahead, sir. Ma'am. Sorry, ma'am. I got to urinate. I'm going to listen to you while I'm doing that.
Can I just throw this out there? Maybe you're looking for a non-ego boost. So people to agree or non-agree with you on a non-argument with arguments that are non. And we're all just here, non-arguing about non-arguments. That's kind of sexy. That's why I put on my dare you to dare me to be sexy. It's all comical. It's all like fascinating. If you all think about it, why are you here? Looking, waiting, hating, loving, updubbing. That's a new word I just made up. For the next moment, for the next drama, for the next fight, for the next exhibition.
Yeah, you were
Everyone
onto something
knows-
there. Maybe I'm looking for not an ego boost, but stopping the attempt to try to challenge or deflate my core sense of self, which is viewed as ego. Maybe that's what I'm looking for. Maybe I'm looking for people around me who actually love and care about me, or more importantly, the truth, and want to get to that or experience that together, instead of constantly make me something that they're going to challenge and test and try to see how much I know or where I'm doing X, Y, Z. A constant shit test. A constant power game. A
It is.
constant
It's a constant power
reflection from
game.
what we could be doing and being, right?
Yeah. So the only thing that the constant doing and being is the mirror. So everyone else wants to project their gay ass mirror of.
We have to comment here, okay? Because this person's confused again. There's a difference between little girls who are in their 40s and 50s who haven't reconciled their bitterness and resentment that's right below the surface of the false persona they use. They masquerade behind modesty, right? It's just cowardice because they reveal themselves. Women don't do that. That's the difference. See? Women don't need to come in and ask a bunch of questions they don't really want the answers to, presume a whole bunch of things to be true about themselves, and then when asked for accountability and responsibility, get bitter and resentful about it, start projecting onto me and moving us away from what's true and what's experienced and what's shown. That's a little girl who wants to play power games with a reflection of her daddy. Women don't do that. That's why successful men who have something going for themselves and can explain their understandings and what they do and make it make sense don't have women beside them who do that, because there's no benefit to them to have that. Now, it's one thing if the woman actually has an intuition and she's asking questions to reveal something, you know, and she really is that astute or intuitive. Most of the time, it's not that. It's women claiming to be that. They have more ego than I do with no experience or results to show, while claiming I'm egotistical. I don't need your half-baked garbage you got from a tarot card set that isn't practical in real life, and you can't show any results of any experience that means anything to anyone outside of you and your bullshit friend group who lies to you to create this exaggerated false sense of self. Okay, so I didn't say women are stupid. And I don't understand why all women should be respected. You must be one of these simp tricks who was raised by inauthentic corporate males and females to respect women simply for being women. I don't do that with males or females. If you have something that makes sense, that compels me to reflect, that is insightful and introspective and can be shown and demonstrable and repeatable, then I'm all ears all day, every day. And if I have to check my pride and ego to take that in or understand it, I will. That wasn't that.
Have you done the work? Have you been there? Have you done that?
I have.
No, I'm not
Oddly
talking
enough.
about. I'm not talking to you.
No, but I'm saying that. I have
No.
been in those situations where women who I thought maybe were goofy and showed me they were goofy had an intuition that I had to look at and reflect on. Because it made sense and because there was something shown. If you don't have the goods, then you're wasting my time. And usually men who are successful or want to be successful don't entertain women who are going to waste their time, because their time is either valuable to them and going to create value, or their time is used for them to relax and be at peace. See how that works?
Yep. Can I say something? Even
Of course you can.
Even though I look like a simp trick. Hold on. Are my braids good? Is everything good? The last 5 months that I've experienced it's like something that's very hard, right? So you don't think that you can do shit that's very hard. I thought I did shit hard when I was in California. And it's like really nothing compared to now. But the last couple weeks, when you're getting like better at something and you understand the math and like it's like you don't need to like tell that to the world, but it's like you know that for yourself. So the last 2 days I've gotten so like I felt like I've gotten so good at what I do. Like even though I'm in the system, because I hate to say that I'm in the system, but I'm part of something that is creating something, and I'm getting good at it. So part of me is like I'm kind of proud of that, and I've gotten really good at that. Hold on.
I'm having a hard time following you. All right, I'm going to put Jeffrey to the bag. I might even wrap up here. If you got questions, comments, concerns, call in, type the link in the panel. If you want to comment on that last interaction, there's a bunch of you in chat who are now all over me and have issues with me. Why not voice them here and get me right? Make it make sense for me. So for all the other men out there who would sit there with that woman and entertain her stuff and go an hour and 45 minutes just to get down to what could have already been intuited on my end, already is instinctually and intuitive there on my end from the beginning, right? And was literally admitted to in so many various ways, right? Tell me all about how you're going to sit there with a woman for an hour and 45 minutes. And if you think it was just going to be today, it's every day. It's every few days. Hour and 45 minutes to hear her go on and listen to her talk because she likes to hear herself talk and cope and deny reality and deny cause and effect and all the rest of it. And then project onto me that I don't have any of that or I'm not involved in any of that. Tell me all about how you're a successful man who has options of women, okay, on some level, and is going to entertain that all day, every day, or some piece of your day. Instead of just coming in and going, you know what, I don't know what I think I know, or I really don't have any experience in certain things. Let me ask questions so I can maybe get an understanding or see what this being actually knows, instead of feigning to ask questions so you could try to reveal what you think my understanding is, so you could try to draw conclusions while claiming the whole time you're not doing that. She was doing that the whole time. She was claiming she wasn't because she thought it was going to get me annoyed. What annoys me is when you're indirect. When you say you're doing one thing and doing something else. She did that 5 different ways through that conversation. Okay? And it's not my first rodeo. I know most people are full of shit. I know there's levels to them being full of shit. I know the more you listen to them and let them talk, the more they expose they're full of shit. And when you try to get them back to a simple, common sense, cause and effect understanding that they either give or are there to receive, they will blow it off, deflect and obfuscate, and project onto you because this was enlightening. I'm going to deny all of reality, accountability, responsibility, and I'm going to go cope somewhere else. Is all it is. And it's far from my first go around with it, okay? This is all day, every day. This is probably the majority of folks. I'm sure I do it at times and then have to reflect on me and how I'm doing it and try to get it right. My percentages are just better than most. That's all I'm going to say. As a woman, you seem like a hoot and a catch. I love whiny men who complain about women who don't like them. Again, why would a woman come here and get up on panel with a man she doesn't like? Who needs that? Who's into that? How is that womanly? Doesn't make any sense. We could just leave it right there. Again, you want to project onto me. This is what all of these broads do who have no power and value without their feelers. There's no power and value there. They think their feelers are the whole world, by the way. project onto me that I'm whining and crying because she didn't like me. No, it took everything I had in me to stomach her for an hour and 45 minutes to try to be patient enough to get to the payoff that I could have gotten to if I was just more direct, but you guys would have called me an asshole and a misogynist and toxic masculine, and you would have completely simped on her and ignored her toxic femininity and lack of logic, morals, ethics. Same old story. So get it right if you're going to tell the story. I don't like most people because of what she just showed there. And it's palpable to me almost 5 seconds into a conversation where it's already going to go what I'm going to get. And I have to use all of my inner space to try to avoid projecting that onto the final outcome while still asking questions to try to understand and then presuming and assuming at times where sense can't be made. Because facts are facts. They don't care about our feelings. Results are results. They're independent of what you think and believe. Amazing. Not only the beta male simp tricks come out in the open to simp trick, the other females do it too, to play interference. Instead of just serving the truth and being honest with ourselves and each other about what it always was in that interaction and what it's going to continue to be, till she decides to change her orientation and how she communes and communicates. The same might be true for me as well. I attempted to practice that here today. Ask the people who've been here for 3 to 5 years. If back back at some point that I would have just cut her off 3 minutes in, asked her 3 questions. When she couldn't answer them, threw her out and said, I don't want to hear this garbage. 858, your thoughts?
Well, yes. Hello?
858, that's you.
Yeah. Oh, it's me. I would like to just speak up for all of the females in for the chat. Okay?
Okay.
Will you give me a space? Will you give me my space to at least speak my piece?
Go ahead.
Well, okay. Thank you. Thank you. And I resonate with everything that the last caller was saying. And not Mr. Blake, but the person before that. And she was right on. And I heard tons and tons and tons of words that made no sense at all. And that's just how I go by life, is I listen to lots and lots of words from lots and lots of people, and I go by my feelings. And I don't listen to any logic. I don't listen to any type of, argumentation or anything. And I just go through my life with my feels, and then sometimes things work out, and then sometimes I get rich because I married old men that have a lot of money.
Right. This is the same crowd who every time you get them in a corner with their non-logic and non-experience go, what do I need a man for anyway? Sweetie, to explain to you how life in the world works because you're very confused and bizarre? We could start there.
Well, you don't have to be so offensive.
I know.
I'm trying to show you the way in which certain females would like to open up conversations with you and avenues of conversations with you. And I don't know what to tell you besides the last caller. She had so many great points. I don't know what the fuck they were because I just heard tons of words. I just heard words and words and words and singing words and singing and words. And I heard lots of words and words and words. And then, but I didn't hear a point. But since I'm a woman, I resonate with that, and I agree with everything that she said. Appreciate it.
Right. So even the one of the women down there who somewhat loves me or is attracted to me had to make it about my mommy issues. Like, I can say that, we can talk about that, but is it really that? Like, show me and tell me in this moment how my mommy issues relates to not wanting to take an hour and a half with people to talk about nonsense that the more they talk undoes their position that they're claiming to know so much. then projecting ego and arrogance onto me. Is that mommy issues, or is that just issues with people's bullshit, arrogance and ego in general, and their rejection and projection power games? Is that what it is? Because I have the same countenance with males that I do with females. In a way, you could argue I gave her an extra hour time because I simped on her in a way. I said, she's a goofy broad. She wants to talk. She's trying to get it out there. I'm trying to understand. So I'm going to give her some extra time because, you know, logic might be difficult, right? I'm not speaking for all women. I literally already said there's a difference between a woman who can use logic to understand ethics and morals and by proxy reverse engineer who we are and what we're doing here on some level. There's a difference between women who can do that and how that's attractive and inspiring and powerful and co-creative versus whatever that was. So you could say I have mommy issues if I was rejecting a motherly figure. She's not a motherly figure. That's not a woman I would trust and feel safe with or around, who wants to bullshit herself and me constantly. That is a woman who, when daddy's not around, is going to shit on daddy. See? And act like daddy's an arrogant, egotistical fool because he's got an understanding and a logic to bring to mommy's feelers every 5 minutes that can't be made sense of. And it's like having a job. It's like having another child around the house. Right? And there's two sides to that. I'm not claiming I can't go to the other side and look at the average modern day housewife and how her having a husband is like having another child in certain ways. And I might even be doing that in certain ways. I don't see how that's my mother issues. I've drawn the distinction of difference between what a real, inspiring, or empowered feminine woman who has an understanding and an experience she can draw on and make sense with versus a little girl who hasn't grown up and would rather beat around the bush of reality all day, every day to come up with some cope reality to deny the actual reality and then project onto me to feel better about her delusion and denial. That's not mama. That's not grandmama. That's not wifey material. That's single mother behavior in your 40s and 50s. Okay? That's high value men have put you low on the list of potential options despite even how you look, which is supposed to be the all of what men go for women for, is how they look, right? And the sex. Well, with someone like me, there's an aspect of that. And then there's a, you know, my badoosie, my man pussy, because now I'm going into my sacred feminine side, dries up for goofy bitches who can't make sense. My dick goes soft. I'm not really into that, right? My hormones can take over and I can kind of put that out of my mind, but like then I have to come back to my conscience and my heart-based intelligence, you know? And it makes it that much more difficult to kind of freely engage in an erotic sense with someone who you don't have a connection with. And it's hard to make a connection with someone who's goofy and doesn't make sense and is bullshitting at every other word. I don't know. I'm weird like that. So I don't think this is my mommy issues. I think I was very patient. Other women were saying the whole time I was being very patient because they realized she was full of shit, making no sense. And I carried it over for an hour and 30 minutes before I finally turned up the heat a little bit, started asking more questions, and then deducing and reducing. For content, of course, because folks find this entertaining. And you know you're going to get this after the fact monologue from me. It's like, this is, you could set your watch by this shit at this point for all the same reasons. But again, I think that I showed more patience than I have in the past, more restraint, more ability to just shut up and listen or respond accordingly. And what did it do? Took up an extra hour and 35 minutes of our time. Because like I said, before I'd have given it 10 to 15 minutes max, bullshit for the first 5, question for the next 5, wrap it up and decode what it really is based on what was said, and then throw them out and move on. You be the judge. That's the bottom line, right? So let's be clear. This is not an all women thing. Let's not do that. Let's not do the throw all the women out, throw all the men out with the representations of our shortcomings as a stereotypical experience, right? All right, I want more questions, comments, concerns on this. I'm I must love this because I stick around for it, and then it inspires me and excites me because I know that this experience and or me and the way I present is a lightning rod for conversation. If they don't have a nice body and can suck my dick, why the fuck are we talking? I don't know if he's doing a bit or he's doing a projection onto me. I guess in a perfect world, it'd be a little bit of all things, right? There'd be a healthy, kind of strong, passionate physical attraction and also a metaphysical sort of bonding and understanding that is achieved through accurate and adequate communication, which usually takes everybody kind of putting aside whatever they feel and believe and just getting down to what the facts are, or sometimes not, because we got to do the other side of it, right? Where we have to go through all the thoughts and feelings so we can kind of understand them more or just listen, and then start to rearrange our mapping of self and reality when necessary. I'm kind of open to both, but the reality is with that woman specifically, she was not into that with me. She wasn't going to listen to me no matter what. She wasn't going to take my perspective and my experience at all. Matter of fact, she asked me and then cut me off in order to project onto me that I didn't know anything and didn't experience anything while she was claiming that, right? So I know that energy. I know the feeling. I think we all do. I at least tried with her to an extent. Maybe I could have done better. Maybe in the future I will. Give me another 3 to 5 years. She seemed sweet to me, honestly. You think a woman that when I held her accountable and responsible to what she said mocked me and tried to act like nobody would want to date me or be with me is a sweet woman? Like, you're another person who comes here regularly and has no discernment, and it's obvious by everything that you type, and you're the last to know. Okay? You have almost zero ability to discern who's who and what's what their pure intentions are versus what they show. You can't even figure out what's shown, let alone what's not. You just fucking glaze right over and deny what's been shown for what you feel. Another beta male quality. So you felt something and she felt something, and both of you completely ignored all the cause and effect of what went on there and what it all means. Great. If she's so sweet, I got her number here for you. I'll put it down there. You can call her up and have a wonderful time together. I'm sure it'll go smashingly. See, for her, it will, because she'll identify you day one as a beta male simp trick who will put up with all her garbage and do a bunch of shit for her. And then she can act like a cunt and you won't hold her accountable. And then you'll say she's sweet on top of all of it. Yeah, they know who they're, and that's why they always give me the rap of, you're not my type. I know what that means. That's code for she's already identified that I have an understanding, and then I'm not going to let her bullshit me and herself, and I'm going to hold her accountable, and she's not going to be able to emotionally manipulate me. I know I ain't her type. And that's why I don't like women like that. I don't give them the time of day in my life. Because just like she can discern certain things about me like that, and then change her feelings about it, I can do the same thing with her ability to logic or understand, right? See, we're both kind of doing it for different reasons. Scott B says, thankful for your inspiration to be, have, and do better. Thank you, Mr. B. Yeah. Blake, come on up, man. Call in, come on up. Let's hear about it. These are the same type of people who run your lives all day, every day. They're full of shit. They have no understanding. They claim to have all the answers, and they act nice in front of you in order to, fill time and make themselves seem a certain way. And when you finally get frustrated with their nonsense, you're the evil, bad, wrong one, right? More political science games. She acts just like her masters here while she's leaving the Matrix and escaping. She acts just like them. And you fools who can't discern right from wrong, true from false, facts from feelings, continue to claim people are nice when they're not. They're deceptive, they're manipulative, they're disingenuous. She already admitted she was power hungry. Did you miss that? When I asked her power hungry for what, she said, what are you so worried about using power to be selflessly in service? Why don't you use the power to serve yourself? It's literally what she said. Is that feminine? Is that mama again? My mama, maybe. That's where the woman was right. The K was right before mommy issues. I have an issue with what my mama and my daddy represented and how they lived. And I still have an issue with people like that for good reason. That's not what mama does. Mama doesn't come to son and say, son, why are you giving stuff away to try to be good and to try to get good karma here and do selfless acts of service and create a better community and an environment for all of us? Why are you leading? Why are you attempting to follow in the footsteps of the Christed being in scripture? You should be more worried about your own benefits and getting cheap groceries from giving homeless people shit. That's not mama. That's not grandmama. That's not wifey material at all. We should literally take that interaction and go down the list for how 15 different ways it's not wifey material, it's not mama, and it was literally Machiavellian political science 101 power game endeavor. And all you guys do every time is look to the guy with the loud mouth who's cursing and say, he's bad, wrong, and evil. No, he's frustrated about 15 different ways that wasn't what it purports to be because it's something else for another reason that literally comes out of their mouth and leaks from the core of their beingness. They don't give a fuck about truth, responsibility, accountability, and co-creating a better option for all of us. They care about duping themselves and everybody else out of our future and calling it something different. Sounds a lot like Paul Unslaved versus the state of and the politicians. Is it an accident? Lady Liberty showed up today in a toxic feminine form, disrespecting the sacred masculine and even the sacred feminine and calling it something different. Another Luciferian dynamic right in everybody's face. And the beta males in the audience can't even fucking see it because their nervous system is hijacked by woman. This is why many of you need a little bit more mommy issues, like the scripture says. You shall turn away from your father and your mama. Because they had the same spirit up to the same games for the same reasons, and they have the nerve to come here and ask me why I would be selfless in my service and on my quest for true power. Because if not, I'm going to wind up like you. And I don't want to be like you. And I don't want to be with people like you. This isn't that difficult to understand. Que sera, sera, as they used to say. All right, I'm giving you folks an opportunity. You got questions, comments, concerns? I'm here for it. I'll give you a limited amount of time, and I think we're going to get the hell out of here. We've done enough here today. We're almost an hour and a half over our scheduled time here. I'd like to hear more. I really would. Whether I like what you're going to say or not, or agree with it, in these moments, I do like to hear more about, what folks are perceiving and experiencing. Brown's boy now doing his rap down there. Blake is an NPC, oath-taking chat actor. Here's what it is. If she can't bullshit you, she will hate you for it. Well, no, like she said, it's a power game for self-service. And when she realized she can't manipulate with me and do a power game for self-service, she will respect me, but she won't like me. I then become not her type. See? And that's the thing. I'm fine with that because in interactions like these, the woman's not the one holding the power. That's what a lot of the beta males are used to. Woman has pussy, right? And hijacks your nervous system. So you're supposed to chase her until she decides you're her type. See, I determine off the bat with these women, they're not my type. And I really want to do nothing with them beyond maybe what my dick might want to do with an overload of hormones. But even that is greatly diminished. So there's just no point with us. There's no purpose. If we're not going to get under an understanding together and converse and do the conversion and co-create out of that, there's really nothing to be a part of there. There's no way that we can use the experience for everybody's benefit beyond the content and non-intent, right? So, and again, even just the way that these females say it, it proves what they believe about the dating realm and the environment of how they deal with men typically. That they get to be the first and last say on who's staying and who's going. I got news for you and every other sweetie out there. You don't. Right? You've with my mommy issues, you've met your match. You're a prize to all the men you don't really respect. The ones you respect aren't going to take you as the prize. Okay? There's, believe it or not, a lot of you females out there, there's something above and beyond you. And I'm not even talking about the man, right? That's your pride and ego. That's your happy wife, happy life world that you've been born into and been duped out of your true power, which is, again, selfless service and submission. Imagine a female coming here to tell a man that he shouldn't lead and submit to God and do selfless service because she won't do selfless service and submit to the understanding that comes through a man. And then say, why do I need a man? As if the whole interaction isn't emblematic of why you need me more than I need you. Or you need what I have. You need what I have or understand more than I need you at all. Even if we brought it down to the most archetypal biological level, okay, Paulie Boy wants a child to bring into this realm. God fucking help us. You think that you can give me a child and take care of it properly and raise it properly and communicate with me properly? Of course you can't. So you can't even do that. Is he black? Right, we didn't get that one yet today. We birth, you don't. Your mom hurt you. We get it. Again, that's your narcissism. This is why every other woman on Facebook claims they just dated a narcissist, because you're the actual narcissist and you won't listen to somebody's actual feelings to understand them, nor will you listen to facts to understand them. You will project onto somebody to label somebody, demean and dismiss them, and then poke and prod them and point at their reaction. That's the narcissism. See, it's not a coincidence. Go on Facebook. I just left it today when I went on there. Woman claims she just got out of a 22-year narcissistic relationship. It's every woman on Facebook claiming that every man they've dated is narcissistic. Is it possible that's them? If it is the man, is it also possible that's them as well? Right? So in between labeling people to try to demean and dismiss and devalue and disempower them and try to get everybody to triangulate against them, you reveal that's you. See? Nothing I've really said here, maybe beyond my bitterness and resentment and tone, could be perceived as based in my mom hurt me and we should move on. See? That's your demeaning and devaluing. And that's what a lot of females do who aren't real women, who don't really care about men and the truth. Okay. All they care about is their feelings and they're loyal to that. And when that changes, they change how they deal with you and how they speak to you and what their value systems are typically, right? And you could say that that's my projection because my mommy hurt me. All you got to do is stroll through Facebook. Take a stroll through Facebook and see who's out there and what they're doing and saying and what their past looks like and what their excuses are every time. I see it in videos. A lot of men just bashing women. Again, the projection is I'm bashing women. If you're bothered by it and you're upset by it because you have an issue with men or your daddy, then just say it. I wasn't bashing women. Women don't do the shit that you inauthentic corporate females do. That's why most of them are married. Okay, if they're married at all or they've been giving someone children to any extended period of time, they're usually taken. So there's a lot of men nowadays who are disappointed with how females show up and the games that they play. And I could say this, I could give the same rap and have in the past from the woman's side. So you can't accuse me of being biased Because I literally have gone into a place of the sacred feminine inside of me to view a man in his purest form and what he's become in order to deduce and to comment on why so many females are disappointed with the men in their lives. Okay? So then we could take both of those ideas and extrapolate why there was disappointment in this scenario, in this situation. Right? And it was all right there, you could argue. You know, it was all sort of revealed if you can decode it in a way. Stop saying women, Jake. You're not wrong. Females who, like the woman who was just here, admitted she doesn't see the point in service that's selfless when the majority of service should be to self. Right? That's not a woman. That is a female. Okay, there's a difference. So females want a man that they can control, and that's it. A woman wants a man who cannot be controlled, but chooses to control himself. See? So we need to stop this thing too, because this is what gets a lot of the women and the females upset. And then they think they're bonding together, although they're not, because I've watched women in every scenario go, you're not pulling me into the woman thing because of my genitals. I don't do that. I don't want to be that or do that. I understand what he's saying, and you're just a goofy bitch. So it's not an all women thing, right? There's women who, whether they get it or not, are willing to get it and will concede when a man makes sense and when they can accept what's shown. They won't play the tribalistic political correctness power games, right? So we have to make the distinction. If you're going to make a comment on what females do, then make the distinction. Women don't do any of this shit. We love women. Shit, there's times where a woman has to check a man on his garbage, his childish, lowly behaviors, and whatever the case may be, right? Has to help get him right if necessary, or risk losing out on something, you know? That wasn't this. From what I was seeing and what I was hearing, just all the way down the line, right? It checked like 8 out of 10 boxes, you know? So this is like psychological, sub-psychological, sociological. It's like clinical to a certain extent. See, let's be really clear. Most women who are really women who got something going and got a man in their corner and they can both trust each other and communicate aren't going to be in these chat boxes all day, every day. They're definitely not going to hop on panel and try to play power games with me. Why would they? You know? So it's a completely different perspective and sort of chemistry and value system and priority, right? Woman would literally be too busy becoming what she needs to be in order to do selfless service and co-create something to come on here and try to demean, devalue me, project onto me, or challenge me in any way. She would see a fellow traveler with me at the risk of sounding like I'm using some form of Masonic secret code lingo. See, this is where we find the opposite common core, right? Like men are from Mars, women are from Venus in certain senses. In another sense, we're an opposite. We're a complementary being on certain levels that at the core are very similar, if not the same, if we can get past the other expressions of self, the lesser lights, right? So a woman who understood God, was close to God, knew that she needed a man, right? Or knew that she needed God and that man was a reflection of God on some level, would never say, why do I need a man? Right after showing she has no logic, morals, and ethics. She answered her own fucking question, right? So I already know she's got a hang up and got daddy issues, but most people ain't going to call that out, right? See? They're going to simp and trick. A real woman who's got her shit together and knows she needs God and the reflection of God, which is man, and that makes each other better, she's just going to ride for the occasion. She's going to go, oh, I see one. Oh, I see some power and value there. Let's nurture that. Let's love that. Let's respect that. Let's serve that. And let's see where we could get that to go, right? That's why behind every great man or man who's pursuing greatness is a good woman. See? What you got now in the modern day is a bunch of bad women in front of weak-ass men. And you got a bunch of weak-ass men who let women step in front of them so they can be the men of the house and use their word salad and nonsense garbage to run the train, right? And you wonder why everything's fucked up. White liberal women. I don't know if it has to be white. I mean, no colorism or genderism involved, right? It's the type of person, and you can find it on both sides, and both sides tend to co-create that outcome, whether they know it or not, for each other, right? And I get it. I know why females like that are bitter and resentful, because they've tried to trust a list of men in their life. They had no discernment to realize, but they tried to trust a list of men in their life to lead, and those men acted like a bunch of bitches. So now women like that, by the time they're in their 40s and 50s, they can't love, they can't trust, they can't take a man's lead because they're too busy reliving the problems that started with their daddy. 607-1013 WSLV.
Hello. How are you?
Hello. Hello.
Hi. I'm not here to fight about women. I am just here because I am a woman that has been married 2 times, and
You got to turn me down in the background. It's like old time radio. Turn me down and in the back, and then listen
down,
here.
Christopher. All right. This is Soul Society Brotherhood's mom. Okay. And the thing is, I've been married 2 times. Both my husbands, quote unquote, like you say about pussy, I'm going to say they couldn't keep their dick in their pants. Right?
Well, this is the thing, right? I love this. My question to you would be, what makes you think that it's your role to tell a man how to be a man on the most supernatural level, which is what they do with their body?
No, I don't believe I should do that to a man that is following God whatsoever.
How do we know exactly what following God is, and that it's somehow separate from forms of sexuality or sexual expression?
Okay, I want to say I am a more spiritual person than a Christian. I have been a Christian.
Doesn't the Bible talk about kings and kings having multiple wives?
Oh, yes, it does.
Right.
But
So, and again, I'll meet you in the middle, because it came off as you're going to be your husband's mama, right? And do what mama does when she first walks in on her son when he hits puberty, and guilts and shames him for having a natural impulse, and maybe masturbating or kind of moving that energy in whatever way, that we are kind of is instinctual to us, right? You go to a zoo and there's chimpanzees there masturbating, whether they're in the environment you would think is conducive for that or not, right? So and again, I'm just kind of posing an idea here. I'm not claiming, because this is something I've struggled with, if you want to call it struggle with, or been tested by, challenged by. I think most males are, if you don't want to consider me a man, male on his way to manhood, right?
Right.
I think we're all challenged with that, because there's a feminine aspect of us that feels love and care at times, and also is been taught to guilt, or maybe just naturally feels guilt, because we don't want women to feel less than, because we're naturally oriented to be attracted to and co-create with multiples. So this is that complementary aspect again. God seems to be, like the woman said before, a trickster in a way, because we seem to be very complementary, where a woman is kind of more geared toward hypergamy. She wants the best and the brightest all the time, and commitment and all the rest of it. Man is more polygamous or polyamorous, right? So what we have there is, if we can meet in the middle some way, somehow, and both put our pride and ego aside, is there's always potentially going to be a next one. It just has to be the right one. And then the next test is going to be, can a man accept, or is he supposed to accept, if another man comes along and is part of his community, and his woman, right, as if it's yours, winds up having a connection with that man, and he winds up being something different than what that man is, right? So there's kind of a lot of,
David,
go ahead.
Like King David, more or less, right? He had his concubines, or whatever. My ex-father-in-law, and I do believe that his wife wrote his sermons because she knew more than he did, actually. King David had his concubines. He had children with his concubines and like that. And Christopher's got to go in the bathroom or something. But
He's going to masturbate.
I understand. Pardon me?
I'm just being I guess I'm being a dick, pun intended, right?
No, no, that's fine. That's fine. Because I think women, I know I have, I think women have the same problem with masturbation. To be honest with you, I'm not gonna, lower myself and say, "Oh no, we're perfect," because no, we're not. Was Mary Magdalene? No, she was not. But she was. Jesus had high, most respect for her, and I believe that if you're going to be married to a person that, and you believe in God, you have to put yourself where God would put himself with that woman. No, everything's not going to be perfect, but there has to be communication. If there's no communication, and the woman's not learning a thing from her husband, then yes, there will be serious issues. You understand what I'm saying?
Sure. And again, this brings in the idea of, are men created the way they're meant to be by God and vice versa? And do we spend a whole lifetime wasting our time trying to turn ourselves or the other expression of consciousness, the masculine or the feminine, into something it was never meant to be? And I don't quite have an answer for that one way or the other. Like I said, I'm honest and real enough with myself and others to be forthcoming about the fact that it's something that I'm tested by and challenged by. So I don't think the answer is unbridled hedonism and pleasure seeking to no end, right? The whole can't keep your dick in your pants, right? Like, not everybody is for you, and I think that's what the feminine aspect of your heart-based intelligence is supposed to reveal to you, right? Like, there's a masculine component and a feminine component. The feminine component is supposed to remind you, hey, bro, there's a bigger purpose and meaning going on here, and you have to try to order yourself toward that, because if not, as men, we wind up, quote unquote, banging anything that walks, whoever gives us the time of day. And that's not respectable for us, especially for a quote unquote main woman or a partner who is going to start to look at us a different way, right? So there's a fine line between guilt tripping us for being how we're born to be versus being a pillar of femininity where you remind us, hey, listen, you want to be Mr. Big Stuff and you want to drive the train and be in charge and you even want sister wives or whatever. Don't bring some goofy hoe into the house. Don't bring diseases into this house. Don't bring children that are going to go uncared for in this house. And don't take food out of our mouth, or the love and the passion from us to try to pour into somebody else and give it elsewhere, right? So
exactly.
Right. And I have no, and again, this is something, it's not that I have no problem admitting that, it's that I wouldn't have wanted to believe that till I actively experienced with Jennifer specifically, and then started to find the middle ground authentically for myself without, being guilted by her, fearful by myself, or forced to repent from some wicked, evil deed or inner relationship that I got into that I can't get out of, right? So most of this stuff, I believe, are opposite sort of reflections of each other that cause us to find a middle ground, right? That's why the Tao was known as the middle way. And seemingly what most of these relationships are actual power struggles where the two sides don't come together to learn from themselves, their own experience in each other. They spend the whole relationship figuring out who's going to be in charge. And that's precisely what just went on there with me and her. And again, we could do the whole, we're in charge in different ways, right? Like a woman is in charge of letting you have sex. The man is in charge of doing a relationship or not, right? It's typically how it goes. But again, that's kind of what I was pointing out is in most of these relationships, there's this unspoken, subtle, and even overt power struggle that goes on because somebody's got to be in control of how this thing is going to go. And who we are naturally oftentimes is a problem or a challenge for each of us. As you said, it's not just on the man's side, it's on the woman's side as well. How many women wake up every day 10 years into a relationship, catch the guy bringing mail with a look in his eye, and they get to talking, and next thing you know, she says, wow, this guy's got something. I feel attracted and close to him. I kind of want to jump his bones, right? Your man don't want that, and there may be reasons why you were more open and available to that man, because there was ways where the man who you were with mainly was closed off, right? And not meeting one of your needs or not open to the conversation and the conversion. I could totally see that as well.
Yeah, exactly. I think that when a man and a woman now that are spiritually, quote unquote, connected, whatever, I believe that we should be saying, Jesus, take the wheel. God, take the wheel. You know what's going to happen. It's not up to us. It is up to you. And to have the faith in our God to believe and to follow him and, not one another or not the world, not to follow the world. I have bartended where I have seen men and women equally disgust me to no end. I mean, they go to church on Sunday together and they're just praise God. But on Thursday, Friday, they're out there with someone else's wife or husband. And it's like, what the Sam hell is going on? And God said, right in his own word, that this is going to happen in damn time. And I give you fellas a lot of credit. Even my son, Chris, I give him a lot of credit. And he doesn't think that I do. He thinks that I would just want to argue with him. And that's not the point. The point is, I want him do his best. And when he lets his anger do the work for him, then that becomes a problem. But I'm not going to argue with him because I point out, I'll say something, but I won't say, you shouldn't do this or you should. I have said that. Excuse me. I said that's a lie if I don't say that. But that's not what I'm intending. I'm intending to help him. Understand what I'm saying?
Right, but then this is where the ego comes into it, because it seems as a woman you have to be savvy enough to know that you are the physically weaker sex, and there's always this subconscious projection onto you from a man that you're not supposed to be telling him what to do and be. It's why we call a government a nanny state, and it's why the founders did everything they could to throw off the nanny state, right? Because archetypally in our spirit, we are meant to be free and to choose. We are supposed to tap into the sacred aspect of that in order to choose correctly with heart-based intelligence, because if not, we wind up destroying ourselves and everything around us on this unquenchable quest for power and control and domination, including sexuality, right? So
you're absolutely right.
So that's kind of where, again, a woman who I don't want to say because it's very difficult, but you got to kind of say it is. A woman who understands her place, whether we all like it or not, has to use what she's built for to her advantage. Activism is not your strength oftentimes. It's passivism. It's the silence in the room that's going to overtake that man with guilt, right? It's not you nagging. It's you
That's right. Absolutely.
Going
Absolutely.
silent, right? Letting the power of that moment and that being's conscience overtake him to make a next right decision, right? So this is that Tao again. The Tao, it talks about the Tao sometimes being a he, sometimes being a she, because in the Chinese language, as I understand, there's no differentiation between he and she. They refer to it as the core beingness, right? Or the way. So the woman's way is not the man's way, right? But the
Exactly.
man has to learn the woman's way, and the woman has to learn the man's way in order to not compete, but to be a comparative reflection that almost walks us to a more holistic beingness and state of being, right? Easier said than done if you can language it out, because it is very challenging, because we do all have ego. We all want to be right. We all want to avert disaster. If we all see something, we want to say something, but does that always work? Oftentimes you got to do the opposite, paradoxically, right? The same thing is like child psychology. Sometimes you got to do the opposite of telling them the straight way to go to allow them to realize it's their own idea and still get them there without it being your idea, right? Without you exerting too much control or domination.
Right.
So
that's why sometimes we just have to bite our tongue. That's why I said, like, I try to help him, but I have to learn to shut my mouth, because he's going to learn on his own, and it may not be my way. It's going to be his way. But that's why I try to back off. We have to, as a woman, we have to shut our mouths, bite our tongues, and pray for the best. That's it. All I can
yeah,
do.
believe it or not,
But
there's kind of this old thing, and it's going around the internet now, and they're kind of playing it up a bit for the content, but they phrase it like this, and forgive me, it's going to be a bit rude and crude, but I got a feeling you can handle it, right? I'm already doing the pious, I'm talking to a woman who might be my elder, so I'm like overly showing respect. But the new phrase is, I cook, I clean, I fuck, I shut up. Because ultimately, a man's got to learn his own way. You ain't going to tell him how to be a man, presuming you know better than he's going to figure it out through his life experience. And he's going to take you trying to tell him as an indirect challenge, right? It's better to be a quiet and confident source of inspiration and nurturing while he's on his path to learning. And guess what? At certain points, he's going to turn to you. Once he starts to get that trust and respect back, he's going to turn to you more often and say, honey or mom or whoever, what do you think about that? But he doesn't have that opportunity because you're too busy already telling him before he could get to that point of saying, what do you think about that? Right. So it's staying behind to get ahead, right? It's submitting in order to later have a power of choice or a voice, right? If that makes sense.
Right, being more like the Proverbs 31 woman, being humble.
Right, but then there's another side to this, right? Where because everyone on the man side likes to go to scripture to cite how a woman should submit and do this and do that and all that, but how should a man love a woman? See? They never want to go to that part of the scripture, because you know why? It's testing and challenging, where it talks about Jesus supposedly loving a woman the way he loved the church, right? So we got a back and forth power or lack thereof dynamic that winds up expressing itself as bitterness and resentment, and control and domination or power struggles, right? When really each side has its own work to do and its own set of tests and challenges to become what they need to be that for themselves, and to pour that into the other being, right? Or to relate to that other being, So yeah, it's there's two sides to every story, right? Or three sides. There's our perspective, and then the objective truth and the work we have to do to get to a place where we can be a holistic, complementary blending instead of butting heads or power struggling.
Right. Yes. That is so true. It's not easy, and I mean, I'm probably looked at as a woman that, well, why the heck isn't she with some guy? Because the right guy hasn't come along. And if God doesn't have one for me, then he doesn't.
Well, what are you doing later?
What am I doing later?
Yeah, they know I like
probably
older women. So.
Oh, God bless you. But I do. I said to Chris, I said, I have to call him. I wish I could call him. He said, call him. I said, I don't know what the number is. And so he showed me his phone. And I had you on my phone too, but I didn't even see the number. So I'm blind without my glasses and with them. So. But
Right,
yeah,
but again, the reason that you were called to call is because you're a reflection of timeless, ageless, somewhat aspect of femininity that is in juxtaposition to the last creature who called, claiming or feigning to be this soft-spoken, soft voice. Oh, I just metaphysical, and you're just right there, giving me what you understand, questioning me. I'm questioning you back. It very quickly gets to talking about the word and doing fellowship, right? And uniting over what our differences are and what the similarities are in the work that we're here to do, right? So this is a perfect example for all the people in chat who want to talk about Paulie's got mommy issues and all the rest of it. Well, then does the other woman have daddy issues? And do you not see the difference in the energy and the co-creativity and the conversation with someone who may not agree with me, but calls in not to challenge me, but in fact, to go to the word and do fellowship and admit to take accountability and responsibility. She's done that in this moment, right? So immediately we're cultivating trust. There's a bond forming. There's respect there, right? You know, she's not going to sit there and go, what about this? And what about that? And maybe you're wrong about this. And maybe she's admitting she's already done that and it hasn't helped her. And that maybe I could potentially have a perspective and she could cop to that. Even if I'm younger and I'm a man and all the rest of this, there might be something there, right? Let's look at that. Let's understand that, you know? So that's the main reason for what this interaction is for, if nothing else. If you're going to say God uses all things, is to point out the potential of what could be and what it looks and feels and sounds like versus what it was there and why it ended the way that it did, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, I certainly wasn't perfect in neither one of my marriages, you know, but I would never have been unfaithful. I've never been unfaithful to anyone, and I couldn't do that. It would kill me. And that's just how I am. And I'm speaking of having parents that were married for almost, you know, they were married for 63 years, going on 64, and they had been together since they were 11 and 12 years old. So 73, 74 years. Now, that's a long time to be with someone. And I looked forward to that. But I blew it, you know, and I wasn't alone doing that. But I hope if there is a next life that God will give me my soulmate, you know, and I do for anyone that's out there listening. And I pray for this country, and we are in rough shape. We're in rough shape. This world is in rough shape. And no matter what I knew things were different when I was a kid, but I couldn't get anyone to listen. God wanted me to be a missionary, and I wholeheartedly believe that. And maybe that's why I'm where I'm at today. But I appreciate you giving me time and talking with me. And I really enjoyed this very much.
Yeah, I think we all got something out of it, or if nothing else, it was a good change of a pace on the energy from where me and her left off and then where I was ranting and rambling. We kind of moved the energy, right? Changed the perspective a little bit. So that's always welcome. You know, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. So yeah, there's so much more that I could go into. I would encourage you call back. We could get into this more. I'm about 2 hours over my allotted time. I could go longer, but why push it? There's always another day, and if not, you know, it's all been done or told before in some sense, right? But I would like to get into, if not now, at some point, this idea of faithful and what that really means, because I don't know how we got from full of faith
to monogamy. I don't, and again, I'm not like trying to find fault with what you're saying. I'm just saying that maybe there's something there I'm missing. But like, there's times as a man, especially, right? We have a different relationship to sexuality. A woman can typically, at least most of her life, get sex anytime she wants it. Men's story is usually not that, right? So there has to be prolonged periods of being with oneself and knowing oneself and not having really anyone or anything to count on at time beyond maybe extended family. That is truly faithful, right? So we could come from that from both sides, right? There are times when a man has no woman and he's the most faithful he could be because he's just putting one foot in front of the other and having faith that somehow, some way, everything that's meant to be will come about. And women who claim to be the ultimate expression of faithful, who without a man, I don't care if it's a singular man, they're incomplete. They're not faithful because they're not walking with themselves and God. They need a partner to complete them, right?
Yeah, I believe that.
Right. So is there a place where everyone in the equation can be full of faith, also be open to what's meant for them, even if it means more than one, and also be faithful enough to walk it alone if that's what God has planned for them at this season of their life, right? So, I have a hard time with the extremes because I just feel like it's a middle ground, right? Faithful doesn't mean completely alone all the time with God. Faithful doesn't mean completely with one person only and only loving and caring for them. And I don't necessarily think being open to more, if God has that in your path, right, or has that form for you to experience, is a lack of faith, right? Because there's been times where women come into my life and I go, are they just here for no reason? Or are they here to be part of an experience? In which case I would have to have faith that the Creator knows why that being was brought in and why we're going to have this experience. And even if it means I got to get low to get high, so to speak, right? I got to do wrong to get right. That's part of being faithful. This is where woman of old, whether she liked it or not, would say, well, you know what? I'm committed to this man, and boys got to be boys sometimes. And being faithful means I may have to be open to him experiencing with another person and seeing, is he still on a walk to becoming what he's meant to be, or walking with the Spirit on some level, right? Does God still have his back, right? Because like they said, yeah. So, seems like that's your son down there, Chris. He's resonating with what I'm putting forth. Now, whether I'm deceiving myself and he's loving my deception because it allows him to make excuses for whatever he's doing or not doing remains to be seen. But there does seem to be, if we're being equitable and trying to see the middle ground, there's usually a little bit of this and a little bit of that. And if we can find that middle ground there, then these complementary, seemingly opposing perspectives work together to create an experience, right? And we're better off for the experience, even if we're worse off for a time for the experience, right? It's that whole God works in mysterious ways kind of thing.
Yes, he does. Yeah, I understand that. And he does work in mysterious ways. You've got to do a show on afterlife. If you believe you have died and come back. That's just the little thing I'm going to put in your ear right now.
What? Say that again. I'm dying and coming back.
Okay. Yes. If you believe in life after death, if you what do they call it? Let me say it this way. In 1989, I died, and I know without a shadow of a doubt that I did, and I come back. And not reincarnation. What do they call that?
Near-death experience?
Near-death experience, yes. Thank you. I couldn't even think what it was called.
Yeah, I've had a few of those, overdosing on drugs, leaving my body at one point, seeing my body there and realizing I wasn't my body. And it can be a breakthrough, right? It can be kind of profound.
Yes, it can. Can be very, very profound. And it happened to me. It wasn't drugs, but it was God was really working in my life. And man, it's crazy.
So let me ask you this, Mom. At the risk of me culting, like some will accuse me of, which I'm not doing, I actually need an honest, open, feminine being to check me if I need it, but also be open and honest enough to not try to check me if what I'm saying is making sense. Where do you sit on this? Let's say we do the simulation. I'm not propositioning you. I'm just saying if we do the simulation, you have a husband, he loves you, he cares for you, right? He doesn't cause you any harm. Everything is pretty decent, all things kind of being what they are. Do you ever become open to if we come to find out through the experience that this is how man and woman do community or co-create, that it's not just man and woman all the time, that there may be other women involved, and again, then you may have to open the door for other men involved, because we don't know, it seems, what God created us to be in our most supernatural environment without the overlay of culture and society. Is it something you'd be open to? Is it just the devil outright? Does it depend on the man and the relationship you have with them and how much you can feel like you can trust and feel safe and be respectable and all those things, and vice versa? What is your perspective on all of it, and what's the line there, right? Like, how do we come to that conclusion?
What I would say is, like I did, and especially in my second marriage, I gave everything I had, and I wanted it to work. And even knowing that my oldest son wasn't being treated like a son, like our three children, other boys were, I still tried, and I gave it my all. Even by listening to people that would say, how do you know he's not messing around? And I was too busy raising my children. I was too busy working my job. I was too busy taking my kids to church Sunday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday at times, but usually Sundays and Wednesdays, and working 60 to 80 hours a week. But when I did realize that I grew to hate my husband, okay? I grew to hate him because of the abuse, the mental abuse and the physical abuse he did to our kids. And it didn't matter what he did to me. It was what he did to our kids and what I was ending up doing to our kids because of our situation. And I had to leave. But I would have stayed if he had just turned his life to God, and he didn't want to believe. I would have given it all. Just like Jesus gave his blood for me, I would have done that if it had been offered to me. And God knows that in my heart. He knows that I would have. And I can understand where a woman needs to submit herself to her husband. Even if you don't want to have sex some night because you have a headache, you have sex. And not that you're being ordered, but that's your wifely duty. It says, God says that in his word, that we are to submit ourselves to our husbands, not to some man on the street, and I feel personally that God was also telling man that he's to be faithful to his wife and I'm using faithful as, I'm not good with big words, anything.
What was your name again?
My name is Sharon.
Sharon,
My
give me
real
1
name is
second. I want to take this call because I want to get to everybody, but hang on. I'm going to come back to you.
Okay.
805, are you there?
How you doing, White Gorilla?
What's going on, bud?
Hanging out. Figured I'd chat with you for a few.
All right, we got
That's
Sharon
okay.
on the line holding, so I do want to get back to her because I did tell her to hold. But what do you got for me? Do I know you by a name, or have you been here before, or what's the deal?
Cine.
Excuse me?
Nomine. Cine nomine.
Okay, so do I know you by a name? Have I talked to you before?
Just chatting.
Right. Okay, so what do you got for me? Questions, comments, concerns? Try to be quick if you can. I don't want to put you through too much pressure because I do want to get back to Sharon. I don't want to be too rude here. Imagine that.
Imagine it. Yeah, go take Sharon.
Well, give me what you got. Do you have something specific?
Yeah, take care of Sharon first. Ladies first.
Okay.
Put me on hold or I'll call you back. I don't care.
Okay. Sharon, are you there?
Yes, I am.
All right. So he told me now take you first, and then I come back to him, even though I took him to come back to you, and now I'm in a pickle here in a way. So okay, where are we at? This is why I'd like to come back to this because I'm just feeling like I want to wrap up anyway, and we're kind of long in the tooth here. But I am into this subject, and if nothing else, again, it's something that I'm tested and challenged by at times, and I find interesting for that reason, right? Because I don't have all the answers, and I'm open theoretically, intellectually to both sides, but I guess there's an aspect of me that feels like it's not in my nature to be with one woman all the time forever, right?
Mm-hmm.
And again, I'd rather just be open and honest about that and work through it, presuming there's anything to work through and toward, rather than. Right. So I'm guessing that was the man you're with. He called me on the other line.
Me?
Yeah, no, it sounded like the guy in the background was also on the phone with me.
No, that was my son, Chris, just now. He
Okay.
said no, he didn't call, honey. No,
Okay.
I don't know who that.
What was he just saying?
Was. He says, now you said something that you didn't. What was it? He threw me because but you may not, or you said something about you don't have all the answers, and he says, but he knows a lot of answers to all the questions.
I guess it's open for that. You make you be the judge, right? That's how that ends.
Yeah.
So yeah, the and again, we go to scripture and it's not much help because it's a cult like usual, and maybe there's God's word there and I'm denying it, but we have an Old Testament and New Testament. The New Testament and Old Testament, they're all heavily redacted. They're censored books. What's the word of God? What isn't? These are accounts of men, right? In the Old Testament, it talks about having multiple wives. In the New Testament, it talks about the antithesis of that. Is it possible that both of these scriptures are just extreme takes on the masculine and the feminine aspects of us, and we all want to find the truth to be on one side or the other when there's a good chance it's somewhere in the middle? And then this is where the dogmatics will go, no, New Testament preferable. Well, why is the New Testament preferable to Old? Because it's new. There's your thinking again. I have the same idea about my next wife. She's new. It's fresh. It must be better, right? Is that always the case? So we can't do what we do with new wives. We presume that the newest is the best and the brightest and the most sound, right?
Right.
So I don't know what to make of that, other than, again, to try to find the middle ground of the feminine aspect would be, control yourself, work on self-control. If there is a next one, let it be the right one. And then the masculine would be be fruitful and multiply, right? So be fruitful and multiply with the nature God gave us would lead us to having multiple partners with women over the course of a lifetime. It's just kind of how we're wired to be. And to turn that into evil and sin completely and try to stamp it out, I think leads to bitterness and resentment and strife between the two. To express it unabashedly and uncontrollably leads to bitterness and resentment, right? So this is what I've affectionately referred to as God's trick, in a way, on man and woman, where we're almost forced to find a middle ground, because if not, someone's going to be feeling powerless, right, and bitter and resentful if we don't do this the right way. And of course, the question becomes, what is the right way? And then for a lot of folks, they'll say, well, it's subjective, Paulie boy. In this household, this person's going to go for this and never go for that. So you're either with it or you're not, right? Lay down the law, right? I don't necessarily think that's what we're here to do. I think that's part of one of the detrimental things about the dogmaticism and the culting of religion is it doesn't allow us to be free to be what God created us to be, to learn what we're meant to be through trial and tribulation, right? So the Tao, I love the Tao, 1500 years before Jesus, I believe it is, says, in order to be straightened, one must be crooked. This is just the bottom line, right? So if we have faith that God loves all of us and is going to straighten us out one way or another, well, then the only way to get straightened is to be crooked, right? This is why I believe on the whole scale of light age, dark age cycle, there are periods where we're queer, get used to it shows up. It's not because it's the right way to live. It is an equal but opposite response or reaction to the overly pious dogmatics who want to try to deny our nature and the way God created us to be. And it seems to work for a time until it doesn't. And then we pendulum swing back the other way, right? So I don't know if that... Right. We go from one man, one woman, this Victorian square kind of lifestyle where we're putting pants on a piano to they want to have sex with children. And I go, is it possible that what we're doing here is pendulum swinging from one extreme to the other and never allowing that to find a settling centric point, right? We're always kind of swinging from one to the other. So I think it's very possible, I won't say what it is definitely, I think it's very possible that is part of how our work is done here and how we come to know ourselves and each other better is by allowing ourselves to express and doing all the things in a way we're told not to, within reason, of course. I'm not saying go do loss, injury, or harm, but be free to choose, and through your choices, learn the consequences of your choices and what you will have or not have, right? How it feels versus how it doesn't feel, right? Is this really a blessing in disguise, or is this a curse wrapped as a pleasure, right? So to speak.
Right. It's is that what God gave us the free will? Is it his will that we do something, or is it ours?
Right. So Jake down there is saying, well, then he's had an idea this whole time, and I'm not denying that. He's denying me. And I'm not even claiming something. I'm claiming the absence of a claim. That upsets people. So right away, you're living in complete sin. Jake, when we have the time, or if you want to now, if we have an extra few minutes, come up here and explain to me, and try to do it without your Bible, if possible, what that means. Because sin to me is causing loss, injury, or harm, or having it caused to me, right? Or being indebted. So I don't necessarily equate a communal tribal setting, right? If we go to the middle of the woods where nobody's dispersed the books of propaganda, whether there's God's truth in there or not, we see how human beings live. And they may subjectively decide to pair off. They may objectively or subjectively, however you want to look at it, decide to intermingle. And because they don't have this preconceived notion of possession, that's my woman, that's my house, it's our troop, it's our community, it's our resources, it's our men and women, it's our children. They don't know to pair off and to make this person their one and only and exclude everyone else. This is hyper-focused, addictive behavior, some might say. And then right away, this is where, some woman will come out of left field and try to tell me the penguins mate monogamously. You know, they'll try to cherry pick to find one selective example of an idea that makes them feel better about a challenging reality we all face. So I tend to lean on, if you took away all the culture and society, we would just do what's natural for us. And it wouldn't be to have sex with children. And it wouldn't also be to take one person as property and make that exclusively your claim. We would all do what we do now while we're calling it something different, right? See, this is where the hypocrisy comes in. Because you got a bunch of men and women here today, I don't care wherever here is, here today, wherever you are, who are not exclusive to their partner. And if you ask Jeebus, or what they claim Jesus said, because it's not Jeebus, it's triple hearsay, well, if you do it in your mind, then you're guilty of it anyway. Well, everybody here then is guilty. I guess we're all going to hell. Because there ain't a man among us or a woman among us that hadn't looked at another person and said, you know what, they're attractive, and I'd like to see kind of what they're about, mentally, emotionally, sexually, and all the rest of it. Is everyone doing sin, or are we all doing human condition? Right? And does human condition have to be inherently good or evil all the time? The Tao will say again, sometimes you got to go beyond good and evil to understand. See, I'm a man of wanting to understand. I don't care as much about labeling everything around me as good or bad with the simplistic sort of childlike perspective, right? So, you know, part of maturing in a sense and growing up is realizing mommy and daddy didn't always just have eyes for each other. And that doesn't have to be a negative bad thing, because that literally was and still is some places what community is. We share everything. We're not being obsessive. We're not being possessive. We're not hoarding in a corner. We're young, wild, and free, so to speak, with discernment and understanding, right? To whatever degree that we can cultivate that through direct experience, unfettered. So I don't believe culture, society, and dogma are our friend. I think they're actually potentially an impediment from us discovering who and what we really are meant to be, because we keep doing what tradition tells us to do that isn't working. Newsflash, 50 to 60, whatever it is, percent of marriages end in divorce. It's because everyone's sinful, or is it because we're all rolling a boulder uphill? We're all swimming upstream, trying to do and be something that's not possible to be done, right?
I agree. Yep.
And this is how the church would establish a power structure to make everybody self-conscious and guilty for regular human behavior. So while it's fucking children, excuse me, but that's what a lot of these Catholic churches do that they raised me in, you know? Yeah. So I'm just positing, is it at all possible that we haven't still figured out who and what we are because we haven't been free to choose and learn from our own experience, while the people fucking children tell us we're sinful for being attracted to grown men and women? Now, again, that doesn't mean being lustful and just banging everybody and anybody at the expense of bringing in children who are not cared for, doing diseases and all the rest of it. I mean, the more and more as we move along here, I think she hung up there, got disconnected. Someone, maybe the other guy did.
I'm still here.
Right. So the more we move along here, the more that God or the experience of God and discernment is going to take away all of our options. Like right now, I got 10 women on my Facebook dating app. I can't bang any of them because they're all vaxxed and taxed and laxed. That was easy. Doesn't even matter what Paulie Boy Dick wants and doesn't want. It was already decided for me based on my core convictions and value systems and what I'm willing to interact with and not. Right?
Well, we lusted them.
Right, but yeah, this is the point. God working in mysterious ways is somehow, some way going to get us all to where we're going to have to throw all this crap away just to survive and exist here, presuming that's the ultimate highest goal. May not be. There may be a somewhere or some when before and after this. That's our real home, as many people have speculated. But more and more as we go on, men and women who are unvaxxed, who don't want to be taxed and be regulated and act like a slave, are almost going to be forced to get together and procreate if you want to inherit this earth and have it be populated by some level of loving, caring, communal individual known as a human being. Because if not, they got vaxxed, taxed, and laxed with AI and robots in your brains and all the pleasure you can get, no discernment. You know?
Yeah, exactly.
Or complete religious and state control over the beingness, right?
You know, Paul, in the Bible, I have never seen, now I could be wrong, you can tell me if I'm wrong or not, feel like Methuselah lived 900 and some years, and
700,
and
200,
700, 600, 3, 4. Now we're only living to be. Now we're only living to be. My dad was 89, so I wanted to live until I was 120, at least 108. But I don't think I'm going to make it that long. But my gosh, maybe that's why men were living so long, so they could have so many women.
That much control.
Again, maybe it just all is interrelated, that the more in alignment you are with who you really are, the better you look and the more healthier you are, because you're not constantly trying to fight yourself and be stressed out. That's truly faithful, right? So, yeah, maybe we're aging like crazy because we're constantly trying to swim upstream and fight ourselves and at war with ourselves and each other, surrounded by toxicity, poison, or division. Maybe the more we come back to unity and alignment and true understanding without judgment, discernment without judgment, right? And allowing everybody to be who and what they're meant to be, and truly loving and caring, maybe we will take on a more youthful appearance. Maybe we will live longer. Maybe dis-ease will start to rectify itself, along with clean water and air and food and working the land and all the rest of it. I mean, if we're living how we're supposed to be, there's only so much time in the day for everything else anyway. How much fucking is everybody going to do after working the land 6 to 8 hours a day, after picking their fruits and vegetables, after harvesting clean water?
Right, breaking their backs.
So, yeah, I think a lot of this shit is us out of whack and out of alignment, and it shows up in a lot of different ways, looking and sounding and feeling a lot of different ways for a very good reason that we just refuse to look at. And if we look at it, we refuse to speak it. And if we speak it, we refuse to try to understand it and walk with it. Because we got all these big-brained ideas and traditions that have worked so great so far, right? And now we're back to Paul Enslaved. This is all that I exist to be. And it doesn't mean that I have an opinion one way or the other. I'm being as open and honest and real and willing to receive, while also not entertaining bullshit beyond a certain point, right? So I don't have all the answers. I'm not supposed to. I'm just here to ask questions and be a disruptor and remind us all that there are other choices and options, and they may be more in alignment with who we really are. And whatever the rest of this stuff is we're doing just doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't work.
Exactly. No, it doesn't. You're absolutely right.
100% right.
Absolutely right.
Yourself, if I could let it roll.
And I've never really thought of it like that. You're right.
Because you know why? The aspect of us that wants to be so civilized and sophisticated doesn't want to admit that it's exactly this. Man and woman in its purest form is running naked through the forests and the fields, living off the land, doing without the rest of this crap, and sharing love where it's just apparent. I have people, including me in my life, who were literally fucking guilty and self-conscious to just love each other. Sex aside. So what makes me think, if we're so pent up and unable to be love able, that we or whoever, whatever, didn't do the same thing with sex and everything else. Rights and freedom, the land, just poisoned everything, projected onto everything, put an overlay onto everything, like they do with everyone and everything. Paulie's a sobsit. He's a terrorist. He's a this, he's a that. So, yeah, I think that's what, I can't speak for anybody else, but my process of unslaving is being free enough to choose and then learning from my choices. Imagine that. And being faithful enough to know that God loves me no matter what, especially when I do wrong, because it's going to teach me by doing wrong how to do right. I really don't have anything to worry about.
You're absolutely right. And that's where I've learned is from my mistakes. And that's the only way we can learn. If we really are open enough to learn from our mistakes and not go on and keep making the same. And now, boy, I've done that. And yes, we have to learn from our mistakes. And if we do not, that's where the big problems begin.
Yeah, well, this is why I believe that alcohol and pharmaceuticals, along with herbs and plants, have become so popular in this culture and society, because it's another balancing act
to try to dissolve the collective unconscious or get to the collective conscious and get to the collective unconscious. Because that's what alcohol does. Because that's what a lot of these drugs do, is bring up all the shit in you that you refuse to look at or work with. It just, that's why it's been looked at from the beginning of time as tools at certain periods in time, because we've walled ourselves up. We've denied a whole reality. And it's almost like we have to peel back the layers of that and look at it and experience it to really understand for ourselves what it all is. So I don't see any accidents here, right? This is the dark side of the forces, what would be considered by the pious Christians and Catholics. This is the dark side of force being our greatest teacher, tester, and revealer to get us to bring up all the shit we don't like and want to look at that we bullshit ourselves about day after day and just go along and get along with tradition. I don't see any separation from God in any of it. How can God create all this and there ever be any separation anywhere from that? And then they'll say, so Paulie, when someone's raping a kid, God is there? Like, let's not, not be purposely obtuse, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. For real.
All right, Rose, what do you got for me? Final questions, comments, concerns. I got Aaron here now, and I'll never leave here. I'll be the God of all media. I will never leave, and I will be omnipresent in you folks' life. There'll be someone somewhere who'll be watching me and experiencing them.
And he's my stepdaddy now.
There it is. I've got a new stepchild. See, and all I had to do, this is what's so fascinating. This is why I call myself the online daddy, because I'm mirroring what our fathers should have done that they're too cowardly to do, which is admit they don't know and stop telling everybody what to do and be, and just be open-minded and hearted, but also using some discernment and sense, right? And sticking to the facts, or just admitting we don't have all the facts. Most men are not going to do that. Right. And as soon as you hear and see me do that, you immediately trust me as much, if not more, than your father, because you knew he was full of shit, didn't have the answers, but try to tell you and everyone else how to live while being a slave. I don't do any of that. If anything, I communicate with what I show and what my experience is, and I leave the rest. It's for you all to figure it out, right? That's why I gravitated toward my uncle. He was real with me. He was straightforward, but also open enough to admit when he didn't know. And he let me figure it out on my own time with my own experience. He wasn't hypocritical, controlling, and domineering. So I looked at him as more of a father than my own father. I'm Uncle Paulie here. That's what it is.
But I had a very good father, and I wish he was still here. And because, man, I'd even tell him how much more I appreciate him than I thought that I did. And there was time. Well, my dad was strict, believe you me. But he was the best. And I know if I had a father like that, what my father has to be in heaven is, I can't wait to meet him. I can't wait to meet him in heaven. And I appreciate your time, Paul. I really do. I'm glad that I called, and we'll do this again, my friend.
All right, I'm here for it.
Go talk to Aaron or whoever else you have on the phone, okay?
All right. Appreciate you, Rose and Chris, right?
Sharon and Chris. But my mom.
Where did I get Rose? Rose was earlier, no?
I don't know.
I didn't just pull that out of nowhere. Someone today is Rose.
That was earlier, I think.
My mom was my aunt wanted her to name me Rose Sharon. And then she said, no. Then Sharon Rose.
All right, I'm renaming you now, Rose Sharon.
All
I'm
right.
bad.
Thank you very much.
All right, we'll see you later,
okay, Paul.
Sharon.
Okay, we'll see you too, Paul.
All right.
Bye-bye.
All right. All right, Ann, what do you got for me? Let's try to make it quick, man. I'm already 2.5.
Well, what drew me in was you saying sin, and that I think he said to cause loss, injury, or harm is a sin, and that's all, or something to that effect. I don't know, but I just wanted to say what I believe sin to be, or what I've come to learn it to be, is to miss the mark is sin, right? To miss the mark. So one sin for one person is not the same sin for other people. Like your sin may be eating too much because your goal is to get in better health. Well, somebody else that
But it
eats too much.
causes loss, injury, or harm to me, right? I'm a perfect example of it. So I don't think you're going to
Well,
find something where we miss the mark for us that doesn't objectively lead to, over long enough time, loss, injury, or harm, right?
For what you want. So what I'm saying is a sin to you is not the same as a sin to somebody else. Because to eat something that somebody is not trying, they don't even give a shit about their health at all, and they're eating what the same thing you're eating, but your intention is different. So you're working against your intention by doing that act, which is a sin.
Right, but
So if
one
your
would believe
intention,
that survival and longevity would be just encoded into the beingness as prime directive. So any being who's taking into their body politics, something they know on some level is poison, is not showing true self-care and self-love, right? And their sin, they're missing the mark over and over again for long enough time, will produce a result for them that they will not enjoy. I don't think there's any way to argue that, right? You could say the same thing with sexuality. Sexuality, no matter if you could get unlimited amount of partners, if you engage in it, it may not hurt you in the moment, but long enough, over long enough period of time, it's going to have a deleterious effect on you and your body, right? And your spirit and all the rest of it.
I think I said what I had to say. I think I said it the way I wanted to say it. So take with that what you will. But one person's sin is not the same as another person's sin. It's not a universal.
All right.
There may be certain things that are universally sinful, but somebody's sin is not just necessarily somebody else's sin. To miss the mark is dependent upon your intention.
I don't deny that. I guess what I'm doing is overlaying this idea that there is an objectively desirable outcome in reality and life lived, that you could take anybody and say, you know, live by these conditions and this is what you get. Do you want that? And I'm pretty sure everybody in this realm is going to go, no, I don't want to be obese and be diabetic. I don't want my numbness and tingling in my extremities, right? I don't want my organs failing and shutting down. I don't want sexually transmitted diseases. I don't want children that are not cared for. I don't want to be poor and broke and destitute and desperate and be a charity case. You could pretty much take a set of undisciplined behaviors that, if not directed properly, when we miss the mark, objectively lead to an undesirable result that nobody would really want to be a part of, right? But I don't necessarily deny what you're saying, although I do believe that we're all potentially challenged by the same 7 deadly sins, so to speak, right? Pretty much everyone we know has examples of greed and lust and gluttony and you know, being a druggie or a drunkard or whatever it is. If we take those 7, you're hitting one of them, if not all 7, right?
We've done them pretty much at all.
Yeah.
That's the thing. You have to go through all the states to get beyond hell, because here's what happens. What you were saying, if you continue to miss the mark, there's going to be a lesson that comes with that. So the girl was saying on the phone, she was saying, you know, I did something and then I learned again and I kept having to learn. And that's pretty much the way it is. God will give you lessons until. So you repeat the same shit until you figure that lesson out for yourself. And so that's why once you go through all the lessons and you come out on the other side, you're one to tell everybody, look, you don't have to stay that way. You don't have to live that way. You don't have to be that way. These are things that you can do in order to, or, you know, you just avoid that. Live by the fucking golden rule. You know, the stuff that you teach, you know, you're teaching somebody self accountability, self, you know, everything points back to yourself. So once you understand it does no good for you to do anything that is not in love for the other, you know, like when you're fucking somebody, you're fucking yourself. So you can't give anything away, but you have to learn that. And a lot of people don't know that. So they think they're getting away with something by doing something, but they know about it. And see, they don't know that because they know about it, they're having that fight. They don't even realize they're having that controversy in their head. knowing that they're doing something that they know not to be right, and then trying to justify it, and then seeing it in this realm that we experience because it shows up, it mirrors back to you. So the best you can do is do the next right thing that you know to be, and love everybody else or treat everybody else the way you would like to be treated to the best of your ability. If you can live by that, you're going to get good back. Whatever you give away, you're getting it back. So if you're giving away resentment and hate and fucking, you're judging people for being however they are, judging. I mean, discernment, you said it earlier. There's a difference between discernment and judgment. When you're judging, you're saying, I'm better than you because I already did that and I know that, and you're dumb because you're doing that. But when you're discerning, you're like, listen, I see what's going on. I see what you're doing to yourself. Here's the solution to get out of that, without thinking that they're bad, because you've already been there. I've already been there. I've already been all those that you said. I've been those sins. I've been all that, and it doesn't feel good. Ultimately, it feels good to do good. And that's what you're doing, and that's what I'm doing, and that's what these people are here, to learn or to spread. And I appreciate it. And somebody thinks I'm drinking again. And no, it's been like over a year and a half now that I haven't drank. I'm just excited because, that struck me when you said that. So, and I've been watching and listening, but
yeah, can he be high on life? Can he be intoxicated by the Holy Spirit, as they say?
Thank you very much. Or a little cannabis and some water. I've been blessing my water too, dude. Listen to this. The water tastes different when you bless it. This is a newfound thing for me. I didn't even know. I just found this out like 3 days ago. I did a verbal blessing over my water, and it's pretty much thank you that this is I have it right here. If you want to hear it. I mean, we don't have to go there, but I bless this water with love, light, and life. And then it goes on. There's like 5 paragraphs. But I swear to God, dude, I drink water all the time. I did that the first time I drank out of it. It tasted completely different than the water I've been drinking for the last 2 years. And that's not an exaggeration. It's not a mental, it's a placebo effect. No, yeah, it's my testimony right now. So bless your water, bless your food. Life is good. I feel good. Good things are always happening to me. I'm not going to keep you anymore. Thanks for being a soldier and being here 6 hours. But I appreciate you having me up. And the car thing's still going on. I sent a letter out yesterday to the tow company. I got a letter. I sent it back. Nothing exciting at this point. I'm still in, wait. So I'll keep you updated there. But
all right,
you guys have a great night. Life is good. Come with me now.
I feel
good.
I'm totally not gay.
Things are always happening to me.
I started blessing my water, telling it I'm not gay for singing this song. I don't know.
There you go.
Dude,
I'm telling you, this is powerful right here. It's like,
No, I get it, bro. Quantum physics has shown that you can affect the water molecules by what you put into it or around it. And that's just evidence of God, right? In a way, like with us, in us, around us.
Well, Jesus,
that's all that is.
If you can do that with your words, to water, I mean, you're water too. So you can use your words to do that to you. That's mine. I appreciate you guys. Have a good night. I'm out.
Thank you, Aaron. Which I guess the only intimation that we get or implication is that I should have tried to bless Rose earlier, or she tried to bless me. I always bless my women before I drink from their cistern. I don't want any negative energy. Okay, that's gross. I'm being rude, crude, and lewd again. This is why I'm doing one of the 7 deadly sins. I got a lot of lust in me. This passion, Italian, Irish passion, rather quickly degrades into lustfulness. Then I use humor as a coping mechanism for that. What the hell am I going to do, people? That's the bottom line. I'm going to have not Sharon Rose, but Rose, the original one, Rosalind, whatever her name is. She's going to come over later and tell me all about how she's not into me. I'm not a catch. And then we're going to bless each other. Peace is available. Love is available. I want to believe that. All right, I'm out of here, folks. Back who knows when. Most likely within the next 4 or 5 days. That's been the pattern so far. Special thanks to contributors and supporters. You are a blessing to I. And up top, there's an email. Beyond the contribution support links, emails, if you got videos, pictures, show broadcast content, right? Send it in, because I will review it here. I will display it here, presuming it's appropriate. For the inappropriate pictures and videos, those are private. Those are intimate. It's you and I's little secret. All right. Soul Society. Love you, bro. Great stream, Paulie. Folks getting something out of this, so it's good to see, right? Giving value and getting value on some level. What do we got on the way out? Paul Unrestrainable on the way out. Say goodnight to the bad guy. We get to do whatever the fuck we want to do. Whatever we say is the closest thing to God, because we're man or woman in its purest form. You are a servant. You're here to serve us. We created you, so we control. That's a maxim of equity. Man created government. Man sat down and drafted up a charter and made a contract. The people, conceptually, is still the case. So man creates the corporation we know as government. That corporation only exists legitimately to serve the people. When it becomes destructive of its ends or its principles, it is to be ignored and is no longer legitimized. If you folks would just get your asses in gear and start civilly disobeying and documenting these people and putting them on record with the higher ups of the system while not complying. See, it's not this or that, it's this and that. I'll meet you in the middle. I'm saying spiritually, whether they notice or not, if they're in a corporate capacity, they're there to serve. So what they know and what they do, I don't know. What I know about me is I've already put them on record with the feds and other organizations. We are the ones who stand between the deep state and them completely doing global government on everybody, let's be clear. And we need to get it on record. Not only the folks doing this, but the folks saying they're trying to stop it while not doing anything. Right? We need to get Donnie and all these people on record that they said they were going to do it this time. The daddy promised this time. He was going to uphold the law. He was going to secure the ability for people to choose to exercise their rights. If he's not doing that, he and the party and everyone who's around him needs to get put on record. Another batch of criminals. They have the position and the false power, but the false power, no matter how much you have of it in false position, isn't quite as powerful as the minority of one with true power. We manifest that in the way we live, and then we use the system and the record to put them on record forever with the cosmos and with this system, who and what they are, what they're doing. And then we're the answer to that. So one day, if and when they come for everybody, because you know these truthers all have this fever dream fantasy that one day they're all going to come for us, right? Which is possible. I don't deny it. I don't want to believe that's going to happen. But you won't be able to be brought to the camp and say you didn't try to do your part some way, somehow. That you were living on the land, you were doing the documentation, you got your land exempted from taxation, right? You got clean food and water, you're living free, you're attempting to exercise your right to travel and have property, okay, and speak freely and live freely, and however it's gonna go, it's gonna go. But you'll at least be able to say from now till then, you did your fucking part. You acted and lived as an American, right? That was the little piece that you could do for your country and the land and the people and your fucking self.
Zadoodle ba, shoo-a-ba-lay, skada-da-da-boom-ba-da-ba-ba-da-bed-da-doodle-lay. My dog is a soft seed, he don't take commands. He's a four-part rebel wearing mud from the land. Don't work, don't guard, don't heed my call. He'll run in for dinner like he's chasing a ball. Zadoodle ba, shoo-a-ba-lay. from freedom cause I hated the chain. Now I'm mopping up mud again. Lazy posturing, a good boy till he's not. He reads the rules, then pisses on the spot. Comes when he's hungry, leaves when he's full. And all the pups copy like he's king of bad school. When I clap my hands, pups scatter and hide. But he just stares with dumb soft sit pride. Head tilt, blank eyes like what I do. Bro, you tore up the yard and track mud on my shoe. My dog is a soft sit, won't bend or break. He takes every privilege like where's my steak? He don't listen when I speak, but he knows what I say. Slips past my back like it's all play. I try to be fair, I try to be wise, and I know I'm the tyrant in his soft sit eyes. Zardoodle Bob, shoo up lay, scada boom bada ba bada beda doodle. First time he bred, I said no way he could. He slipped that gate like a ghost through wood. I saw myself, he tried to do it again. Look back at me with that wolfish grin. 5 pups later, they all got his flame. Second gen soft sits, changing the game. Now she's pregnant again, don't know how he scored. Bro figured out the round knob door. My dog is a soft sit, don't build, don't plan. He don't pay rent, and he choose what he can. His freedom, he flies like a flag in a storm. The weight of its shadow ain't noble or warm. He don't take commands, he don't follow the rules. And now I'm tempted to remove his jewels. Zardoodle Bob, shoo up lay, scatter da boom bada ba bada beda doodle. I pour in love, I give them all grace, but it's looking like I'm losing this self-made race. The creator's testing me steady and plain, and I keep stepping deep in the same damn pain. I didn't want slaves and I don't want war, but I'm raising 8 beasts that guard the door. When he's not around, they'll listen and stay. They snap right out of their soft sit. My dog is a soft shit, he don't raise a paw, trying to bend the house to his personal law. He don't need words, just a sideways glance, and I'm standing in mud with no second chance. I doodle bow, shoo abele, scatter da boom bada ba bada beda doodle. Is freedom meant only for those who discern, or do beasts burn? Lessons I've yet to learn. I won't let them be sold to be poisoned and tamed. I gave them a home so they never know chains. Now I'm stuck guarding in their sovereign domain, but to lead them in peace must I wear that blame? My dog is a soft sit, I made him that way. Let him be free and I pay every day. He don't see the weight that I must bear while I fight off the world that don't even care. He made his choice, I'm still making mine. He's free by nature and I pay the fine. Zardoodle Bob, shoo up lay, scatter da boom bada ba bada beda doodle. Scatter da boom bada ba bada beda doodle.
Listen to me. Listen to me. I want to help you. I want to help you live the life you want to love.